Herag used all his means at the first opportunity, transforming into a giant clad in black armor with a colorful shield surrounding his body. But that wasn't all. With a wave of his hand, Herag placed an absolute defense around Amisha beside him. Amisha was relatively slow to react, having grown up in a safe environment with a weak sense of crisis. She was a bit puzzled when she saw Herag casting various spells on her, but when she saw Herag also placing a shield around her, Amisha finally realized something was about to happen and promptly put a green shield around herself. She was a level 1 liquidation wizard, not lacking in strength. In the underground pipes, the blood-red claw had now turned into a mass of red light. Immediately afterward, the red light, along with 6 nearby corpses, disappeared. The next moment, above Israel's estate, a rift suddenly appeared, and as soon as it did, a powerful pressure emanated from it. The roof of the estate collapsed instantly, the debris falling onto the black shield below. If not for Israel's quick reaction, the debris would have fallen on the crowd below. These were influential people. If they all died here, it would be a major issue. Israel could not bear such consequences. Everyone looked up at the rift, not understanding what it was. In the next moment, an eye appeared at the rift. Herag immediately covered Amisha's eyes. "Don't look." Herag also lowered his head. He knew that was not something they could directly gaze upon. If it weren't for the bloodline power of the thunder god ancestor within him, Herag wouldn't have been able to glance at it. He knew the presence behind the rift was beyond his imagination. Amisha nodded, not resisting, knowing Herag was looking out for her. But others did not react so quickly. Someone instinctively glanced at the eye and instantly fell to the ground, bleeding from the 7 apertures. Silently and without even a scream. Immediately afterward, the person's head exploded as if something had blown it apart. And the person who fell was a level 1 official wizard who died just like that, without warning. By now, everyone realized that they could not directly view the presence behind the rift. They all closed their eyes or lowered their heads. The eyeball struggled to enter the world, as if it wanted to enter this world. But it encountered significant resistance, and even the rift was gradually closing. The eye showed a furious expression, seemingly displeased with the obstruction. Soon the rift fully closed, like a wound healing automatically. The oppressive feeling vanished abruptly for everyone, and they all felt relieved but exhausted. Amisha fell directly onto Herag, slipping into unconsciousness. Herag was still doing all right. His constitution was strong, his bloodline was potent, and the intense pressure did not have much impact on him. Looking around now, the surroundings were in ruins with many people collapsed. The appearance of the eye lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. But just those 2 or 3 seconds brought immense pressure to everyone. Israel didn't even dare to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't immediately deployed the level 3 defense witch array. The pressure they endured already penetrated after passing through the level 3 defense witch array. Looking at the area outside the range of the witch array, the garden in the yard had been flattened. But fortunately, due to the single courtyard design, no other buildings were damaged. Israel felt anxious in his heart, knowing that if he hadn't reacted quickly, everyone would have perished. The black crystal he carried had formidable defensive abilities and was easy to deploy quickly, one of his trump cards. He hadn't expected to use it in such a situation. Nonetheless, a few people still died, and dealing with the aftermath was still quite troublesome. Israel sighed, not expecting to encounter such an incident while hosting a ball. Several figures floated over from the distance. Herag looked up, leading was Prize. Prize had dropped his previously relaxed expression and now looked serious and stern. He landed and immediately came to Israel's side, asking, "What happened?" They were all members of Surlandir, well acquainted with each other. Israel replied in a low voice, "It was the abyssal cultists. They opened a dimensional rift, and an unviewable presence cast a gaze upon us." Prize listened and remained silent, looking around. Just one gaze had caused such a significant impact. The people behind Prize were responsible for safety defense in Silver Moon City, all level 2 wizards. They started to leave to commence the aftermath handling, using various spells to detect hazards and explore the sewer pipe situation. The injured were quickly taken away for treatment, and the deceased were reported to their respective factions. Various aftermath tasks kept them busy. Hereg looked at Amisha in his arms, unsure of what to do. Prize and Israel were both busy, clearly unable to help him deal with the matter of this young lady. Middle-aged man with graying hair came over, sporting a mustache, politely saying, "Mr. Hereg, I'm Blanc, the butler of the Mori family. Could you accompany me to send Miss safely home? An abyssal cultist attack just occurred, and I'm afraid I can't ensure Miss's complete safety on my own. If you can safely escort Miss home, our Mori family will surely remember your kindness." Hereg nodded. "All right, I'll go with you to take Miss Amisha home." He had no choice but to comply. Amisha was the young lady of the Mori family, not to be taken lightly. If something happened to her, he wouldn't be free from blame. The Mori family wouldn't be reasonable if any trouble arose. Ensuring Amisha's safe return home would prevent any further complications for himself. "Thank you," Blanc bowed gratefully. He was only a level 1 crystallization wizard, truly lacking confidence in securing Amisha's safety. Hereg just demonstrated an intense sense of pressure, which Blanc noticed. Adding one more fighter is always beneficial. The Mori family carriage was parked outside. Hereg carried Amisha onto the carriage, while Blanc drove it towards the Mori family estate. Amisha breathed steadily, still in a state of unconsciousness. Hereg checked her, finding no serious issues, assuming a little rest would suffice for recovery. Amisha's constitution wasn't strong enough to withstand such tremendous pressure, hence fainting after a mere second. The Mori family had a large estate in Silver Moon City surrounded by high walls, and the inner buildings resembled a palace complex. The majestic scene could be seen from afar. Hereg was riding in a carriage and met people from the Mori family coming to assist him halfway. Blanc had already used the talisman stone to notify the family to come and assist. Because something had just happened in Israel, he dared not stay long. A mysterious, powerful presence had just appeared, and Blanc only wanted to take Amisha far away from there. If any further problems arose, he couldn't bear the consequences. The Mori family dispatched dozens of people, led by a stern-faced middle-aged man. He had an extraordinary aura, commanding respect without anger. This man was the current patriarch of the Mori family, named Shatter. Blanc stopped the carriage and quickly ran to Shatter, kneeling on one knee. "Patriarch." Shatter glanced at him indifferently and asked, "How is Amisha doing now?" "The young lady is currently unconscious, breathing steadily and has no other issues," Blanc replied. At this moment, Hereg also got off the carriage. Shatter dismounted and walked over to Hereg. "Thank you, Mr. Hereg, for escorting us. The Mori family will remember your friendship." "Mr. Shatter, you're too kind. It was my duty." On the way back, Blanc had mentioned that the patriarch would come to assist, and Hereg naturally recognized that this person was the head of the Mori family. Shatter nodded and turned to say, "Gordon, take down Mr. Hereg's contact information and transfer 5,000 magic stones as a reward later." "Thank you." Hereg could see that Shatter seemed to not want too much involvement with him. He didn't mind and was quite happy with the situation, earning 5,000 magic stones for nothing. With the arrival of the Mori family, there was naturally no need for Hereg to continue escorting them. After exchanging talisman stone contacts with Gordon, the Mori family butler, Hereg called for carriage on the roadside and returned. Hereg could see the wariness in Shatter's eyes, likely fearing that he might steal his daughter. Blanc must have accurately recounted the events at the ball through the talisman stone. Hereg was just a poor boy. Even if he was a member of the city of Surlandir, he could never catch Shatter's eye. For a wizard family like Shatter's, Amisha's marriage had to bring significant value, and it was impossible for her to marry a junior wizard with no background like Hereg. Shatter's cold attitude made it very clear that he wanted Hereg to maintain distance from his daughter. Hereg didn't care, as he hadn't intended to get involved with the Mori family anyway. Earning 5,000 magic stones this time was a good deal. The Mori family seemed to have a strict upbringing for Amisha. Hereg could distinctly feel her yearning for freedom during their conversation. The vast, unrestrained land of the barren land was very appealing to Amisha. Hereg shook his head, no longer concerning himself with this matter. He had no intention to play out a scene of eloping with a rich girl. He was not Romeo and Amisha was not Juliet. Sitting in the carriage, Herag began searching for information regarding the abyssal cultists. The events of the evening were so sudden and completely unexpected for Herag. 6 abyssal cultists used a red claw to open a rift leading to the abyss plane. Though it only lasted about 2 seconds, the rift automatically repaired itself. The power generated from sacrificing the souls and flesh of 6 ordinary people was still too weak. And it's unimaginable to open a dimensional rift like this. Could only indicate that the red claw they held was quite extraordinary, possessing incredible power that allowed a rift to be pried open with just 6 ordinary people. Herag recalled the rift and could be 100% sure that the other side was the abyss plane. He actually glanced at that eye, and apart from feeling a bit of head pressure, he didn't feel much. Unlike others, who had their heads explode immediately after seeing it. When Herag saw that eye, he immediately realized how powerful the presence behind the dimensional rift was. He quickly covered Amisha's eyes to prevent her from looking up. If it hadn't been for Herag's quick response, Amisha would have become a headless corpse. That eye contained infinite knowledge and rules, which ordinary people could never face directly. The moment they saw it, a mass of information would burst their heads. Despite feeling some pressure after seeing it, due to his incredibly powerful bloodline, possibly even stronger than that eye, Herag remained unaffected. Although the Thunder God ancestors' bloodline power could not be activated or used here, it wasn't non-existent. The foundation was there, and it hadn't disappeared. Herag remembered that those 6 people were called abyssal cultists and likely had connections to the abyss plane. He searched through related news in the tavern forums and understood the context. Although the invasion of the abyss plane was thwarted by the wizards back then, there were always humans hoping for the abyss plane to descend upon the wizard plane again. They worshipped various powerful entities from the abyss plane, collectively known as abyssal cultists. These people hid very deeply, lurking in every corner of the land of Dawn. Wizard fighting pollution and exterminating various demons could secretly be a fervent abyssal cultist. The abyssal cultists would stop at nothing to achieve the goal of the abyss plane's descent, employing any method. What happened today was actually a minor incident among the abyssal cultist events. Thanks to Israel's quick response, casualties were greatly minimized, with only a few deaths. This low death toll was rare in abyssal cultist attacks. There was once an incident where abyssal cultists contaminated a city's entire water supply, though caught in time by wizards. However, by then, many had already consumed the water. Mostly ordinary people. These ordinary people's constitution couldn't resist the diseases contained in the water, dying within 3 to 5 days, or at most living a month, ending in death. Only knights or wizard apprentices or wizards could survive. The number of deceased reached 4 figures even with a tally. Who knows how many died unrecorded. In this incident, slum dwellers were unaffected. Their drinking water pipelines were long dilapidated and disconnected from other parts of the city network. After that incident, all cities in the land of Dawn heightened security measures around water sources. They had never imagined that this previously ignored issue could be exploited to produce such widespread destruction. Herag continued to browse through this information. He discovered that those powerful beings from the abyss plane seemed to have never given up on invading the wizard plane. Those beings used various methods to entice people from the wizard plane to become their followers, then used those followers to do their bidding. These followers are mostly some relatively weak wizards, knights, or just ordinary people. With their willpower, if they come into contact with the powerful beings of the abyss plane, they would definitely not be able to resist their allure. If they are wizards with a certain degree of strength, it's generally not easy to be swayed. But if such a wizard comes into contact with the powerful beings of the abyss plane, they are mostly doing so voluntarily. These people often pursue power, which leads them to willingly embrace the abyss plane. Seeing this, Herag couldn't help but think of someone. That person is Fegur. He suddenly realized that Fegur was very likely a follower of some being from the abyss plane. When Fegur first boarded the ship, he was already a second-class wizard apprentice, but his aptitude was only 5 points. After entering the Green Cottage, he became Malcolm's experimental subject. Fegar was promoted to an official wizard in Malcolm's laboratory, most likely without using a magic potion to break through. Herag recalled that at the Death Swamp ruins, Fegar deliberately sabotaged the witch array in the Death Swamp ruins, attempting to open a rift leading to the Abyss Plane. All these actions and signs indicate that Fegar is very likely an abyssal cultist. He has been utilizing the existence of the Abyss Plane to increase his own strength, enabling him to advance unimpeded and become very powerful. Back on the ship, Dino once mentioned that Fegar's spiritual power was very unstable and must have been forcibly enhanced by some special means. It now seems that Fegar had already come into contact with the Abyss Plane's existence before boarding the ship. To him, wizard aptitude was irrelevant because his strength increase had nothing to do with his own qualification. Behind Fegar is a certain being from the Abyss Plane. As Herag continued browsing this information, he pondered many questions, and before he knew it, the carriage had arrived at number 13, King Street, the location of the estate Herag had bought. "So we're here," the driver quietly reminded, his words filled with respect. The driver, having run cars in Silver Moon City for many years, naturally knew what King Street represented. Only members of Surlandir City were eligible to buy houses here and live there. Every official member of Surlandir is a big figure, at least in the eyes of the driver, and not someone they could afford to offend. Herag took out 2 silver coins. This was the fare. The driver respectfully accepted them with both hands and watched Herag leave. When Herag got home, Rhys and David were already waiting in the living room downstairs. They had already learned from the tavern forum about what happened at Israel's house. Seeing their worried faces, Herag remembered he had been so focused on searching for information related to abyssal cultists that he forgot to check his messages. "As long as you're fine, I was worried since you didn't reply." Rhys breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry for worrying you," Herag said. David asked, "What happened there?" "I read on the tavern forum that several people died, and it was something to do with abyssal cultists." Herag nodded. "Right, some abyssal cultists used themselves as sacrifices to open a rift leading to the Abyss Plane. After the rift appeared, a gaze was cast from the other side, killing several people. Fortunately, those 6 people were all ordinary and not strong enough, and the plane rift lasted only about 2 seconds. Had it lasted any longer, the consequences would have been dire." "Who are abyssal cultists?" Rhys and David were somewhat puzzled. Herag took out his talisman stone and displayed some of the information he had been browsing, saying, "You must learn to use this talisman stone. By using the tavern forum search feature, you can find many valuable clues. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish." David and Rhys clearly hadn't fully learned how to use the talisman stone, having only used it as a communication tool. Understood, David and Rhys, being smart, quickly caught on. As Herag watched them start searching for related information, he also shared some of the intelligence summaries he had just gathered. After an hour had passed, "I feel like the Land of Dawn is much more dangerous than the Barren Land. There are even such beings as abyssal cultists," Rhys muttered. Herag nodded. "Indeed, the levels of power here are much higher than those in the Barren Land. So once you encounter danger, it might be a power far exceeding your own strength. We must be extremely cautious in our actions." Rhys and David both had somewhat grave expressions. They were weaker than Herag. If they had encountered the situation Herag just faced, they might not have made it back. Through this incident, the 3 of them became more aware of the importance of enhancing their own strength. The next morning, Herag welcomed a guest. Prize had arrived early outside Herag's courtyard, and Herag sensed it immediately, so he came out to greet him. "Did you not sleep last night?" Herag noticed that Prize seemed somewhat tired, still wearing the same clothes he was in when they met last night. Prize smiled bitterly. "Blame those damn bugs. With the appearance of abyssal cultists, we must thoroughly investigate the entire matter and inspect everyone present." Inspect? Herag didn't quite understand what this inspection meant. Prize explained, "Because the plane rift to the Abyss Plane was opened for a brief time, this is an extremely severe event. It could potentially allow the Abyss Plane to find a new invasion coordinate. We can only pray now that they didn't acquire a new invasion coordinate through this plane rift, otherwise." Prize's words were tinged with bitterness. Herag's eyebrows twitched, realizing the gravity of the situation. For one plane to invade another, the first step is to acquire the plane's coordinates. And not every plane coordinate can serve as an invasion point. The coordinate point must be very stable to facilitate invasion activities. However, such plane coordinate points are difficult to find. Most are extremely unstable plane coordinates. These plane coordinates cannot serve as invasion points. That's why the probability of the abyss plane acquiring a stable coordinate through last night's open plane rift is still very low. Most likely, they are coordinates of no use. This is not the first time such an event has occurred. It has happened many times before, but each time the abyss plane has failed to acquire useful coordinates. Prize continued. As for cleaning, it's to check if every place and person present, as well as the surroundings, have been polluted. Originally, everyone present needed to go to the city hall for a unified inspection, but since you're one of us, I can do the check myself. I see. Thank you for the trouble. Herag expressed his gratitude. Herag felt a bit embarrassed that Prize came in person, giving him such special treatment. It's a small matter. Prize didn't mind, as he just happened to be on the way. Prize took out a test tube. It was a rain-dew reagent. Just like when entering the city before. A pink mist enveloped Herag and then disappeared in an instant. This proved that Herag was not polluted. Prize smiled and said, "No problem, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Prize hurriedly vanished from the spot, clearly having a lot of work and not yet finished after a whole night. The pollution inspection and cleaning process is the most troublesome because it involves too many personnel, and everyone has to be checked one by one. Meanwhile, Israel's house temporarily cannot be lived in, not because it collapsed. For wizards, building a new one is quick, but because there appeared a plane rift, which is more than just a pollution inspection issue. The entire area will be under long-term monitoring by Silver Moon City, and any anomalies will be immediately discovered and recorded. As for the surrounding residents, they can only temporarily relocate from this place. They can move to areas with similar current housing market prices, funded by Silver Moon City Hall of Surlandir. Poor Israel, he hosted a ball and lost his home. If it weren't for his deep family roots, he might have gone bankrupt this time. Herag sent several messages to Israel to inquire about the situation, but Israel hadn't responded, probably too busy. The incident occurred at his home, and Israel is likely in significant trouble this time and can't get away anytime soon. "Herag, there's something I'd like to discuss with you," David said somewhat hesitantly. Seeing his expression, Herag knew it was probably not a small matter, so he asked, "What's it about?" "I'm planning to join Surlandir's trade caravan to pave the way for our Cheki family. Once I figure things out, the family business can be integrated. I've realized over time that my talent is limited. Reaching higher realms through cultivation is challenging. I might as well take this opportunity in the Land of Dawn to expand paths for the family." David spoke slowly, clearly having considered this for a long time. Herag was silent for a moment, unsure where to begin. David's decision wasn't something easily made. Joining the trade caravan means he will have very little time for cultivation. The life of a trader is not easy, especially in a place like the Land of Dawn, where outside the city are pollution zones filled with unknown factors. David making this decision means he's giving up his hopes of advancing himself and devoting more time and energy to blazing a trail for his family. David has been struggling with this for some time, knowing that his aptitude and potential have just about reached their limits. He cannot advance as quickly as a genius like Herag, for whom breakthroughs come as easily as eating and drinking. Within the wizard community, he is just an average person. Knowing the facts is one thing, admitting them to oneself is quite another. David surely came to the Land of Dawn wanting to go further. But now he has made this decision to take on the responsibility of paving the way for his family, leaving Herag with mixed feelings. The Cheki family certainly hoped that David and Reese could journey far in wizardry, since greater strength would naturally lead to success in many endeavors. David's choice is more practical, realizing that he won't be able to make further progress in the near future. Rather than spending so much time and family resources on personal cultivation, he opts to contribute to his family. If the Cheki family business could gain entry into the Land of Dawn, It would be a tremendous boon for the entire family. The barren land currently has no wizard family or organization with trade ties to the land of Dawn. There are certainly many challenges, but David feels he must at least try. I respect your decision, be careful. By the way, take this. Herag handed him a drop of world tree juice. What is this? David was somewhat puzzled. Herag said plainly, don't ask, just take it. He wasn't planning on telling David what it was. David wouldn't say, but since he decided to go trading, he's bound to encounter circumstances beyond his control. There's too much bizarre means in this world, and preventing them all is impossible. David didn't hesitate at all, taking it immediately, probably without even tasting the flavor. He had unconditional trust in Herag, knowing that it would be good for him and not harmful. From that day on, Herag began helping David contact Prize. After learning about David's idea, Prize quickly connected David with Serlandir's trade caravan. With his recommendation, David had no difficulty joining Serlandir's trade caravan, becoming a member, and thus started his career in trading throughout the land of Dawn. Herag, am I irresponsible and useless? Rhys, feeling guilty and remorseful, cried in Herag's arms after David left. Herag comforted her. Everyone has their own choices and ways of doing things. David joined the trade caravan for the family's future. You're stealthily cultivating here for the family's future as well. The goals are the same, the methods are just different. You need not blame yourself, nor be sad. For you, striving to ascend to higher realms in cultivation is the greatest help to the Checky family. Rhys nodded, understanding the logic but still feeling uneasy inside. Her aptitude was better than David's, and her cousin had never matched her since childhood, yet he always yielded to her. Now that David chose to leave, it must be because Rhys is staying by Herag's side, allowing David to go out and do something for the family without worry. When David left, Herag gave him 10,000 magic stones and various types of magic potions to ensure he wouldn't be without potions when needed. He also gave David some fire salamander bombs, which Herag had prepared but never got a chance to use. If David goes out trading, he might find them useful. David is just a level 1 gasification wizard, and such strength is really not enough in the land of Dawn. The fire salamander bomb can reach an attack intensity of 23 degrees when triggered, which can greatly enhance David's attack power, providing more means of self-preservation. Herag consulted with Prize and learned that the land of Dawn does not actually prohibit trade with the barren land. On the contrary, trade between the two places is actually quite large and frequent. Usually, it's the various wizard organizations in the land of Dawn that directly trade with some organizations in the barren land. Those wizard families are too small and not qualified to trade with them. If the Checky family wants to open a trade line between the land of Dawn and the barren land, it's possible but quite difficult. David has a long way to go if he wants to accomplish this. Just after finishing David's matters, Herag's talisman stone lit up, and it was a message from Lillian. Herag added Lillian as a contact on the day he arrived in the land of Dawn, but only after a few months did the friend request go through. No idea what kept her busy. Herag, sorry, I just saw your friend request. I just returned from a small plane. Lillian sent a message. No worries, I figured you had something going on. By the way, what's a small plane? Herag asked. He knew about many planes, but had never heard of the term small plane before. Lillian explained. A small plane is a tiny plane formed by using plane fragments when wizards conquer other planes. It's a small world with everything, just a much smaller space. Almost every wizard organization in Land of Dawn has one, and they're usually more suitable for cultivation, with a richer concentration of energy particles. I was able to stay for a few months after starting at Augustus Academy, thanks to a newcomer benefit. Inside, however, the magic net doesn't work, so using talisman stones isn't possible. Herag replied, I've never heard about it before, seems I'm not qualified yet. Yes, small planes are typically very important to each wizard organization. Since you're new, you'll need to accumulate some achievements before you can enter, Lillian said. Currently, Herag's contribution points are 0, so he can't access any of these. Augustus Academy really treats its members well. I didn't get such benefits when I joined, Herag lamented. Lillian laughed from the other side of the talisman stone. But you're much freer. We have fixed courses and tasks that we need to complete. Periodically, Lillian had naturally learned about other such wizard organizations, and Serlandir was a very lenient organization. It imposed almost no strict requirements on its members, relying solely on individual self-discipline. Augustus Academy still had a cultivation model. Although it helped members grow, it wasn't as free. I just got out of the small plane and now I have to complete a magic potion project. My schedule is packed, and the pressure is intense, Lillian complained. These tasks have specific targets and are closely tied to personal performance evaluations. The better your performance, the higher your rating. And Augustus Academy will value you more, allocating more resources to you. Since entering Augustus Academy in the Land of Dawn, Lillian was a bit under pressure because there are various assessment indicators. At Augustus Academy, every member's actions are quantified into data to judge a member's performance and potential. Even a talented young wizard like Lillian feels immense pressure. Because there are many talented individuals in the Land of Dawn, and quite a few like Lillian, who came from the barren land with good talents and great potential. For the same batch of newcomers, Augustus Academy conducts unified assessments, selecting the exceptional ones for more resource investment. But if your performance isn't excellent among this group, the subsequent resource allocation for you will be much less. Ugh, I have to go to class now, Lillian said after a bit of complaining. Yeah, you take care too. Herag could only encourage her, as he couldn't offer any help. After ending the chat with Lillian, Herag also needed to start preparing for the subsequent matters. The grade examination from the Witch Array Master Association had already been passed. The next step was to pass the Alchemist's grade examination. Once he had certification from these two associations, many things would become more convenient in the future. Very few wizards could simultaneously hold certifications from both the Witch Array Master Association and the Alchemist Association, unless they were older, highly experienced wizards. Only they have enough time and energy to study a lot of things besides cultivation. It's very rare for someone as young as Herag to plan to get grade certifications from both associations. Just like before, Herag began searching for information related to the Alchemist Association, using the Talisman Stone to understand the specific situation of the Alchemist examination. The Alchemist examination is quite different from the Witch Array Master examination. The latter involves presenting specific scenarios and designing arrays according to the given topics, testing the Witch Array Master's mastery and understanding of witch arrays. For alchemists, 3 types of Tier 1 potions are given, and you need to choose one to complete the concoction. So-called Tier 1 potion is typically referred to as a high-tier potion in the barren land, with ancient magic potions being a common example of a Tier 1 potion. There are numerous types of Tier 1 potions, and no alchemist dares to claim mastery over the concoction methods of every single Tier 1 potion. Therefore, the Alchemist examination provides 3 topics. If you fail to complete any of the 3, you fail the examination outright. The Alchemist examination differs from the Witch Array Master examination in another way. The Witch Array Master examination is free, but the Alchemist examination requires a fee. For your chosen topic, you must first provide the cost of the required materials. If the concoction fails, this fee will not be returned. Only if you succeed in the concoction will the material cost be refunded to you. The Alchemist Association's decision to charge fees was made out of necessity. In the Witch Array Master examination, you must first complete a design diagram, which then has to be reviewed before you can begin setting up a witch array. The vast majority fail at the first stage, without even having the chance to use materials for witch array setup. And those who pass the first stage are likely able to complete the witch array setup with very few cases of material wastage. But for alchemists, it's different. Almost every wizard has learned some magic potion to varying degrees. This leads many to participate in the Alchemist Association's grade certification exams with a try-it-and-see attitude. After all, if you fail, it doesn't matter, but if you succeed, it's a huge win. Most people come with a lottery-winning mindset when they actually lack the ability to accomplish the potion concoction, leading to a phenomenon of massive material waste. In the early days of the Magic Pharmacist Association, No recruitment fee was charged. So many wizards came for the assessment with a give-it-a-try mentality. The result was that very few passed the assessment, and on the contrary, a lot of potion materials were wasted. Later, the Magic Pharmacist Association had no choice but to change the rule, requiring those registering for the assessment to pay a fee as a deposit. If you pass the assessment, all money is refunded. If not, it is considered a material fee. After this regulation came into effect, the number of people registering for assessments dropped significantly. Only wizards who were truly confident and had considerable skill would sign up for the assessment. Some, even after failing 2 or 3 times, often managed to pass later on. These wizards generally had some proficiency in magic potion, but either made mistakes during the assessment or were unfamiliar with the given 3 topics, leading to their failure. For them, as long as they encounter appropriate topics and perform well, they can often pass the assessment. Harag checked that the material fee for a Tier 1 potion was generally within 1,000 magic stones, with varying costs for different potion materials, and the differences were quite large. The main reason is that some materials have low yield, resulting in very high prices, which in turn causes the corresponding potion prices to skyrocket. Despite the large price differences, they all fall under Tier 1 potions. A while ago, Harag entered into the Silver Moon City Library and recorded a large number of books, naturally including those related to magic potion. There are more than 60 Tier 1 potion recipes in total, and Harag had only brewed a few of them before. Now it's unrealistic to brew each one in turn. It would take unknown amounts of time and magic stones just to purchase and gather all materials. So Harag plans to first review all these potion recipes recorded by Shenlin, memorize the brewing process, and mentally train himself on how to brew them. When it comes to the assessment, he plans to choose a relatively simple one to brew, with Shenlin's assistance, and by being cautious, there shouldn't be much of an issue. The worst outcome is a failure, losing a few hundred magic stones, but he can always try again next time. Because there's a high probability of encountering a potion he hasn't brewed before, Harag is already mentally prepared for failure. The brewing of Tier 1 potions is not easy. A small mistake can cause a complete loss, necessitating starting over. It requires a very high level of proficiency. After spending 2 or 3 days thoroughly familiarizing himself with each Tier 1 potion recorded in Shenlin's database, from recipe to brewing process, Harag went to the Magic Pharmacist Association to prepare for the assessment. The Magic Pharmacist Association is also located southeast of Silver Moon City, actually very close to the Witch Array Master Association, with only 2 streets apart. The entrance to the Magic Pharmacist Association was busier, with significantly more traffic compared to the Witch Array Master Association. This is mainly a demand issue. The need for potions among wizards is certainly greater than that for arrays. Arrays are part of an establishment process. Once laid out, there won't be new demands in the short term. But potions are different. They are consumables with a high usage rate. Moreover, the number of alchemists is much greater than that of array masters, creating a significant difference in traffic between the 2 associations. The symbol of the Magic Pharmacist Association is a wizard hat and a round-bellied beaker, making its representation clear at a glance. After entering the alchemist hall, Harag looked around. The internal noise was somewhat loud. There were many people here. Some were entrusting potion making, some were taking potion orders, and those participating in assessments were in the minority. Harag watched for a while before finding the registration counter for assessments in the corner. Similar to the Witch Array Master Association, he filled out a form, registered, and then waited for assessment arrangements. This time he could participate in the assessment in an hour. Unlike last time, when he had to wait for a while. Harag guessed that it was because there were so few people taking the Witch Array Master assessment, necessitating prior notification of the examiner, like Israel, a Level 2 Witch Array Master. An hour later, Harag arrived at a potion room, which was the location for the exam. He was momentarily stunned upon entering, as there was a person standing inside. This person was the examiner for this assessment, and someone he knew, the bald Mr. Baron. Harag, you want to take the Magic Pharmacist assessment too? Baron was also a bit surprised. Didn't expect it to be Mr. Baron, Harag said. He recalled that, when he added Gabalun Talisman Stone as a friend, indeed saw a label on Baron's personal information. But at that time, he didn't know it was a label from the Magic Pharmacist Association and didn't pay attention. Unexpectedly, when he came for the Magic Pharmacist assessment, the examiner turned out to be Baron. Thinking back to that day at the Witch Array Master Association, where Baron was complaining, it seemed like Baron was just making a casual visit, given the proximity of the two associations. Baron chuckled, "Young man, you got to focus. Both Witch Array studies and magic potion are very profound and deep. Trying to grasp both could mean not mastering either, as human energy is limited." Baron sincerely advised, as he believed that since Harag had such great talent in arrays, he should concentrate on studying and researching arrays. As an experienced level 2 alchemist himself, Baron naturally knew that neither array studies nor magic potion were easy. Harag was clearly too young, wanting too much. Harag explained, "Thank you for the advice, Mr. Baron, I know that. I'm only participating in the Magic Pharmacist assessment to try my luck. If I pass, I can earn some extra money by brewing potions, but I'm not planning on spending too much time on it." "All right then, let's begin." The 3 questions were prepared in advance with no partiality involved, Baron said, gesturing to the 3 scrolls of parchment on the table. Baron unfolded them one by one, spreading them out on the table. Harag glanced at them, and each of the 3 pieces of parchment had the name of a potion written on it: Giant Potion, Night Elf Spring, and Abyssinian Potion. These 3 potions were all in Shenlin's database records except for Night Elf Spring, which was uncommon. The other 2 were common Tier 1 potions. The Giant Potion, as the name suggests, is a type of body enhancement potion that can make the drinker's body larger and enhance various physical abilities. However, this potion has a high requirement for the drinker's constitution. Without sufficient constitution, there will be aftereffects once the potion's effects wear off. The aftereffects are generally that some parts of the body return to their original size, while others remain in an enlarged state. For example, the left leg returns to normal size, while the right leg remains large. This reflects that the individual's constitution is insufficient to manifest the effects of the giant potion. Night Elf Spring is a relatively rare potion, and its effect is to allow a person to have some characteristics of the Night Elves for 3 days. The Night Elf is a type of elf race in the wizard plane, capable of automatically entering an invisible state during the night, making them difficult to detect using ordinary means. At the same time, Night Elves have an extremely high affinity for dark energy particles. After consuming the Night Elf Spring, the user will possess these characteristics within 3 days. Because this potion is not widely used, it is rarely seen on the market, and even fewer people know how to refine it. Many people have never even heard of this magic potion, let alone tried to refine it. Harag only knew about the specific details of this magic potion because it was documented in the large number of books recorded by Shenlin. The last one is the Abyssinian Potion, which is strictly speaking considered a casting material. By using a specific spell, the Abyssinian Potion can create a shadow servant after ingestion. The shadow servant has a certain level of power and can understand some simple commands to perform tasks. For many wizards, this is one of the slightly more commonly used magic potions. Generally, the created shadow servant is used as cannon fodder for scouting and reconnaissance tasks. Is anyone confident? Which one do you plan to choose? Mr. Baron asked. Harag did not hesitate too much and directly said, "The giant potion." Harag reviewed the formulas and refining processes of the 3 magic potions, and the formula and refining process of the giant potion were undoubtedly the simplest. The Night Elf Spring and Abyssinian Potion either have troublesome raw material processing or refining processes, making them generally troublesome to handle. There was really no better choice. Mr. Baron laughed. "A very good choice. Please deposit 400 magic stones as a security. It will be fully refunded to you after passing the evaluation." Harag took out a talisman stone and immediately paid 400 of them. Mr. Baron clapped his hands, and a staff member opened the door wearing a space ring. With a wave of her hand, a pile of magic potion materials appeared on a table beside them, and she then exited. The time is 10 hours. Complete the refining of the giant potion, starting now. Mr. Baron introduced the rules succinctly and sat down quietly, not speaking further. He could not say anything now, otherwise it would seem like he was cheating for Herag. To avoid suspicion, he tried to stay silent. Herag approached the table to check whether the magic potion materials were complete, which is the first step before starting the refining. After scanning through them and confirming everything was correct, he picked up a test tube. The test tube was corked with a wooden stopper, and inside was a small black beetle the size of a fingernail. This black beetle is called the evil pattern insect, the main material for the giant potion. No one would have imagined that this inconspicuous evil pattern insect would be the main material for the giant potion. The abdomen of the evil pattern insect has a special pattern, which is a unique structural organization within its body. Herag needed to manipulate magic power to peel off this special structural organization entirely, which would then be used as magic potion material in potion making. Shenlin, initiate the auxiliary refining of the giant potion. Herag had never refined the giant potion before and had no proficiency, so only with the assistance of Shenlin did he have hopes of producing a successful potion in one go. His current spiritual power had become extremely stable, and the liquefied spiritual power brought a fundamental enhancement. This enhancement couldn't be reflected in the spiritual power values, it was a qualitative change. Herag watched the steps provided in Shenlin's view, along with various status monitors and prompts, and began the refining of the giant potion methodically. In material handling, temperature control, and time management, Herag achieved almost perfect precision. Mr. Baron watched Herag's refining process throughout, growing more and more impressed. The greatest difference Baron found between Herag and other alchemists was that he had no bad habits. This was a vital point, as Herag's magic potion refining process fully adhered to the standards, with each step reaching textbook levels. Many alchemists find it difficult to adhere to every experiment specification when first encountering magic potion studies. Especially after conducting many potion experiments, one might subconsciously skip minor details. Thinking they have become familiar, many forego seemingly tedious and useless steps. Changing a bit today, making it convenient tomorrow, over time leads to various bad habits and minor flaws. These bad habits and small flaws might not affect the final potion outcome, appearing inconsequential in the short term. However, these issues will inevitably show disadvantages one day if they continue potion making. All rules and standards do not appear out of thin air, each born from lessons of blood. Mr. Baron felt deeply shaken watching Herag's precise actions. What kind of high standard and discipline must he possess to form such experimental habits, which Mr. Baron himself couldn't achieve? Mr. Baron also noticed Herag's extreme precision in timing and temperature control in potion processing. He couldn't fathom how this young man managed it. Perhaps he was a human timer and thermometer. How else could it be achieved? Herag held a test tube filled with a black solution. He shook the test tube before his eyes and then put it down to tell Mr. Baron, "Mr. Baron, my giant potion is finished." Mr. Baron had been so engrossed in Herag's refining process that he hadn't noticed the passage of time. Glancing at the clock inside, he realized only 5 hours had passed. The standard evaluation time is 10 hours, yet this young man finished in just 5. Mr. Baron approached, took the magic potion, shook it, and then opened it to smell. With his extensive magic potion refining experience, he knew immediately that this test tube contained the giant potion and a very high quality too. "Have you often refined the giant potion before?" Mr. Baron asked. Herag explained, "When I was in the Baron land, I was an alchemist for the Cheki family and refined many potions, including quite a few giant potions, so I am familiar with it." "I see, no wonder." Only then did Mr. Baron understand why this young man's potion-making skills appeared so adept, realizing he was once an alchemist for a wizard family who practiced potion-making daily. "Congratulations! You've passed the Level 1 Alchemist evaluation. Here is your deposit back." Mr. Baron smiled, handing back the 400 magic stones to Herag. Herag nodded and said, "Thank you, Mr. Baron." Mr. Baron stroked his chin, thinking for a moment before saying, Herag, actually, I think you'd make a better alchemist. The witch array isn't worth much research, focusing more on magic potion making might be better. Baron originally thought that Herag had a talent for witch arrays, so he should specialize in them. But after watching Herag's process of alchemy, he instantly changed his mind. Herag should definitely delve into magic potion studies. Moreover, he was an alchemist in the barren land, and coming to the land of dawn would certainly require him to advance further in magic potion studies. Baron didn't want such a promising talent to waste time and energy on witch arrays. Seeing Baron's sudden change in attitude, Herag couldn't help but smile and say, "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Baron. I will continue to strive in the field of magic potion studies. In the future, if you have any questions related to magic potion studies, you can directly ask me through a talisman stone or come to me whenever I'm available." Baron thought for a moment and said, "Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Baron." Herag expressed his gratitude. Baron then said, "The person teaching you magic potion must be an excellent alchemist, as well as a very good teacher." He was naturally referring to Larry, who emphasized norms and standards in experiments when teaching magic potion studies, making it the subject of the first lesson. Having watched Herag's alchemy process, Baron knew that such habits must have been cultivated from the start, indicating that the person teaching Herag about magic potion studies was no ordinary person. Herag nodded in agreement. He is indeed a very good teacher. Herag has always been grateful to Larry. Without him, he would not have come this far with ease. Although he has now ascended to the level of a liquidation wizard, reaching the same realm as Larry, and might not lose to Larry in magic potion studies, Herag still feels grateful towards Larry and is determined to repay him in the future. The same goes for the Checky family behind Larry. Herag will certainly help where he can. After finishing paperwork at the Magic Pharmacist Association, Herag left the place. The number of alchemists is quite high, and they don't attract much attention, unlike witch array masters whose numbers are relatively small. Upon returning home, Herag found Reese reading books related to magic potion studies. "Did you pass the assessment?" Reese raised her head to ask. Herag nodded. "Yes, it's already passed. I also plan to delve into magic potion studies. In the future, I could brew magic potions to share some of your pressure. The family mainly deals with the potion business anyway," Reese said earnestly. The Checky family itself has been in the magic potion business, and Reese has been exposed to it since childhood. Reese plans to learn more about magic potion-related knowledge. Even if she cannot become an outstanding alchemist, she must at least have sufficient understanding. Herag nodded and didn't say anything further. Reese's desire to learn is naturally good. She'll always find something to occupy herself. He took out a talisman stone and started searching for tasks mainly related to witch arrays. Herag, with so little experience in witch arrays now, could use the opportunity to undertake tasks to accumulate more experience and earn some extra money. Maintenance and inspection of residential witch arrays requires at least a level 1 witch array master. Reward ranges from 300 to 500 magic stones, depending on the circumstances. Upon seeing such a task, Herag immediately took an interest. Many homes in Silver Moon City are protected by witch arrays, and there is more than one type of witch array. Some arrays have fire prevention functions to prevent the residents from burning in a fire. Others have identity recognition functions, preventing unrecorded identities from entering. Some arrays even connect to talisman stones. If outsiders enter the property, messages are sent via the talisman stone to alert the owner. The larger the residence, the greater the variety and number of witch arrays, and naturally the cost increases. However, the owners of these residences are either rich or powerful, so they generally don't mind spending such money. With so many witch arrays, they naturally need people to inspect and maintain them. No matter what kind of array it is, over time, wear and tear inevitably occurs. Years of use inevitably lead to some issues. If ignored and left unnoticed, witch arrays eventually degrade and completely fail. Some arrays, after experiencing issues, might even have negative effects, posing potential hazards to personal safety or property. Thus, people with some money will generally have their witch arrays inspected and maintained every 5 to 6 years. especially wealthy individuals, tend to have inspections yearly to ensure the regular functioning of their arrays. What Hereg lacks now is experience with witch arrays. These residential witch array tasks are most suitable for him. They offer exposure to many different types of arrays, greatly assisting in his experience growth. As for whether he can complete the tasks, Hereg feels quite confident. Such inspection and maintenance tasks, even if issues arise, usually involve parts of the witch array symbols wearing out. Under an existing rune structure, the maintenance is actually quite simple, with little difficulty involved. After giving it some thought, Hereg sent a message to the task issuer, whose name was Lorna. "Hello. I would like to take up your task for maintenance of the residential witch arrays." Hereg messaged. Soon Lorna replied, "A level 1 witch array master, yes, can you make it tomorrow?" "I'm available," Hereg replied. "Then come to 75 Heather Street when the time comes, and contact me through the talisman stone when you arrive," Lorna responded, sending over friend request and marking the task as accepted. After accepting the task, Hereg looked up what 75 Heather Street was. After reviewing the map and browsing information on the tavern forum, Hereg got a general idea. Heather Street is located in the south-central area of Silver Moon City, home to wealthy, powerful residents. Even a modest property there starts at 10,000 magic stones, and that's for the smallest and cheapest, several notches above even King Street. The owner of the property at number 75 on Heather Street is somewhat famous on the tavern forum, with various discussions about her. The owner of 75 Heather Street is named Wendy, a widow. She is the head of the renowned jewelry business, White Mountain and Blackwater, and is extremely wealthy. White Mountain and Blackwater have outlets throughout the Land of Dawn, specializing in high-end jewelry products, and are very popular there. Wendy herself comes from a wizard family and married the former boss of White Mountain and Blackwater beneath her station. Unexpectedly, 2 years after marriage, the man quietly passed away in his sleep. This incident sparked some discussion at the time, but it's not a topic of conversation anymore. Since becoming a widow, Wendy took over the business, began appearing in various venues, and managed the family business. Her appearances have attracted much attention and admiration, with wave after wave of admirers. Wendy is an extremely beautiful woman with great feminine charm, with countless outstanding talents and wizards captivated by her appearance. She also relied on her beauty to maneuver among various forces, expanding White Mountain and Blackwater's business increasingly. However, Wendy is obviously a woman with her own means, and among those who covet her beauty, there are quite a few powerful and influential people. But until today, no one has succeeded in pursuing her. Instead, many men have been toyed with by her, giving a lot of resources and power, but without any advantage gaining. Some have thought of using force, but the outcomes were not very favorable. White Mountain and Blackwater's business scale is very large, naturally involving many tangled interests. Someone once tried to deal with Wendy, but in the end, their own side ended up dead at home, with no clue as to who did it. Since then, few have dared to trouble Wendy again. Hereg, after browsing through the information about this woman Wendy, felt it was very similar to Urza's situation. This Wendy must be pushed out by the wizard family behind her, aiming to seize White Mountain and Blackwater's business, taking control into their own hands. Wendy, standing for over 10 years in the Land of Dawn and making her business even better, is clearly inseparable from the help of the wizard family behind her. This is not a woman to provoke easily, Hereg quickly concluded. He sighed deeply, feeling that this task was not easy to accomplish. "What's wrong?" Rhys saw Hereg sigh, closed her book, approached, and leaned directly into Hereg's arms, her long legs resting on the sofa. Hereg's hand slipped and held Rhys in a bridal hold, saying in a low voice, "It's nothing, just planning to do a witch array task tomorrow to get familiar with witch arrays and accumulate some experience." "Thank you for your hard work." Rhys lifted her head, gently parting her red lips. Early the next morning, Hereg went out and hailed a carriage parked by the roadside, heading towards 75 Heather Street. Sitting in the carriage, Hereg used Shenlin's environment detection to observe the surroundings. As they got closer to the rich district in the southern part of Silver Moon City, the situation around also changed noticeably. Firstly, the flow of people here was significantly less, and you could barely see anyone dressed in rags on the street. In other parts of Silver Moon City, or rather throughout the Land of Dawn, many cities had people who lived like beggars. They might be from the slums, or have fallen to this position for various reasons. There is no dedicated institution in the Land of Dawn to shelter them, and without food supply outside the slums, they can only survive by begging on the streets. To ordinary people, these people are sources of chaos. Stealing and robbery are common occurrences. Having become beggars, there's nothing worse for them, so they do things without scruples. For many ordinary people, this is a huge problem. Their homes don't have any witch arrays to protect them. If fortunate, they just lose some belongings. If not, they could lose their lives. For those with money and power, these people are also a nuisance, as they regard their lives as much more precious than those of the poor. In civilian residential areas, this is a big problem and annoyance. However, in the rich district, these beggars can't even enter. There are dedicated personnel for the security management of this area. Anyone who looks suspicious will be questioned. As for the ragged beggars, they are directly driven away with sticks. Moreover, the mansions in the rich district are protected by witch arrays, so there's no worry about them being climbed into. The carriage Herag took was stopped just as it entered Heather Street. The man wearing a City Hall uniform checked the coachman's talisman stone and glanced at his identity information. Then he asked Herag to take out his talisman stone for checking. Seeing Herag was a level 1 liquidation wizard with level 1 witch array master and level 1 alchemist certifications, his expression immediately became respectful. Finally, he also discovered that Herag was an official member of Surlandir, making him even more respectful to Herag. "Take care, my lord. If you encounter any trouble here, feel free to look for me," this City Hall employee respectfully said. Herag responded with a faint hum, and then lowered the curtain, allowing the carriage to continue forward. After entering Heather Street, the scene clearly changed. The residences around were large courtyards with extensive grounds, and the distance between each was also quite far. Some residences even had guards standing outside, whose strength was formidable, with 2 night-level personnel at the gate. It was imaginable that the identity of the manor's owner was equally distinctive. Although Herag could recruit some night-level entourage, it wasn't necessary. For a wizard at his level, night entourage were more like adornments, with symbolic rather than practical significance. For such unnecessary expenses, Herag naturally wouldn't waste his magic stones. "Sir, we've arrived," the coachman said respectfully outside the carriage after gently pulling it to a stop. "Okay, thank you." Herag handed 3 silver coins to the coachman. The fare was estimated based on the distance, without any meter like in taxis from past lives, relying on customary rules. People generally paid based on the general distance. Those who could afford carriages wouldn't mind this amount of money. If they encountered someone who only gave 2 copper coins or no money at all, these coachmen could only swallow the loss. Such occurrences were rare, and if it happened, they would just have to consider themselves unlucky. Therefore, these coachmen often parked their carriages outside rich districts or on places like King Street. Those who lived in these places either had some wealth or status and wouldn't usually short on fare. Hereg glanced at the manor before him, seeing a large villa inside. The villa had only 3 floors, but covered a vast area, aligned from north to south, with dozens of rooms inside, presumably. Standing outside through Shenlin, Hereg sensed the comings and goings of servants inside, numbering around 40 to 50. According to the collected information, this manor housed only Wendy as the mistress, with the rest being servants. Hereg took out his talisman stone, opened Lorna's chat box and sent a message. "Lady Lorna, I am at the gate." "Okay, hold on, I will be right there," Lorna replied. After a while, footsteps were heard from behind the door, which promptly opened. A woman in her 40s stood behind the gate, surprised to see Hereg so young. She had seen Herag's level 1 Witch Array Master and level 1 Alchemist tags, expecting an older wizard. Meeting him now, she found him remarkably young. "Mr. Herag, please come in. I am Lady Wendy's housekeeper, Lorna." Lorna quickly responded and invited Herag into the mansion. Herag nodded and followed Lorna into the yard. The yard featured a large garden where several craftsmen were trimming the lawn and tending to the flowers and plants. Some of these craftsmen merely glanced at Herag and continued with their work, while others buried themselves in labor, carefully pruning the branches and leaves. Lorna led Herag into the villa, ascending to the second floor. Upon entering, Herag found the decoration to be not as lavish as he had imagined. Instead, the decor exuded an elegant taste throughout. Like many wealthy families, whose decorations radiate the smell of money in every corner, this house was more about subtle elegance and a keen attention to overall harmony. This alone made it clear that the owner here had a fine appreciation for aesthetics. Herag followed Lorna to the second floor and met the owner, the widow Wendy. "Madam, this is Mr. Herag, who has come to inspect and maintain the witch array," Lorna said softly. Wendy sat on the sofa, wearing a short skirt, her long legs crossed to reveal fair thighs. Her hair was styled in a bun behind her head, with strands falling to the sides as she turned to look at Herag, quite young. "Can you handle the task?" "Lady Wendy, I am a level 1 witch array master, so these basic inspection and maintenance tasks should pose no problem," Herag replied. Wendy spoke softly, "Then you may begin. The control core of the witch array is in the basement, and Lorna will take you there." "Understood, madam," Lorna said before leading Herag to the basement. Wendy was just observing if the staff had any issues. If she found none, the work could proceed. Otherwise, she would decline Herag's acceptance of the task. Herag followed Lorna to the basement, which was guarded by 2 thick iron doors. Besides, the doors required witch array authentication. Lorna placed her hand on the handle for verification before opening them. The core of the witch array was a book with a surface covered with numerous yellow fuzz, floating in the middle of a small room. This book carried all the witch arrays of the courtyard, and through it, one could control the arrays in the garden. The book was also guarded by witch arrays, with a barrier protecting it, making it generally inaccessible. After Lorna authenticated her identity, the barrier was temporarily lifted. Herag stepped forward, channeling magic power into the book, starting to comprehend the various witch arrays. Upon infusing his magic power into the book, Herag quickly sensed the presence of several witch arrays. He counted a total of 8 witch arrays, each with different functionalities. There were not only guardian-type arrays, but attack arrays as well. The rune structures of each array were independent, all connected through the book as the core. Herag quickly reviewed each witch array. Every rune was complete, structurally sound, with no issues. These arrays appeared almost new, indicating regular maintenance had kept them in such pristine condition. Herag documented the structure of each array, then after confirming there were no problems, retrieved his hand and said to Lorna, "Miss Lorna, I found everything stable. There are no issues with the witch arrays." Lorna was unsurprised. Most witches array masters they'd hired said the same thing. "That's good, Mr. Herag, please follow me." Lorna needed to take Herag back to report to Wendy, and if there were no issues, they would proceed with payment. "Is it done already?" Herag reflected on how easy it was to earn money as a witch array master. Much quicker and easier than alchemy. If not for the high requirements to become a witch array master, many would aspire to join the field. In truth, the scarcity of witch array masters made the profession so lucrative. If there were plenty of witch array masters around, they wouldn't be paying hundreds of magic stones for inspections and maintenance. "Madam, Mr. Herag reported no issues following his inspection," Lorna reported. Wendy, holding a peculiar wood carving, continued to inspect it without turning her head, then settle the payment with Mr. Herag 300 magic stones. Because the witch arrays were intact, requiring no major maintenance. The reward was the basic 300 magic stones. Additional issues would have incurred further charges. Lorna then took out a talisman stone and transferred 300 magic stones to Herag. Herag wasn't focused on the 300 magic stones, his attention entirely drawn to the wood carving in Wendy's hands. He perceived a faint aura from the carving, an aura he was all too familiar with. It was from the abyss plane. Seemingly ordinary wood carving, albeit unusually shaped, possessing the aura of the abyss plane, piqued his curiosity. Herag was full of curiosity, but merely gazing at it revealed nothing substantial. "Mr. Herag," Lorna, noticing Harag's persistent gaze on Wendy, felt slightly displeased but couldn't express it, choosing instead to prompt him. She had seen countless men dumbfounded by her lady's beauty, so it was no surprise. Especially with Harag's youth, encountering a woman of such allure as Wendy might indeed stir one's focus. Yet staring constantly was impolite. Were it not for Harag's membership in Surlandir, Lorna might have shown him the door. "Is there a problem?" Wendy noticed Harag's gaze and inquired. Harag pondered, "Lady Wendy, perhaps it's impolite. But may I ask from where your wood carving came?" "A businessman sent it. Why, is there something wrong with it?" Wendy noticed Harag's gaze indeed remained on the carving rather than herself. She was accustomed to such looks, discerning that Harag truly wasn't looking at her, but at the carving in her hand. Connecting this with Harag's official member status in Surlandir, Wendy suspected something might indeed be wrong with the carving. I can't quite tell, but I'd suggest you discard it." Harag felt a bit embarrassed. The aura of the Abyss Plane was not something others could readily detect. It was because he had been to the Abyss Plane and bore bloodlines from there that he was so sensitive to its aura. There was no way to explain it to others, as the aura was almost imperceptible unless one used some special sorcerous means. "Discard it, I do find it peculiar. Even at first glance it inexplicably drew me to it, and I've been fiddling with it for a long while. Only now, hearing you say that, do I realize there's something eerie about it." After Harag's reminder, Wendy came back to her senses. Once she opened the box, she was captivated by the wood carving and couldn't put it down. The top half of the wood carving is a featureless head, seemingly a woman's head, while the lower half resembles a metal barrel. Such a styled wood carving lacks any beauty, and for someone like Wendy, she would never be fond of such a carving. But the result was that she was attracted at first sight. Wendy shuddered at the thought, immediately putting the wood carving back in the box, closing the wooden box with a snap. Even so, she found herself unable to resist wanting to look at the wooden box, unable to control the urge to take the wood carving out and play with it. The wood carving seemed to possess some magical charm, drawing her in, clutching her heart. "This thing is strange. Even when put in the box, I want to take it out and play with it. Mr. Harag, please help me." Wendy turned to Harag asking for help. Since Harag could see the issue with the wood carving and advised her to discard it, perhaps Harag might have a solution to the problem. Harag frowned. "You mean even closed in the box, you still want to take it out and play?" "That's right, I don't know why. It's a strong feeling, hard to resist." Wendy looked fearfully at the wooden box, filled with terror. Over the years, she had encountered many situations, yet remained calm. This was the first time she felt fear from the bottom of her heart. Wendy is a level 1 gasification wizard. Her aptitude is not great. Becoming a level 1 wizard was achieved through various resources and the means of family wizards reaching this realm. Although not very powerful, she was at least a level 1 wizard. If even she couldn't resist the bizarre allure of this wood carving, one can imagine what major problem there might be. Harag frowned, pondering something without speaking. During this process, Wendy was waiting for Harag to draw some conclusions. The box opened silently. Wendy heard the sound, turned her head, and her eyes widened in horror. She realized that at some unknown time, she had opened the wooden box herself without noticing. Moreover, after opening the box, Wendy's hand took out the wood carving, fingers continuously caressing it, filled with a cherished feeling. In stark contrast to the actions of her hand, Wendy's expression was already one of extreme fear. Her eyes even welled up with tears, her voice choked, wanting to speak but unable to. Whether due to fear or the inability to make a sound was unknown. Seeing this scene, Harag decisively intervened and took the wood carving from Wendy's hand. Of course, before this, he had already cast absolute defense on himself and several beneficial magics. Except for the giant body, because if he used it here, the space was too small to fully utilize it. Besides, Harag had a hunch that he wasn't afraid of the wood carving's contents. The abyssal aura held no fear for him. Before Wendy could react, the next moment the wood carving was in Harag's hand. Once the carving was in Harag's hands, the abyssal aura it emitted grew stronger. Meanwhile, Wendy found she couldn't control her hands, involuntarily reaching towards Harag. Due to the distance, Wendy found her legs seemingly wanting to stand up and walk over. She struggled to control her body, forcibly suppressing the desire to stand up and walk over. Hereg glanced at the wood carving, silently setting up a soundproof barrier around himself, then softly said, "Quiet." In the next second, the abyssal aura on the carving completely calmed down, and Wendy's hands naturally lowered. Wendy picked up her hands, bending her fingers, finding she had regained control. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief in her heart. At the same time, a strong sense of soreness and fatigue came over her, as if she had just done a day's hard work, leaving her extremely tired. "Mr. Hereg, what is going on?" Wendy asked urgently, ignoring the soreness in her hands. The scene that took place today was too bizarre, and without understanding it, she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. There had been attacks and assassinations before, but at least those were visible and tangible. This time, the wood carving was filled with eerie qualities, and impossible to guard against. Wendy couldn't imagine, if Hereg hadn't happened to come here today and noticed the wood carving's problems, what her fate would be. Given the carving's bizarre behavior, just thinking about it sent chills through Wendy, with sweat covering her forehead and back. The thin dress she was wearing was already soaked, revealing the alluring skin beneath. "I am observing, let's see what I find," Hereg replied. Wendy nodded, not noticing her clothes were soaked, but instead focusing intently on Hereg, hoping he could reach a conclusion. "Shenlin, scan and inspect this wood carving." Hereg found that the wood carving couldn't be penetrated, even with magic sense. Unable to check inside, so he resorted to using Shenlin's environment detection. Scanning and detecting. Once Shenlin activated, the results came quickly. Inside the wood carving, a blood-red worm was wriggling. Seeing this worm, Hereg took out a test tube and set it aside. Then he took a dagger and applied force on the wood carving, slowly cutting in. The material of this wood carving was even tougher than Hereg had anticipated, the knife feeling like it was hitting a rock. Yet persistence is key, and with Hereg's strength, this was not an issue. After some effort, he split the carving in two, revealing the red worm inside. With 2 fingers, Hereg pinched and lifted the worm up. The worm seemed to struggle, but ultimately stayed still, acting as if it were dead in Hereg's hand. From this worm, Hereg sensed a strong abyss-plane aura, confirming it was indeed a demon from the abyss. This worm's species and name were unknown. This is, seeing the bright red worm, Wendy gasped, her hands trembling. Just imagining such a terrifying worm inside the wood carving she was playing with, Wendy felt another wave of unease. "This is likely a demon, but I don't recognize it. I'll hand it over to the organization for investigation. This thing probably isn't simple," said Hereg, placing the worm into the test tube. Hereg was not prepared to keep this insect from the abyss, plain hidden, primarily because he did not sense much bloodline power from it. He looked at it with the eye of true wisdom, and the bloodline power was very weak, without value for absorption. Secondly, this incident occurred at Wendy's house, and it was something Wendy herself experienced firsthand. Wendy is not a minor figure here, and many people will definitely know about this event. Hereg, being one of the people at the scene, will certainly draw attention as well. In this situation, Hereg certainly could not hide this insect for himself. "This is an insect from the abyss plane. What do you intend to do by hiding it yourself?" The Land of Dawn is very wary of the abyss plane, guarding against it very strictly. If Hereg dared to keep this insect, he would definitely be thoroughly investigated. The normal course of action would be to immediately report to Serlandir and let them handle this matter. Hereg could not allow himself to be involved in these matters. He immediately took out a talisman stone, contacted Prize, and informed him about the situation here. Prize replied, "Wait there, I'll be right over." "Lady Wendy, Mr. Prize will be here soon, let's wait a moment," Hereg said. Wendy leaned against the sofa, exhaling in relief, her upright Roman 20 rising and falling, revealing her inner unrest. She naturally knew Prize, as he was responsible for many security incidents in Silver Moon City. Since Prize was coming over, she felt there was likely no danger to herself. Now that the red insect was also captured by Hereg, and the bizarre attraction of the wooden sculpture had vanished, Wendy finally felt a bit at ease. The red insect, sensing Hereg's aura in the test tube, was trembling. It lacked intelligence and instinctively dared not act. Up in front of Hereg, This type of insect is almost the lowest existence in the abyss plane, similar to ants. Herag, with his ancestral bloodline, though not exuding any aura, imposed a level of life suppression on the insect. Herag glanced at Wendy sitting on the sofa, who seemed to have calmed down by now. Wendy picked up a talisman stone, seemingly to send a message to someone, then put it down, pondering something. Given Wendy's influence and means, such an incident would not go unchecked. The truth would certainly be discovered. After more than 10 minutes, Prize arrived at number 75 Heather Street with a few people. Then went upstairs into the mansion. "Mr. Prize, this is the insect extracted from the wooden sculpture," Herag said, placing the test tube in front of them. Prize picked up the test tube, his face stern as he stared intently at the vivid red insect inside. After observing for a moment, he said, "This is an abyssal demon, a heart-devouring worm. If ordinary people or wizards fall victim without precautions, they will slowly become slaves to its master. Anyone capable of controlling heart-devouring worms must be an abyssal cultist. Only they possess such means. Powerful abyssal demons find it hard to reach the wizard plane under the world will suppression. Weak creatures like heart-devouring worms can be easily sent to the wizard plane, becoming tools in the hands of abyssal cultists. Heart-devouring worms themselves are weak, but abyssal cultists can leverage the power of evil gods behind them to give heart-devouring worms the enchantment of mind control." After speaking, Prize picked up the wooden sculpture cut in half, examined it, and said, "This wooden sculpture is crafted from a material that has been ritualistically refined, able to screen out magic sense, making it difficult for people to detect the heart-devouring worms inside." "Herag, how did you discover this thing?" "Intuition. When Lady Wendy was holding this wooden sculpture, I kept feeling there was something inside, and it made me very uncomfortable." Herag had already prepared his answer, as the intuition of wizards is quite mysterious. Saying so wouldn't be a problem. Wizards indeed have very sharp instincts. Prize nodded. "It's fortunate your intuition was sharp, otherwise this could have been a big issue. So far, it seems Lady Wendy hasn't been significantly affected, and thus, we've promptly curbed an abyssal cultist event. Herag, this matter will be recorded, and contribution points will be awarded to you. The exact amount of contribution points can only be calculated after the whole matter is handled. Within Serlandir, there is a set standard for assessing contribution points, and how much Herag receives depends on the issues uncovered during the follow-up handling of this matter." Herag smiled. All right. He hadn't expected that taking on a random witch array maintenance task would also earn him some contribution points. A pleasant surprise indeed. "Lady Wendy, where did this wooden sculpture come from?" Prize asked. Wendy replied, "It was a gift from Doron, a gemstone merchant. He gave many gifts, and this wooden sculpture was just one of them, seemingly quite inconspicuous. I was just curious and opened it to look inside, and then these things happened." "Doron, tell me more about him." Prize took out his talisman stone, speaking as he operated it. His talisman stone was different from others, with unique functions and permissions, meant for the administrators of Silver Moon City. With Wendy providing some information, Prize quickly pulled up Doron's profile, then said, "Lady Wendy, may we be permitted to conduct a thorough search of your residence, merely to ensure nothing has been overlooked?" Prize seemed polite in his request, yet Wendy knew she had no right to refuse. Anything involving the abyss plane is a top-level matter, and must be thoroughly investigated. Now that this wooden sculpture appeared in Wendy's mansion, her entire residence must be searched. In her heart, Wendy was certainly unwilling to have her house turned over, but she understood the gravity of the situation and could only nod and smile. "Of course, Mr. Prize, thank you for your efforts. We appreciate Lady Wendy's understanding and cooperation." Prize smiled. It was best if Wendy could comply. They were all distinguished individuals, knowing the protocols. If they could handle matters amicably and smoothly on the surface, both sides could maintain their dignity. With a wave from Prize, the few people who came with him immediately nodded and dispersed to begin thoroughly searching every corner and object in the mansion. In her heart, Wendy was only unwilling, but she could understand Prize and the others' actions. To a large extent, this was actually to ensure her safety. The wooden sculpture was only incidentally discovered by Herag feeling something was amiss. If there were other deeply hidden things, it would be dangerous. Having Prize and his people conduct a search would bring Wendy some peace of mind. Prize and his team worked swiftly, even though the search was thorough. It didn't actually take much time. They spent less than 20 minutes to comb through every corner of the entire estate. Even Wendy's private room wasn't spared, as Prize sent a female subordinate in to search. Lady Wendy, the other areas are temporarily safe now. You can rest assured, Prize said after listening to his subordinate's reports. Thank you, you all have worked hard, Wendy smiled. She turned to Lorna and instructed, Lorna, give the gentlemen some reward for their hard work. Lorna quickly took out a talisman stone and transferred 300 magic stones to each person. Prize didn't stop her. It had become routine and was considered a small perk for the subordinates. Herag, would you like to join us in capturing Doran? It could count as your participation in the task, Prize suggested. Herag is a formal member of Surlandir and is eligible to participate in these Surlandir tasks. Ad hoc task involvement is quite common since Surlandir's members are spread all over. In various emergencies, there's often no time to dispatch personnel from elsewhere, so additional members are frequently recruited temporarily from nearby. Doran is just an ordinary businessman. And according to the records, his ability is only that of a third-class wizard apprentice. With the strength of Prize and his team, capturing him is more than enough, completely unnecessary for Herag to assist. The suggestion from Prize was actually giving Herag an opportunity to tag along and earn some contribution points. It wasn't necessarily because Prize was particularly fond of Herag. Such phenomena were commonplace within Surlandir. Contribution points was something people never found excessive, and the chance to gain some wasn't to be missed, and it also maintained good relations. Herag smiled. Of course I can. I haven't officially participated in any organizational tasks yet. All right, then let's set off and see what other secrets Doran has, Prize said with a cheerful smile, walking ahead. Prize didn't rush to capture Doran because he was already in Silver Moon City. The moment they obtained the information, they had already arranged for someone to watch him. In Silver Moon City, even if Doran grew wings, he couldn't escape. Everything was under Prize control. As Herag was about to leave, Wendy stood up and stopped him. Mr. Herag, thank you for saving my life. Such a great favor. I haven't figured out how to repay it yet. Let's first add each other as Talisman Stone friends. Previously, Herag had only added Lorna, the housekeeper, as a Talisman Stone friend and not Wendy. Someone of her wealth and power wouldn't just add anyone. Herag didn't refuse since she was a wealthy lady, possibly allowing him to benefit somehow, so he and Wendy added each other as Talisman Stone friends. Outside number 75 on Heather Street, 2 carriages were parked. Prize had brought along 5 subordinates, highlighting the importance of this incident. Both carriages bore the emblem of the Surlandir organization, signifying their noble status. Herag shared a carriage with Prize, and they began their journey toward the location of the merchant, Doran. The Avila restaurant is the most famous in Silver Moon City, where the meals are all prepared with the highest quality ingredients. Even the chefs are level 1 official wizards, who approach cooking with the same seriousness as alchemy. The taste here is naturally beyond words and is definitely an enjoyment. But coming here is more a symbol of identity and status. Because dining here is settled with magic stones, with 1 magic stone equating to 100 to 200 gold coins. Needless to say, ordinary people, even wizards, rarely indulge in dining here. Spending hundreds of magic stones on a meal is nothing unusual, and most wizards can't afford such luxuries. With resources being scarce and valuable, who would choose to spend magic stones on a meal here? Only those exceptionally wealthy and influential could do such a thing. Therefore, the people who come here are either wealthy or noble, and merely walking into the Avila restaurant attracts the attention of passers-by, satisfying many people's vanity. At the moment, Doran was sitting at a table near the window, across from a meticulously dressed lady named Lela. Lela came from a wizard family, and though it was a small family, if Doran could connect with her, it could further his business. The other party was somewhat challenging, having high standards, and she was always concerned about his third-class wizard apprentice capabilities. Doran couldn't help it. Cultivation aptitude had always been his weak point. But he was a keen businessman, adept at playing to his strengths while avoiding his weaknesses. His advantage was in wealth. So he invited Lella to dine at a villa restaurant, and she agreed. After all, not everyone could afford to eat at such a place, and even Lella, who came from a wizard family, hesitated to dine here. "How do you find the food, Miss Lella? Is it to your taste? I come here often, but I feel today's quality isn't great, not sure if you like it," Doron said casually. Lella swirled the wine in her glass and seemed somewhat more approving of Doron. The wizard family she belonged to was still relatively weak, and marrying a wealthy merchant could indeed be a favorable option. The union would be mutually beneficial. However, Lella wanted to further assess, so she simply said, "Not bad." Doron was chatting leisurely with Lella while pondering other matters. In the eyes of others, Doron was merely a somewhat successful businessman. But only Doron himself knew he was actually an abyssal cultist, albeit not a devout one. Doron wasn't particularly awed by the evil god he communicated with. To him, even an evil god was just a tool to be exploited. He merely needed to feign piety, and the foolish evil god from the abyss plane would reward him with treasures to aid his endeavors. Of course, Doron knew that all of Land of Dawn prohibited dealings with entities from the abyss plane, and discovery meant death. Yet Doron was unbothered, confident that he wouldn't be exposed. He cared little about the affairs between the wizard plane and the abyss plane, deeming such matters irrelevant to him. When the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up. Doron focused only on himself, only on whether he could make more money. Ever since meeting Lady Wendy, Doron had been unable to forget her. Beyond her beauty, Doron was particularly envious of the White Mountain Blackwater jewelry business under Wendy's control, eager to acquire it. He tried many means, but couldn't sway this woman at all. When it comes to background, Wendy comes from a powerful wizard family, far superior to someone like Doron, who clawed his way up from the bottom. In terms of financial strength, Wendy could defeat Doron by miles. Wendy only needs a glance, a man to see what kind of person he is. Doron might be able to put up a front before naive young girls, but before Wendy, he is utterly transparent. However, Wendy keeps her insights to herself and always maintains cordial relations with Doron. In business, it's best not to make enemies if possible. When Doron first noticed Wendy being so friendly, he thought he had a chance and began to shower her with gifts and attention. He soon realized that after 6 months of fawning, Wendy's attitude remained unchanged, always appearing close but never allowing him to get any nearer. Only then did Doron realize that she had no interest in him, and his attempts were futile. But Doron wouldn't give up easily. After all, the evil god of the abyss plane had his back. This was his trump card, which had helped him navigate numerous difficulties and solve many problems in the past. Doron has always been very careful, leaving almost no traces. When planning to make a move on Wendy, Doron had given it much thought. The resources Wendy had were too important to him. If he could control her, his advancement would be swift. Killing Wendy outright was not an option. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take over the White Mountain and Blackwater business once she's gone. The best method was to control Wendy, turning her entirely into his slave. By manipulating Wendy from behind, he could profit indirectly for himself. This was the most suitable and least risky way, and would also satisfy his personal desires. Doron prayed to the evil god and, after communicating, was granted a wooden sculpture by the god, along with instructions on how to use it. Following the instructions, Doron quickly mastered the use of the sculpture and included it among many gifts he sent to Wendy as presents. He frequently sent gifts to Wendy, so this wouldn't appear unusual. The wooden sculpture couldn't be sent alone, otherwise it would seem too bizarre. Mixing it with multiple gifts was the optimal choice. Usually, Wendy rarely opened these gifts and only looked at them when she had time, leaving them piled up at home. If she was in a bad mood, she would just give them to her servants. But Doron had anticipated this. He didn't need Wendy to unwrap the gift. As long as the wooden sculpture was inside, it would automatically attract Wendy to open the wooden box and take out the sculpture within. All of this was done quietly, hard to guard against and hard to detect. Doron was very confident in his methods. Now he merely needed to wait for the outcome to blossom. According to the information from the evil god, it would take about 3 to 5 days for the heart-devouring worm to completely control Wendy, a level 1 wizard. He wasn't in a hurry and planned to wait patiently. In the meantime, he intended to advance his relations with Miss Lella from the junior wizard family, feeling quite pleased with his arrangements. Doran picked up a fork and stabbed a juicy piece of meat into his mouth, feeling thoroughly satisfied. He was already fantasizing about his future life. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder, and he was unaware of when the person behind him had arrived. However, Doran remained calm, as this was the Avila restaurant, where not just anyone could cause trouble. He showed displeasure on his face as he turned around, angrily, and said, "Who are you?" Prize smiled. "Hello, I am Prize, Minister of the City Defense Security Department of Silver Moon City. Please come with us." Doran was momentarily stunned, unable to react, then stammered, "Why? How do I know if you're genuine?" Prize produced a talisman stone and showed his identification information. Upon seeing it clearly, cold sweat instantly broke out on Doran's back. Prize was a level 2 wizard. Doran could feel the magic power emanating from him. Moreover, the Avila restaurant's management had not yet intervened, indicating that the identity was real and that the restaurant couldn't meddle. Although the Avila restaurant had a strong background, they wouldn't dare obstruct the work of a Surlandir person, especially with Prize personally handling things. Doran's heart raced, but he forced himself to stay calm. He knew his biggest secret, and if it were discovered, there would be no chance of survival. Still, Doran harbored a slim hope that unless Prize had evidence of his collusion with the Abyss Plane, he wouldn't be able to do anything against him. Prize patted Doran's shoulder. "Mr. Doran, shall we go?" Doran dabbed the sweat off his forehead with a napkin, barely managing a smile as he said to Lella, "Miss Lella, I have something to deal with here, let's chat another time." Lella knew Prize and looked at the people in front of her with a mix of wonder and trepidation, nodding slightly without daring to speak. Prize lifted his hand, and Doran rose from his chair, being escorted out of the Avila restaurant by Prize. The other people in the restaurant watched silently. Prize, a level 2 wizard, didn't bring so many people for no reason, indicating that this was a major issue. It wasn't until Prize and his party left that conversations gradually resumed inside the restaurant. Lella stood up in panic, intending to leave, but was stopped by a waiter. "Hello, miss, the total is 450 magic stones." 450. Lella's face immediately turned sour, now recalling that no one had paid the bill after Doran was taken away. 450 magic stones were a considerable amount. Lella's space ring only held a few hundred magic stones, all of which now had to be used to pay for the meal. Lella felt she could cry, but there was no other option but to settle the bill. On the carriage, Doran sat across from Hereg. Doran was extremely nervous inside. Noticing the young man opposite him had been staring at him, pondering something unknown. Hereg sensed a strong Abyss Plane aura emanating from Doran. However, Doran himself was not from the Abyss Plane, indicating that he had had considerable contact with it. This was something Prize hadn't detected, as they weren't as sensitive to Abyss Plane auras. After observing Doran for a while and finding nothing else with an Abyss Plane aura, Hereg closed his eyes to rest. As per the usual process, Doran needed to be transported to the Silver Moon City jail for interrogation. Hereg had to accompany them the whole way, after all, since he was here to earn contribution points, and he had to complete the task without leaving halfway. The prison of Silver Moon City is located in the west, near the Mozambique slums. There are fewer residential areas around here, appearing somewhat desolate, with few people coming and going around the prison. The prison mostly holds ordinary people and weaker wizards, usually at most some wizard apprentice level. Because if it's a level 1 official wizard or above, such people, if they commit a crime, an ordinary prison cannot contain them. Moreover, just imprisoning them would be too wasteful of resources. They're more often used as expendables, for example, in the development of wars. Doran, because he was involved in matters concerning the Abyss Plane. Prize skipped many tedious procedures and directly brought him to the interrogation room of Silver Moon City's prison. Hereg also stayed behind, ready to observe the interrogation process. He is a member of Surlendir City, all are his people, so there was no question of leaking information. In the interrogation room, Doron sat behind the desk, with Prize sitting in front of the desk. The room was dimly lit. Doron could only vaguely see half of Prize's face, and there were a few others around watching him. I will ask you questions, and you will answer. If you cooperate obediently, you will not suffer any torment. But if you lie or do not cooperate, then don't blame me for being ruthless, Prize said coldly. Doron's breathing was slightly rapid, his heart extremely tense. He knew this was the territory of Surlendir. Playing tough with these people was useless. They would only be tougher than you. Doron hurriedly nodded. I cooperate, I cooperate. The first question, do you recognize this wooden carving? Prize took out the wooden carving broken into two halves and placed it on the table. When Doron saw this broken wooden carving, his heart skipped a beat, knowing things were not good. He was flustered and sweating on his forehead. Doron took a look, pretending to recognize it for a while, then said, Yes, I do. This is a gift I gave to Lady Wendy. Very good, so do you recognize this? Prize then placed a test tube containing a heart-devouring worm on the table and asked, What kind of insect is this? I've never seen it before. Doron hurriedly shook his head in denial. He absolutely could not admit it. The wooden carving was indeed his gift, but he certainly didn't know there was a worm inside. Doron prepared to muddle through. Really don't recognize it. This worm was taken out from that wooden carving. It's okay if you don't recognize it, let me introduce it to you. This is called a heart-devouring worm, a kind of demon from the abyss plane, capable of beguiling minds, turning others into slaves. Prize spoke each word carefully, each word striking Doron's heart like a heavy hammer. Doron knew he was doomed this time, but he absolutely couldn't admit it, planning to clench his teeth and deny until the end. Colluding with the abyss plane carries what kind of crime? Doron knew all too well. It's a death sentence he couldn't admit to. With a blank expression, Doron explained. Mr. Prize, I also didn't know there was such a thing inside that wooden carving. I just thought the craftsmanship was nice, knowing Lady Wendy likes such things, so I bought it for her. If I had known there was such a thing inside, I would have handed it over to you long ago. Buy, from whom, when, where, how much, contact the seller immediately. Prize threw a string of questions at him. Doron's brain was now crashed, reacting slowly, unable to make up anything for a while. There was no seller. He got it directly from an evil god in the abyss plane. Doron never thought he would be caught. Buying was just an excuse he came up with at the moment. He really couldn't name a seller. Doron stammered, unable to speak. Prize grabbed him by the neck. Next, if there's another word of lie from your mouth, I'll make you regret coming to this world. Prize's voice was cold and merciless, making Doron feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His heart instantly chilled. After saying that, he let go, and Doron's face at this point had already turned red, almost suffocating. Cough, cough, lie. After catching his breath, Doron kept coughing, opening his mouth to try to defend himself. Prize put his finger in front of his mouth. Shh, think clearly before you speak. Doron shivered, not daring to speak recklessly. Prize spoke. We both know what's going on here. The reason I haven't laid hands on you yet is to keep you mentally intact so we can investigate things clearly. If you adamantly refuse to cooperate, then I'll have to let your soul do the talking. Doron swallowed, knowing he couldn't escape death, bitterly said, Please give me a quick death later. No problem, I have no penchant for torture. I'll let you leave as if you're asleep. Prize agreed without hesitation. Doron thought for a moment, glanced at the western wall, and said, I come from the nearby Mozambique slums. I was an orphan since I was a child, always living on the food distributed by Surlendir. But that food was only barely enough to survive. There's no hope in the slums, no future in sight. Until one day an old man gave me a statue, telling me it was a god, and as long as I prayed sincerely to it, I would have everything. I wasn't stupid. I knew at the time this was the evil god Silver Moon City had always warned against. But I didn't refuse, because I was already like this. What more could I lose? I took the statue and smashed the old man's head. That night I successfully communicated with the evil god behind the statue. It granted me wizard qualifications and taught me cultivation methods. But because my qualifications were too inferior, my progress was limited. Later, relying on this evil god, I started building up from small businesses. The statue, Prize asked. Doron raised his hand, pointing to his head. It's inside. Every time I meditate, I can communicate with it through this mark. Very good, you were honest and didn't lie, and congratulations on being able to survive for now. Prize smiled. Really? Doron was somewhat incredulous, thinking he was dead for sure, not expecting there was a chance to live. Prize smiled. Of course, we need to use the mark in your head to conduct some experiments. This means of communicating with the evil god from the abyss plane. Serlandir will not miss this research opportunity. The wizard plane is not always on the defensive. They also have many proactive explorations and offensives towards the abyss plane. The abyss plane covets the wizard plane, and the wizard plane is no less so, just more cautious. Doron, someone who can communicate with the evil gods of the abyss plane, has certain value to be utilized. Wizards can, through him, obtain some information and intelligence in reverse. Doron was imprisoned and is under special guard. The prison is specially designed to block Doron, an abyssal cultist, from communicating through prayers with other planes. This isn't the first time such a thing happened, and Doron isn't the first abyssal cultist to be imprisoned. Silver Moon City is experienced and knows how to handle it. Hereg, the contribution points have been calculated. You can get a total of 50 contribution points this time, Prize said with a smile. 50 points? That seems like a lot. Hereg recalled that the guiding task when Prize brought him to the Land of Dawn was only 20 contribution points. Seeing Hereg's lack of enthusiasm, Prize said, speechless, "What do you mean seems like? It is a lot. Contribution points aren't easy to acquire. This time it's so much because capturing this person was an abyssal cultist, hence the high contribution points." Hereg took out his talisman stone and looked at his contribution points balance. "I now have a total of 50 points. Prize patted his shoulder. "Save up more contribution points when you can, or it'll be too late when you need them. For example, when you want to advance to level 2 wizard, you need accumulated contribution points of 3,000 to exchange items with the power of rules, and you'll have to apply for approval. You only have 50 points now. Are you planning to slowly accumulate contribution points when you need to advance? Hereg, you have talent and potential. I don't believe you can't advance to level 2 wizard, so prepare early." Hereg nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Prize, for the reminder. I'll keep that in mind." After talking with Prize, Hereg felt the need to prioritize accumulating contribution points soon. Serlandir's management is very lenient. It's all about self-awareness. But if you want to get resources from Serlandir, you must take action and put in effort. All resources are related to contribution points, and contribution points depend on how much you've done for Serlandir. Advancement to a level 2 wizard requires the power of rules, which requires accumulating 3,000 contribution points for exchange. Accumulating means you don't need to spend 3,000 contribution points to exchange, just that your historically earned contribution points summed to 3,000 is sufficient. Hereg decided to focus on earning contribution points to accumulate 3,000 soon. "Mr. Prize, let me know if there's more work like this in the future," Hereg said half-jokingly. His intention wasn't to always get freebies, but to express his willingness to participate in tasks so that Prize might consider him in the future. Prize understood his intention and smiled. "Of course. They are all part of Parker's faction, and helping each other is expected. Increased overall strength benefits everyone." Once Doron was imprisoned, there wasn't much left for Hereg to do. The task was completed. He walked out of the prison to find there was no carriage nearby, so he had to walk some distance on foot. He called for a carriage to return home after reaching a busier area, ready to start planning how to accumulate contribution points. Sitting in the carriage, Hereg opened his talisman stone and found there were messages. When in prison, the talisman stone couldn't be used for communication or chat due to a witch array that blocked magic net signals. Except for those like Prize with management permissions, no one's talisman stone could communicate out of the prison. Hereg looked at the messages, surprised to find one from Amisha, this rich lady. "Mr. Hereg, thank you for saving my life last time and escorting me home. I've been prohibited from going out since that day, but I can finally go out now. Do you have time for a meal to thank you for saving my life? Amisha said. There's nothing wrong with Amisha saying that. If Harag hadn't timely covered her eyes, Amisha wouldn't possibly be alive today. Harag didn't reply immediately. He was thinking about some issues. The benefit of talisman stone communication is that you don't have to reply immediately and can think things through before responding. Harag had no intention of getting involved with Amisha. Evidently, the matters of the Mori family are beyond the capacity of a mere level 1 wizard like him. Once tangled in such high-level power struggles, he might die unknowingly. Currently, Harag's only goal is to become stronger. He doesn't want to get involved in anything beyond that goal. Harag thought for a moment and replied, "Thank you for the invitation, Miss Amisha, but I'm a bit busy dealing with abyssal cultist matters recently. No need for a meal. Protecting the residents of Silver Moon City is the duty of us Surlandir members." Amisha felt a bit upset seeing Harag's very formal response. "Harag, I just want to see you." Amisha sent these words. Harag was also troubled seeing this message. He couldn't understand why this woman was interested in him after just chatting briefly and meeting once. A meeting is naturally out of the question, as the patriarch of the Mori family made it clear to keep away from his daughter. Harag did not want to get embroiled in this mess and resolutely refused Amisha's request, then stopped replying to messages to make Amisha give up completely. After sending several messages without a reply, Amisha stopped sending any further messages. Seeing Amisha had stopped, Harag breathed a sigh of relief and was just about to put down the talisman stone when a new message appeared. To his surprise, it was from Wendy, the widow. Harag raised an eyebrow, wondering why all these women gathered on the same day. "Mr. Harag, thank you for your help last time. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. When you're free, I'll set up a banquet to thank you for your kindness," Wendy said in her message. After reading it, Harag jokingly replied, "I've been busy lately, so no need for dinner. A large sum is better than warm greetings." "No problem," Wendy replied with 3 words. Soon after, a notification popped up on Harag's talisman stone about a deposit of magic stones. Harag quickly checked it and was dumbfounded. Wendy had directly transferred 100,000 magic stones to him. He immediately replied, "Lady Wendy, this is too much. I was just joking." "Not much. My life is worth more than those 100,000 magic stones. You saved my life, so 100,000 magic stones is just a small token of gratitude. I'll always remember your life-saving deed." After dealing with the abyssal cultist matter, "You all are likely busy these days, so I won't take up your time now. Let me know when you're free, and I will host you with the highest hospitality." The words from Wendy were full of understanding and respect, which made Harag feel very comfortable. Now, no matter what Wendy says, Harag will just say yes, 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 fully agreeing. After all, this is the boss who casually transferred 100,000 magic stones. A true wealthy lady, and a top-tier one at that. You must know that when the Cheki family originally gave Harag those 100,000 magic stones, it was not so simple. The family had to make a very big decision to heavily invest in Harag. But with Wendy, Harag just made a casual joke, and Wendy directly transferred a full 100,000 magic stones over. It made Harag feel a bit dizzy and unable to believe. It was real. "Lady Wendy, you are too kind. From now on, the maintenance of your family's witch array will be on me. As long as I am alive, your family's witch array is my responsibility." Harag directly took on the responsibility of maintaining the witch array at Lady Wendy's house, planning to conduct regular inspections and maintenance. Harag calculated, estimating it would take over 300 years with 300 magic stones per maintenance to earn 100,000 magic stones. Upon seeing the message, Wendy couldn't help but laugh out loud. "All right then, from now on, it's all up to you. If there are any problems, I'll come looking for you." "No problem, rest assured, I am a level 1 witch array master." Harag was quite confident in this aspect. After ending the conversation with Lady Wendy, Harag was almost home. "You're back, no problems, I hope." Reese had been waiting for Harag and immediately came over as soon as he got off the carriage. She knew Harag had gone to handle an incident related to the abyssal cultists and was a bit worried. The abyss plane in her mind was strong and mysterious, making it hard not to worry. No problem, I just went to gain some contribution points. It didn't require much, and there was no risk. Herag reassured her, embracing Reese by the waist and walking inside. I'm glad you're okay. Seeing Herag in good shape, Reese felt relieved. Oh, by the way, our family is rich now, Herag said with a smile. Rich, what do you mean by that? Reese was a bit puzzled. They weren't poor either, having several tens of thousands of magic stones, more than enough for the moment. Herag told Reese about the 100,000 magic stones Lady Wendy gave him. Thinking Reese would be delighted, instead, Reese gave Herag a sidelong glance. I think that wealthy lady has taken a fancy to you. No way, you're overthinking it, Herag said speechlessly. Reese giggled. Just kidding, I don't mind if you have one or two more women in the future, as long as you don't forget about me. Since arriving at the Land of Dawn, Reese felt she lagged far behind the wizards here. Apart from her beauty, she had little else to show off, which always made her feel down. Herag hugged her and consoled, don't overthink it. As I grow stronger, so will you. I won't abandon you, nor Asuna and the others. In the coming days, I plan to study up and start accumulating contribution points for Surlandir. The tasks related to contribution points might be dangerous, right? Reese said with some concern. Herag pondered, there should be safer ones too. There are many types of tasks. Of course, the higher contribution points tasks will carry some risks. Whatever I do, it can't be entirely risk-free. I'll play it by ear. If you need my help, make sure to bring me along, Reese requested. Herag nodded and said, don't worry. Late at night, after a fierce battle, Herag took out a talisman stone and began browsing the task hall, searching for suitable tasks. Contribution points are generally only available for tasks published by the Surlandir official. Tasks issued by others do not offer contribution points, except in some special cases. There are also two types of tasks posted by the Surlandir official: tasks that everyone can take on, and those that only Surlandir members can take. If you are a Surlandir member, there is an additional reward of contribution points for tasks that everyone can take on. Tasks that only Surlandir members can take on are generally confidential, involving many key pieces of information. Outsiders are not qualified to take on such tasks because much of the information involved cannot be disclosed to them. Herag roughly scanned through them, noting that there are indeed many types of tasks issued by Surlandir official. Patrol the southeastern border of Silver Moon City for 1 month. Reward 30 contribution points. Herag frowned. Border patrol. This task is only open to Surlandir members because it involves the security issues of Silver Moon City and cannot be handed over to those outside of the organization. Herag calculated, realizing it is just 30 points of contribution for a month, equating to 1 point of contribution per day. If you want to accumulate 3,000 points of contribution, you'd have to patrol the border continuously for over 8 years. It doesn't seem long at all, considering that wizards have lifespans extending into the hundreds of years. 8 years is negligible. The task of border patrol seems simple on the surface, just patrols. But bear in mind, this is the Land of Dawn. Outside of Silver Moon City lies a vast polluted region, and border patrol requires patrolling outside the city's walls. Besides needing to spend long periods within polluted regions, you must also guard against various possible sudden attacks and bizarre incidents. In the Land of Dawn, these events, although sporadic, are not uncommon. The frequency is definitely not low, as such events occur almost daily somewhere in the Land of Dawn. If you're not careful, you might end up trapped in the polluted region, unable to return. Even retrieving the body is difficult, as dying outside means undergoing special handling, and you won't have the burial opportunity the same as ordinary people. So the border patrol task only seems simple but is actually highly risky. The task term being just a month is considered very short, as no one is willing to carry out this task if it's longer. The longer you stay outside, the greater the likelihood of encountering danger. Thus, trying to accumulate 3,000 contribution points over an 8-year period by performing this task is somewhat unrealistic, with high chances of meeting a premature end. After browsing the tavern forum discussions regarding the border patrol task, Herag decisively abandoned this task. In his view, the cost-performance ratio of the border patrol task is extremely low. It entirely depends on luck. If one's luck is bad, it results in high risk for low returns. Even if fortunate, it's just 30 points of contribution in a month. Harag glanced at the 50 points of contribution in his personal information, feeling that these 50 points came too easily. This time he owed Prize quite a favor. Harag thought for a moment, then searched for tasks related to magic potions and witch arrays. If he can earn contribution points through these two types of tasks, it would be ideal for him, as they are his areas of expertise. Harag first searched for missions related to witch arrays, and after looking through a few pages, he closed them. He was speechless, not expecting it to be so difficult to earn contribution points through witch array tasks. Serlandir had indeed released many missions related to witch arrays, but the contribution points as rewards were minimal, with some missions offering none at all. Most missions with contribution point rewards only offered 1 or 2 points. This is because these witch array missions were related to level 1 witch arrays. Only missions related to level 2 witch arrays and above offered relatively high contribution points. From the perspective of Serlandir at this level, level 1 witch arrays are too easy and simple for witch array masters. Hence they reward very few or no contribution points. Only level 2 witch arrays can demonstrate the witch array master's skill and strength, thus earning higher contribution points. Harag sighed after learning this information from the tavern forum. Level 2 witch arrays were momentarily out of his reach because they require at least a level 2 wizard to set up, and a level 1 wizard was still far from that. Harag then continued to search for tasks related to magic potions and found that almost no task related to magic potion refining rewarded contribution points. Only those who achieve major research breakthroughs in the field of magic potion theory would receive contribution points as rewards. Simply put, if you are merely adept at refining magic potions, you can hardly earn contribution points this way. But if you have significant achievements in magic potion theory, able to produce academic-level theoretical research, then you can earn contribution points. Harag looked and felt this rule was relatively favorable to him. Besides his substantial achievement in magic potion theory, he also wielded the academic powerhouse, Shenlin. As long as he utilized it wisely, he would definitely stand a chance of earning some contribution points through theoretical research achievements. However, this could only be used occasionally and not frequently, unable to serve as a regular means of earning contribution points. Because when you are a genius, people will value and respect you, but if you keep producing research results, you are no longer seen as a genius, but rather as an anomaly, potentially encountering various investigations in open and hidden ways. This is a scenario Harag did not want to see, as he couldn't withstand a detailed investigation. Abyssal cultists merely connived with the Abyss Plane, but he, on the other hand, directly carried the bloodline of the Abyss Plane. Once this secret is uncovered, Harag wouldn't have any chance of survival. Even if survival were possible, it would merely be like having some utility value left like Doron. Once all utility value is exhausted, it would be the time to die. Therefore, publishing academic research results in magic potion theory is something Harag must deliberate and plan over the long term. This matter must be done eventually, but the method requires careful consideration. After browsing through witch array tasks and magic potion tasks, Harag's biggest reflection was that Serlandir was indeed strict in doling out contribution points. Essentially, they really require you to be working for Serlandir with actual contributions to gain contribution points. The 50 contribution points Harag gained by tagging along with Prize weren't exactly undeserved, because the anomaly with the wooden sculpture was discovered by him, leading to Doron's subsequent capture. If Harag hadn't participated in the mission to capture and escort Doron, he wouldn't have gained as much as 50 contribution points. He would most likely only count as having provided a clue and discovered an anomaly, earning at most around 20 contribution points. Harag thought that if someone accumulated 3,000 contribution points, they must have indeed contributed significantly to Serlandir, doing many things. Thus, it wouldn't be surprising for Serlandir to provide you with something imbued with the power of rules, as you could undertake more missions for Serlandir after becoming more powerful. Equivalent exchange is one of the permanent truths of the wizarding world. Serlandir won't force you to sign contracts or bind you forcefully. The amount of contribution you make for Serlandir is the amount of reward Serlandir will offer you. Hereg was momentarily troubled, as witch array tasks and magic potion tasks were currently unreliable. After browsing these missions, contribution points seemed difficult to accumulate. His target of 3,000 contribution points now seemed rather distant. Hereg couldn't find a way out. He had to browse other missions and, in the worst case, consider the academic research path through magic potion theory. Soon, Hereg saw a task that sparked some ideas. Submitting clues related to abyssal cultists, capturing abyssal cultists. Disrupting abyssal cultist actions can all earn rewards from Serlandir. For members outside Serlandir, there is substantial material compensation. For internal Serlandir members, contribution points are assessed according to the situation. This task is effective long-term and open to all residents of the Land of Dawn. Note: abyssal cultists exhibit extreme danger, and upon discovery, immediately contact the local city hall. Do not act rashly or alert them prematurely without sufficient assurance. Hereg looked at this mission, touched his chin, and subsequently entered the tavern forum to search for related information. Missions regarding abyssal cultists exhibited the highest contribution point rewards, with all tasks related to the abyss plane offering high contribution point rewards. Because missions related to the abyss plane concern the life and death of the entire wizard plane, and not just Serlandir, clues related to the abyss plane are extremely valued by other wizard organizations as well. As long as he could provide clues related to abyssal cultists, he could receive considerable contribution point rewards. If he could capture one, the rewards would be even higher. For example, Doron was captured, who was merely a third-class wizard apprentice. However, after capturing him, Hereg just tagged along, and the final assessment yielded 50 contribution points. Compared to other missions, this reward is very generous. Although Abyss Plane-related missions reward generously, they are also among the most difficult tasks to complete. Once involving the Abyss Plane, things often become quite troublesome and are not easily resolved. The danger level is as terrifying as entering a polluted district. Without sufficient strength, these tasks are daunting. Though abyssal cultists are generally weak, their connection with the abyss plane often endows them with bizarre and unpredictable means. Another point is that abyssal cultists are often difficult to detect. They usually seem no different from ordinary people. Communication with the evil gods of the abyss plane often happens through mental constructs, most of which are conducted in hidden places. Although Serlandir is strong, it cannot monitor every corner. So many people simply shut their doors, hiding at home and communicating with the evil gods of the abyss plane, almost ensuring they won't be discovered. Unless, like Doron, they did something outside, getting entangled in investigations, leading to detection. Doron actually only got exposed because he happened to run into Hereg. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for anyone to notice that Wendy had become Doron's slave. Doron just failed. There must be many who succeeded. It's just that these things happened in various corners of the Land of Dawn, unnoticed by anyone. Hereg thought about it and felt he could start from the abyssal cultist. Others find it hard to detect the abyssal cultist, but he can. To Hereg, the aura of the abyss plane on the abyssal cultist is too intense. Once you get close, it's hard not to notice. Hereg is very confident. As long as an abyssal cultist dares to appear before him, he can immediately identify them. Since the tasks related to the abyssal cultist have high contribution points, he could definitely earn more contribution points through them. The only problem is that he has to obtain evidence. The aura of the abyss plane can only be sensed by him, and others can't feel it. Even if he encounters an abyssal cultist, he must gather enough evidence to prove they are a cultist. This step is the hardest and most crucial. Hereg not only needs to gather evidence, but also needs to consider his approach. Hereg lay on the bed, stared at the ceiling, held the sleeping Reese, and pondered his next plan. Parasol Street is a famous street on the east side of Silver Moon City, with many residential areas and bustling commercial districts nearby. This isn't considered a wealthy district, and the composition of the residents is quite diverse. There are both rich people and those with average family conditions. Simply stated, it's a relatively civilian area. Herag wandered aimlessly along the street. Since deciding to earn contribution points through the abyssal cultists, Herag began looking for clues related to them. Checked the tavern forum, but there were hardly any valuable clues or methods to find the abyssal cultists. Herag originally wanted to see which places had frequent abyssal cultist appearances, but found there was no pattern at all. Slums, civilian areas, wealthy districts have all had incidents involving abyssal cultists, with no pattern whatsoever. It stands to reason, whether rich or poor, everyone has unfulfilled desires. As long as there is desire, once they touch the evil god of the abyss plane, it's hard to resist the temptation. In this regard, everyone is the same. All can be swayed by the abyss plane's evil god and become an abyssal cultist. Due to the lack of patterns, Herag didn't know where to start, so he decided to stroll around. Since there's plenty of time, he planned to conduct a thorough search, starting from the east side of Silver Moon City, wandering all the way to the west. Along the way, he didn't take a carriage, only using one to go home every day. Herag walked along Parasol Street, observing the crowds coming and going. After glancing at the passing crowd, he retracted his gaze. There were no abyssal cultists among these people. Herag only needs to sense up close to know if someone is an abyssal cultist. After several days, he hadn't encountered a single abyssal cultist. So far, it seems that the number of abyssal cultists is relatively small, at least in the southeastern districts. Since he can't go into people's homes, he could only roam the streets or taverns, hence inevitably missing some. But there's no helping it. Herag can't possibly catch all the abyssal cultists in Silver Moon City. Parasol Tavern. Herag glanced at the tavern's name beside him, thought for a moment, and walked in. It was morning, and the tavern was nearly empty. The drunken who enjoy drinking weren't awake yet, and many people still had work. So they wouldn't drink at this hour. Herag found a table by the window and ordered a butterbeer. They didn't have Fire Dragon whiskey here, or Herag would have ordered that. Having tried it before, it really was quite good, but unfortunately, other taverns didn't have it. With so few people at this hour, there were only 2 servers in the tavern. The server who brought Herag's beer had dark circles under his eyes and was yawning, seemingly having worked a night shift without resting. After delivering Herag's butterbeer, he slumped over the counter and fell asleep. Herag took a few sips of butterbeer, observing the tavern's patrons, but found nothing unusual. He glanced at the people passing by outside the window, finding nothing suspicious either. Herag planned to finish his butterbeer and carry on, exploring other places. If he finds nothing in the coming days, he'll have to challenge his own plan, as he can't keep wasting time endlessly. Just as Herag was about to finish his butterbeer, a ragged beggar walked in. The beggar peeked his head in, quickly surveyed the tavern, and saw Herag sitting there drinking. Herag noticed the beggar too, but didn't initially pay attention. Encountering a beggar here was quite normal, as it wasn't a wealthy district, and no one would drive these beggars away. You frequently see beggars on the streets here, and Herag was used to it. After seeing Herag, the beggar noticed the server asleep at the counter and quietly slipped inside, walking towards Herag. Herag was attentive to his movements, quickly scanning and analyzing the beggar's condition. Just an ordinary person. Even though the beggar was just an ordinary person, Herag was ready for combat. One must never let their guard down any suspicious action from the beggar, and he would perish in an instant. Still, outwardly, Herag remained composed, curious to see what the beggar intended. Typically, taverns wouldn't let beggars in and would drive them out with sticks. But there were few servers at this time. One was asleep at the counter, and the other busy preparing drinks in the back, giving the beggar a chance to sneak in. This beggar was a man with a face full of a big beard, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with an especially large belly, clearly unhealthy, likely with some ailment. He looked at Herag without speaking, just reached into his clothing to feel around. After a while, he took out a cloth bundle. The cloth seemed to wrap something, and the beggar carefully unfolded it, revealing the object inside. It was a wooden sculpture, depicting a creature with a snake's head and a human's body. The beggar placed the wooden sculpture in front of Herag, smiled, nodded, and turned to leave. "Hey, what are you doing? Get out." A server holding a tray of drinks came out and upon seeing the beggar, shouted angrily. He quickly set down the tray, grabbed a small stool beside him, and charged forward. The beggar saw the situation was bad and fled swiftly. The beggar with a big belly ran swiftly. The waiter, holding a chair, chased him to the door, cursing as he watched the beggar run off into the distance. After a while, the waiter put down the chair and, full of apologies, walked over and bowed in apology. "I'm really sorry, sir. I wasn't paying attention and let these lowly people slip in. I hope it didn't disturb your enjoyment." "It's fine, I just finished my drink." Harag put down his glass and got up to leave. The wooden sculpture that the beggar had left on the table was already gone. Harag had put it away earlier. Harag sensed a trace of the Abyss Plane's aura from the wooden sculpture. Although it wasn't very strong, the presence of the Abyss Plane's aura could be distinctly felt. The sculpture seemed to possess an allure of some sort, making people unable to resist looking at it. But to Harag, it was completely useless and could be directly ignored. This wooden sculpture was most likely a tactic used by the abyssal cultists. Harag surmised that the sculpture was likely a tool for communicating with an evil god of the Abyss Plane. If ordinary people came into contact with this sculpture, they would likely be beguiled by it and become recruited as abyssal cultists. Harag didn't apprehend the beggar immediately, because that beggar was just an ordinary person. Capturing him wouldn't hold much significance, nor much contribution points. Harag planned to follow the clues and see who was behind this beggar. If he could catch a big fish, it would be a major profit. Harag didn't detect any abyssal aura on the beggar, so it's highly likely that this beggar was just a tool, and the real big fish was still behind him. Harag casually strolled out of the tavern. Shenlin's environmental detection range was over 1,000 meters, and he had already locked onto the fleeing beggar. Judging from the beggar's complexion and movements, he seemed untroubled by hunger. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to run so fast and have so much spirit. Most beggars had pale faces, moved slowly, and had little strength. Unlike this beggar, who ran swiftly with a rosy complexion. It's just that his belly was a bit large, showing obvious signs of illness, but he was definitely well-fed recently. A beggar who is always well-fed must have a stable source of food behind him. Harag strolled down the street at a leisurely pace, seeming like he was just taking a walk, but he was actually keeping an eye on the beggar 2 streets away. From such a distance, no one could possibly believe that Harag was tracking this beggar. Once outside, the beggar looked back to see no one chasing him and slowed down, panting. He had 5 more wooden sculptures in his pocket, all of which needed distribution within the next few days. This was his task. He would only get food if he finished it. The beggar had no idea what the wooden sculpture was or what it was for, but he knew it wasn't anything good. Otherwise, that person wouldn't have advised him to be cautious. The sculpture wasn't distributed at random. It had to be given to those who seemed to be in a bad situation, seeking something. When the beggar saw Harag in the tavern, he noticed the man drinking alone early in the morning and reckoned he must have recently encountered some troubles, so he handed a sculpture to him. After leaving Parasol Street, the beggar continued to wander, scouring for targets that fit the criteria, slipping them a sculpture when he found one. On a park bench on the street, a middle-aged man dressed formally sat with a troubled expression, sighing constantly. The beggar observed him for a moment, then approached and slipped him a sculpture before turning away. The middle-aged man stared in confusion at the sculpture in his hand, bewildered by the beggar's intentions. After slipping him the sculpture, the beggar quickened his pace, leaving the area to the adjoining district. The middle-aged man, looking down at the sculpture, initially intended to throw it away, but found it oddly intriguing in a way he couldn't articulate. That hesitation stopped him from discarding the sculpture. After the beggar had moved away, Harag silently passed by the middle-aged man. A gust of wind blew by, causing the middle-aged man to squint his eyes. Upon reopening them, the sculpture in his hand had vanished. He looked around, bewildered, but saw no one around. Yet the sculpture had disappeared in such a peculiar manner. The middle-aged man pondered but couldn't figure it out, so he let it go. Not far away, Harag glanced at the sculpture in his hand and tucked it into his space ring. This sculpture definitely needed to be retrieved. Otherwise, the middle-aged man could likely become an abyssal cultist later on. Though it was possible to deliberately cultivate abyssal cultists this way, and then harvest them when the time was right. But Herag had no desire to earn contribution points in such a manner. After retrieving the sculpture, Herag continued following the beggar from afar. Just as before, each time the beggar gave away a sculpture and left, Herag would silently take it away. These people were all ordinary, completely unaware of Herag's methods. They would only notice that the sculpture inexplicably vanished, disappearing from their sight. By late afternoon, as the sun set, the beggar had distributed all 5 sculptures, and each eventually fell into Herag's hands. It's doubtful the beggar ever imagined he was being watched by a wizard. Herag looked at the 6 sculptures in his space ring and felt that this was just a small portion. Many more had surely been distributed and ended up in various people's hands. Those people were all potential abyssal cultists, making investigations exceedingly troublesome. The beggar ran all over, highly mobile, with the people holding the sculptures scattered everywhere, making them hard to track. Herag kept following the beggar, intending to see who had given him the sculpture. This behavior of distributing sculptures everywhere was surely not a first-time occurrence. The beggar was very adept at it, clearly a seasoned hand. Seeing the beggar had stopped distributing sculptures, Herag knew he probably no longer had any on him. In that case, he would likely need to fetch more sculptures to continue his mission. So long as Herag kept following, he could find out where the beggar sourced his sculptures. At sunset, the beggar arrived at a residential district and checked behind him to see if anyone was tracking him. Herag sat on a bench 2 streets away, holding a handful of beans, feeding a few pigeons in front of him. From this vantage point, no one would know that he was actually watching the residential district 2 streets away. After confirming no one was tailing him, the beggar approached a small bungalow and knocked on the door. The door first opened to a small crack, revealing the side profile of a young man inside, looking about 17 or 18. "Have all the sculptures been distributed?" the young man asked. The beggar replied with a flattering smile. "Just like before, all have been distributed." "Didn't attract any attention, did you?" the young man continued to ask. The beggar quickly shook his head. No, I'm just a stinking beggar who would pay attention to me. Just like before, I choose the right people, then I directly pass the wood carvings to them and leave." The young man opened the door a bit, poked his head out, quickly scanned the surroundings, and said after confirming nothing was amiss, "Come in." Okay. The beggar nodded humbly as he entered, and the door was promptly closed. The room was a mess, with all sorts of things piled haphazardly. But there was one particularly tidy spot, standing out in stark contrast to the rest. A small table held a pile of wood carvings, identical to those the beggar had distributed. "It seems the beggar got the wood carvings from here," Herag mused while feeding the pigeons. The young man pointed at the wood carvings on the table. "Take these with you, and tomorrow start distributing them in the south of the city. Finish handing these out. Remember, be careful and choose the right people before passing them on." "Understood, sir. Don't worry, I've been doing this for a long time and am quite familiar with it." The beggar nodded humbly. He took out a cloth bag from his bosom and placed the wood carvings into it, one by one totaling 10 pieces. The young man grabbed a loaf of white bread and a small piece of cured meat from a nearby cabinet. "Take these, work well for me, and you won't be mistreated." The beggar's eyes lit up upon seeing the white bread and cured meat, saying happily, "Thank you for the reward, sir. I will certainly work well for you." He took the food from the young man's hand and immediately took a bite, swallowing large mouthfuls. These days being able to eat until full every day was solely due to working for this young man. Not only was there white bread, but also cured meat, with the task being as simple as distributing wood carvings. The beggar was not foolish. He knew there was definitely more to it, that the wood carvings likely had significant issues. But he couldn't concern himself with such things. He was starving, so why worry? Even if he was to die tomorrow, eating his fill with meat today was still satisfying. The beggar originally thought that after completing the task of distributing the wood carvings, he would be silenced. He was taking a risk by doing this work. But in fact, that was not the case. The young man was quite pleased with him and always provided food as promised. After taking a big bite of bread, the beggar stowed the remaining bread and food into the cloth bag. Only those who have starved know the importance of food. Currently not too hungry, He eats a little, saving the rest for later when he gets hungry again. All right, you can go now. Remember to head south tomorrow, no more to the east. The young man waved his hand impatiently after handing over the food, urging him away. The beggar quickly nodded, swallowing the bread in his mouth, and replied, "Yes, sir." Just as the beggar was about to leave, he was called back. The young man said, "Remember, if someone catches you, what should you do?" "Don't worry, sir, I will never disclose any information about you." The beggar nodded. In fact, the beggar didn't even know who this young man was. He didn't know his name, where he lived, or what this young man did. The beggar only met a man on the street one day when he was so hungry he felt faint, who told him he could fill his belly if he worked for him. So he didn't care about anything else. At that moment, all he could think about was food, nothing else mattered, nor did he care. This flat wasn't even the young man's residence, he only came here each evening. If the beggar was captured, virtually no clues could be drawn from his mouth. The young man was very cautious. Once the beggar was caught, by the time anyone traced back to him, he'd already be gone, leaving only a cluttered flat behind, with nothing much of value as clues inside. After leaving the flat, the beggar prepared to spend the night at his usual spot. It was a low-lying area, relatively warmer than others, ensuring he wouldn't freeze to death overnight. After tidying up, the young man locked up and also left the flat. When he came out, he passed by Herag, who was feeding pigeons, without sparing him a glance, treating him as just another passerby. There's definitely an abyss plane aura on him, looks like he's an abyssal cultist, but I still feel there should be someone behind him. After confirming the young man was an abyssal cultist, Herag still didn't make a move. Because the source of the wood carvings had yet to be found, and this young man might not be the one making them. If he took action to capture this young man now, and he wasn't the wood carving's creator, it would alert the real creator behind the scenes. Herag decided to continue baiting, seeing if there was anyone behind this young man. When the young man had just walked past, Herag probed a bit. The man was only at the second-class wizard apprentice level in strength. If the young man wasn't hiding any special means, Herag could certainly handle him with ease. However, knowing that even a lion uses full strength against a rabbit, Herag would never underestimate this young man. Once he takes action, he will go all out to avoid being caught off guard. After feeding the pigeons, Herag leaned back on a bench, watching the setting sun on the horizon. He was waiting for the young man to get further away before trailing him. Herag saw the young man cross the nearby main street and enter a commercial district, then stood up, dusted himself off, and turned in that direction. The young man's alertness was quite high, always subtly keeping an eye on his surroundings. He quickly merged into the crowd after entering the commercial district, making it very difficult for an average person to continue trailing him. The commercial district had too many people. Once he got into the crowd, he vanished from sight. In this era, everyone's clothes were of similar styles, making it hard to distinguish them. But Herag was different. With Shenlin's assistance, he was able to keep track of the young man's figure throughout. Luki walked down the street, looking at the bustling crowd around him with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He was fed up with this world, completely disillusioned with humanity, believing everyone to be hideously corrupt. He only wished for the great gods to arrive soon, to cleanse this vile world. For this goal, Luki would give anything. Luki was born into an ordinary civilian family. Not wealthy, the family income barely maintained a basic living standard. A land of dawn appeared friendly to civilians, ensuring everyone could eat to their fill. The class oppression made it suffocating for Luki, who had once tried hard, but reality woke him to truth. In Land of Dawn, for commoners to rise, becoming a wizard was the only path. He had some wizard aptitude, but only a little, not much. Luki spent a lot of effort but still couldn't advance. To a second-class wizard apprentice, his aptitude severely limited him. His family didn't have the means to exchange resources to improve his aptitude. After witnessing the harshness of reality, Luki could only resign himself to his fate. It wasn't until he met Mr. Max that Luki's life changed. Mr. Max introduced him to the great gods of the Abyss Plane. After coming into contact with those great gods, Luki's heart was rekindled with fighting spirit. He had a new life goal, which was to do everything possible to help the gods descend and change this decaying world. Mr. Max is a level 1 wizard and the owner of a wooden sculpture craft store. His woodcarving skills are exquisite, and many of his carved wooden pieces sell for high prices. Because his wooden sculptures are often enchanted with many spells, many of which he has created himself. For example, the Sleep Aid series of wood carvings. Just buy one and place it in the bedroom, and you'll never suffer from insomnia. There are many more types of small items with special functions, and Max's wood carvings have always been popular. Due to limited production, orders are often required in advance. Lukey twisted and turned in the commercial district, entered numerous shops, and exited through back doors, front doors, and other places. It appeared like a usual shopping spree, but it was actually to shake off potential stalkers. Lukey knew that the wizards of the Land of Dawn feared the arrival of the gods. If the gods came, they would cause the wizards here to fall from their pedestals and lose control over this place, so they were very afraid. Once discovered by the wizards here that he's a follower of the gods, he would be undoubtedly doomed. Not just him, but he would also implicate Mr. Max behind him. Moreover, and more importantly, if the two of them were caught and killed by the wizards, the great task of the gods' descent would be hindered. During this period, although many wood carvings have been released and some followers developed, there are very few truly useful ones. So Lukey has always been very cautious in this regard, minimizing the chances of exposing himself. After wandering around the commercial district for a while, he arrived at a secluded small courtyard. Many people would probably find it hard to imagine that such a quiet place exists in the bustling commercial district. Lukey knocked on the back door of the courtyard, and soon there came a calm sound of footsteps. Shortly afterward, the door was opened, and a middle-aged man with a thick beard appeared in sight. This seemingly kind and amiable uncle was none other than Mr. Max. "You've arrived," Max said casually and then walked ahead. Lukey closed the door and followed behind, accompanying Max into the house. Max's residence was a 3-story small building with a rather unique style. Its structure and construction were different from ordinary houses, clearly specially designed with an artistic style. The small building was filled with various wooden craft pieces everywhere, along with some round wood pieces half-carved or with corners cut. These things were casually placed on the ground, suggesting that Max conducted carving work in various places. Lukey followed Max upstairs, arriving at the small attic on the 3rd floor. The door outside the small attic was locked with a magic lock. Such a magic lock could only be opened with the owner's magic power. If outsiders attempted to force their way in, Max would only need a single thought to trigger the house's protective measures. The protections inside the house were connected to a witch array linked to the magic lock. Once triggered, the entire 3-story building would be engulfed in flames, turning into ashes. Max placed his hand on the magic lock, infused it with a strand of magic power, and the magic lock immediately opened, followed by the door. Lukey followed Max into the room, which looked like a wood-carving work area. Some carving tools were placed on the ground and the shelves next to it, along with some unused timber on the floor. But what was different was that this room seemed to carve only one type of wooden sculpture. On a table was an array of completed wooden sculptures, all uniformly carved in the shape of a snake-head, human-bodied figure. This image wasn't uncommon in the Land of Dawn either. There were many myths and legends about monsters, often including monster carvings like these. But Lukey and Max bowed their heads in respect at this moment. They knew that this wooden sculpture was the form of the great gods. Of course, it was just a vague image. The true gods were not to be gazed upon directly, nor could they be truly carved. Max had only glimpsed the approximate form of the gods, thanks to his extreme devotion. Since then, Max had sought the gods' permission, agreeing to carve the image of the gods and spread their will to more people through the wood carvings. "Have you used up all that I gave you last time?" Max asked. He and Lukey didn't meet every day. Only when Lukey ran out of wood carvings would he come to find him. Lukey responded, "Yes, Mr. Max, recently we've gained some more people, but no one truly useful yet." Max slowly said, "It's all right, no need to rush. Spreading the gods' will is a long-term thing, don't rush it, take your time. All these wood carvings on the table were recently carved. By me, each blessed by the gods, you take them." Lukey respectfully watched those wood carvings and packed them all into his space ring. Mr. Max, apart from this work, is there anything else arranged? Luki asked, eager to do more for the gods. Max said gravely, recently, don't make too many moves. I got news that not long ago, Prize arrested an abyssal cultist who worshipped other gods. They might be stricter at this time, so let's play it safe. You need to be more cautious in doing things. Understood, Luki nodded. After a while, Luki left Mr. Max's residence from the back courtyard. Max locked the door of the small attic without expression, then turned around and went downstairs to continue carving those unfinished wood carvings. Hereg sat in a tavern in the commercial district, silently drinking in the corner. At this time, the tavern was already very lively. The various noises and chatter now seemed fitting for the place, able to provide lonely people with some liveliness. Hereg watched Luki leave from the back courtyard of that 3-story building, and also saw Max alone, continuing to carve on the second floor. He started thinking about what to do next. This matter must not be handled rashly. Hereg had already noticed the witch array and magic lock in that attic place. If acted upon carelessly, all evidence and valuable intelligence might be lost due to such strict precautions. Luki did not seem to be an important role at the moment. Dealing with him alone was easy. But the issue was ensuring that, after capturing Luki, Max must also be captured. Max is a level 1 liquidation wizard, and Hereg finds it relatively easy to kill him. However, controlling him is not as easy, especially while ensuring the contents of the 3-story building remain intact. This task is difficult to execute. A single mistake could result in the loss of evidence. Hereg has never observed the small attic closely, but judging from Max's strict precautions, there must be a contingency plan, and he shouldn't act rashly. Considering everything, Hereg realized that with his current abilities and methods, he is unable to completely control the situation. It is time to report the information to Prize. Handing over the collected intelligence to Prize at this time ensures that no matter how the subsequent handling of Max and Luki proceeds, he will earn significant merit. But if he acts against Max and Luki, and any unforeseen circumstances arise, or if he overlooks anything, it could turn a good deed into a bad one. At that point, instead of getting a reward, he might even face punishment, making things counterproductive. Hereg took out the talisman stone and informed Prize of the situation he had gathered. You're at the Kawat commercial district now? Prize asked after reviewing the information. That's right, I'm in a tavern now, not getting close to them anymore, Hereg replied. Hereg only reported the situation he discovered about Luki, without elaborating on Max's situation. According to normal reconnaissance methods, he couldn't have entered the 3-story building without being detected. Therefore, Hereg didn't say much about the situation inside the 3-story building, only mentioning that Luki went inside for a while and then came out. In his statement, Hereg made modifications to every part to better align with the typical reconnaissance methods of a level 1 liquidation wizard. Many of the information he conveyed was quite rough. It's impossible for a normal person to understand things as thoroughly as if they were under surveillance. From Hereg's description, it appeared he discovered Luki because a beggar gave him a wood carving, leading him to figure things out, up to Luki entering the small building. He didn't elaborate on his reconnaissance methods, only stating his findings. Prize typically wouldn't ask, as every wizard always has some small tricks, which is normal. Prize replied, "Good, do not alert them for now. After we have planned everything, we'll take action and aim to capture them with the least cost possible. During this time, continue to monitor the movements within the building and inform me immediately if anyone leaves." Understood, Hereg replied. It seems like he won't be able to go back for a while, needing to monitor Max's actions here. Hereg held the talisman stone and sent Reese a message. I'll be on a mission outside for the next few days and won't be back. Take care of yourself at home. Do you need my help? Reese asked. Monitoring Max only required Hereg to activate Shenlon's environmental detection. Reese's presence would only make an additional target more noticeable. He replied, no, it's easier for me to hide alone. Got it, then stay safe. Reese understood Hereg's implication and instructed accordingly. After putting down the talisman stone, Hereg planned to stay around the area for the next few days. After all, Kawat Commercial District is bustling with people, so he wouldn't appear out of place and wouldn't attract attention, nor would he draw the notice of Max and Luki. To this day, neither of them has faced Harag directly. They're completely unaware that they've exposed themselves. To Surlandir. After receiving Harag's message, Prize immediately halted his work and summoned several organization members, beginning to discuss the specifics. Minister Prize, is the information reliable? Asked a member named Shaq. Prize nodded. The information comes from our own people, so there shouldn't be any issues. But we also need to send people to verify the specifics to facilitate subsequent arrangements. Harag is watching over there. And there's nothing unusual for now. I'll go then, reconnaissance is my specialty, Shaq volunteered. He's a level 1 crystallization wizard specializing in shadow element, frequently engaged in intelligence reconnaissance work. Prize nodded. Yes, Shaq, you're a suitable choice. First, go investigate the residence there. I found out the owner is named Max, a renowned wood carver. I suspect he's hiding many abilities and methods. Be careful during reconnaissance. Absolutely avoid exposure and detection. We're in the dark, he's in the light. This is our advantage, and we absolutely cannot let them become aware before taking action. Understood, Minister. Shaq nodded, always careful and cautious in his work. Prize trusts him comparatively, without excessive worry. Additionally, we need to assign someone to keep an eye on Luki. He's just a second-class wizard apprentice, so we don't need to handle him urgently, just keep an eye on him. Naya, you go. Prize continued to arrange. Naya, a quiet girl wearing glasses with the power of a level 1 liquidation wizard, nodded. Yes. Minister. Next, let's discuss the specific combat plan. Prize continued. Max's residence is located in the central area of Kawak Commercial District, surrounded by heavy traffic. When we initiate action, we must strive to catch him off guard to capture him instantly, giving him no time to react and no opportunity to resist. Otherwise, it may cause harm to the surrounding residents. On the table before Prize was a map, marked with the location of Max's residence and some surrounding terrains. Evacuate in advance, someone suggested. Prize shook his head. Impossible. What's the excuse for evacuation? Max will inevitably detect something under such circumstances. It's not entirely possible to conceal it from him. From this perspective, if the action is not swift enough, we might inadvertently impact the surrounding people. Naya frowned. Prize nodded. Correct, this is the most important issue. I will personally intervene at that time. After discussing and consulting with the crowd about the specific details of the plan, Prize sent people off to complete their tasks. An invisible net began to spread, arranged around Max, although he hadn't detected any of this transpiring. After drinking at the tavern until midnight, Harag went to a nearby inn to get a room. This inn is actually right across from Max's residence, only separated by a commercial street. In the dead of night, Luki returned to his doorstep, took out his key, and began to unlock the door. He did not notice that under the eaves above him, a mosquito was quietly perched there. And a pair of eyes, through this mosquito, was silently observing Luki's every move. Luki lived in a residential area for commoners, and in another corner of this area, Naya was sitting in a room quietly watching Luki's actions. This house belonged to Prize personally, and it was just right for this task. Although Luki lived in the commoner district, the furniture and decorations in his home were extraordinarily luxurious. Even a random chair from his home would sell for hundreds of gold coins on the market, something ordinary people cannot afford. If Luki did not want to draw too much attention, he would have moved to the wealthy district long ago. But that would be too conspicuous. He needed to keep a low profile, so he had to rely on the luxurious interior decor to satisfy himself. Luki took out the wooden carvings from the space ring one by one and placed them on the table. He took out a pristine towel and meticulously wiped these wood carvings, ensuring every speck of dust was cleaned away. Under the roof, Naya watched these wood carvings through the mosquito, recorded all this information, and sent it to Prize. On Prize's side, he was constantly reviewing the feedback reports from various subordinates, assessing the action plans. Harag stayed at the inn. He had already seen 2 or 3 people lurking stealthily around, their target seeming to be Max. Another person transformed into a shadow, blending completely into the night, swiftly entering the residence where Max was. Harag kept a close eye on Max, noticing that he was solely focused on carving with a carving knife, completely unaware of the intruder's entry. That person concealed their presence perfectly, if not. For Harag's environment detection through Shenlin, it would have been difficult to notice. Shaq, upon entering the house, did not get too close to Max, but instead quickly examined the situation inside the house. He scanned the first and second floors before discovering a small attic on the third floor and noticed the magic lock on the door and the unknown witch array behind it. Shaq was unsure of the witch array's specific effects, so he dared not approach it for investigation, simply noting the situation down. He glanced at Max, who was deeply focused on carving, and didn't linger long, choosing to leave immediately. Shaq's purpose on this trip was to investigate, and any unnecessary actions were to be avoided to not complicate matters. The city hall, inside Surlinder's building. Prize looked at the parchment in his hand, which was filled with reports from various subordinates. He reviewed these reports. There were no major issues, and preparations were almost complete. Prize glanced at the busy people in the room and waved his hand. Commenced the operation. A group of people instantly vanished from the room, and the previously noisy office turned silent in an instant. Kawat Commercial District. Max sat on the ground, dedicatedly carving a sunflower. The hand holding the carving knife was very steady. Each cut was extremely precise and just right. The once plain piece of log was slowly taking the shape of a sunflower. After carving out the general form, the next task was to engrave the details. This was a task that required much patience, but Max was always very patient. He took the carving knife and began to slowly outline the petals of the sunflower. Everything was progressing smoothly until suddenly, a deviation occurred in his carving, causing one cut to go astray. This deviation essentially nullified all the previous work. This is the tricky part of carving. The further along you go, the more cautious you need to be, as even a slight deviation can result in wasted effort. Although it could be repaired and corrected, Max always pursued perfection, especially with his carving works. In the past, Max would have simply wrapped up, found another suitable piece of wood, and started anew. But this time, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. I was clearly very focused on this cut, so mistakes shouldn't have occurred. Why? Could it be that the gods are trying to convey some message? The intuition of a wizard tends to be very sharp, and Max, as a level 1 liquidation wizard, naturally possessed sharp intuition. He had an ominous feeling lurking in his heart, but upon reviewing recent events, he found nothing unusual. Max believed that his slip was likely a warning from the gods. He always trusted the gods, and since they offered a hint, he felt he had to take some action. Max, although uncertain about the source of his unease, knew he couldn't just sit and wait. Staying here would probably lead to trouble. His immediate priority was to leave quickly. Max set down the carving knife, standing up, ready to leave immediately, not bothering to pack anything. He was a man of action, doing what he wanted without hesitation. However, just as he prepared to open the door and leave, a strong surge of magic power rippled around him. Max's heart instantly raced, and he immediately realized something was amiss. Instinctively, he glanced toward the direction of the small attic. He was about to use his will to activate the witch array in the attic, intending to reduce the entire 3-story building to ashes. Just then, darkness enveloped his vision, and he fell into unconsciousness. Prize appeared behind Max, holding a gray-white translucent chain, which was inserted into Max's body from the back of his neck. Prize gave the chain a slight pull, and a gray-white spirit body was extracted from Max's body. Lucky I was decisive enough, or you might have succeeded. The chain in Prize's hand was binding Max's soul, which was now in a slumbering state. Until Prize decided to awaken him, Max would remain asleep in darkness. Meanwhile, outside the small building, a huge golden pillar of light enveloped the entire 3-story residence. The earlier magic power surge originated from this witch array, effectively preventing any combat fluctuation from affecting the surrounding buildings and residents. Prize appeared behind Max almost simultaneously with the activation of the witch array. The chain in his hand was a piece of necromancy witchcraft artifacts, directly binding Max's soul. Once the soul was extracted, it wasn't easy to return it, and Prize didn't plan on letting Max's soul return to his body. According to the information Naya obtained, The wooden carvings in Luki's possession were all objects that could seduce and manipulate minds, tools used by abyssal cultists to recruit members. Luki had already been captured by this time, and under the wizard's techniques, he'd confessed everything. Those snake-headed wooden carvings were also cut open, and indeed, a kind of red worm was found inside. With this, the crimes of Max and Luki were thoroughly confirmed. Prize made his move without hesitation, directly capturing Max's soul. He skipped the interrogation phase, choosing instead to directly interrogate the soul through various means, which was the most straightforward and effective method, ensuring more authentic information. The Land of Dawn has strict restrictions on necromancy. Ordinary people cannot simply use necromancy on others or face severe punishment. However, Prize is one of the rare, certified necromancers who can legally perform certain necromancy spells according to regulations. After Max was captured, the protective Golden Witch Array remained activated. Minister, the magic lock and the witch array inside the attic seemed to be connected. So I haven't taken any rash actions, Shaq reported. Prize considered this. Witch arrays shouldn't be tampered with carelessly, as triggering one accidentally would be troublesome. I'll call Hereg, Prize thought, remembering that Hereg was a witch array master. Here was one readily available, so he could have him check it out. Hereg was observing the activity from the inn across the street, and had detected the presence of Prize and his team, watching the entire operation unfold. Hereg, there is a witch array here that needs you to come and check if it can be cracked. Prize messaged Hereg. Hereg replied, I'll be right over. When he arrived at the attic, Prize, Shaq, and several others were at the door, studying the magic lock. Usually, when they encountered such witch array issues, they would call people from the Witch Array Master Association to resolve them. At present, Hereg was from the Witch Array Master Association, so they let him try. If Hereg couldn't solve it either, they would call someone from the Witch Array Master Association. Hereg, you've arrived. Can you look at this magic lock and see if the witch array behind it can be cracked? Prize asked. Hereg nodded. I'll give it a try. He couldn't guarantee success, only saying he'd see if it could be done. No matter how powerful a witch array is, its essence is constructed from combinations of various runes. Cracking witch arrays generally involves two methods. One is seizing control of the array, similar to the attack incident that once occurred in Black Rock Valley, where the opponent tried to take control of the array there. The other method is rendering the array ineffective, depriving it of its original function. Cracking a witch array demands a high level of skill from a witch array master, because each witch array is typically very mature and structurally stable. To crack the array, you must be very familiar with the rune structure, and then make some adjustments to change the original structure, thereby rendering it ineffective. However, this alteration isn't accomplished by randomly changing a single rune. Many witch arrays have defense mechanisms, like the array in the attic before them. Once it detects external intrusion or cracking attempts, it automatically triggers its defense mechanism, turning the entire three-story dwelling into ashes. If Hereg wants to crack this witch array, he must bypass the defense mechanism without detection and render the array's function ineffective. Because the core of the array is inside, the rune structure can't be directly seen. The normal cracking process is finding a suitable rune structure position externally and exploring step by step, observing the structure of the runes, and then inferring the complete structure based on the observed runes. The more complete the rune structure obtained through this process, the higher the probability of analyzing vulnerabilities, naturally increasing confidence in cracking the array. Hereg doesn't need such methods. Shenlin, scan and analyze the rune structure of this array. Task archived, scanning and analyzing in progress. Shenlin has environmental detection capabilities, unaffected by the magic power obstruction of the array. Shenlin can directly scan and observe the core of the array internally, obtaining the complete rune structure of the array. Before long, a rune structure diagram of the witch array appeared before Hereg's eyes. After observing the structure diagram for a while, he found indeed a rune structure with defense functions. There was also a small block of runes linked to the magic lock responsive to each other. If any external force forcibly disrupts the magic lock, it triggers two arrays. One array seems to notify Max, informing him of abnormalities here. Max could directly activate the protective system of the array, initiating the entire array. Additionally, if the message to Max doesn't receive a response within a minute, the array automatically triggers. If Hereg wants to crack this array, he first needs to resolve the defense structure and the structure that triggers the arrays. Shenlin, detect the most suitable entry point and crack the array, Hereg commanded. This was the best time for Shenlin to shine. The human brain might make errors, and calculations might deviate. But not Shenlin, which provides accurate results through meticulous computation of these fixed information structures. After several seconds, cracking completed, entry points shown in diagram. Before Hereg, Shenlin marked several entry points on the array structure diagram and suggested applicable runes. Minister Prize, I'm ready, Hereg spoke. Prize noticed the confidence in Hereg's eyes. So he didn't doubt further, trusting Hereg's judgment. You all leave here first, pay attention to safety, Prize ordered the team behind him. Shaq and the others left immediately. Although Prize believed in Hereg, he still wanted others to leave first as a precaution. Of course, Prize wouldn't leave. Staying here was partly due to confidence and partly to protect Hereg. If something unexpected happened, he could immediately ensure Hereg wouldn't encounter danger. Besides, Hereg was considered his junior, and there was no reason for him, the Minister of City Defense Safety, to leave while his junior was risking danger here. He had to stay, it was a matter of principle. Hereg felt more assured seeing Prize by his side. Prize was clearly backing him up. Even if he failed to crack the array, it wouldn't matter. Level 2 Wizard was fully capable of ensuring his safety. With these thoughts, Hereg dove into the task. He checked Shenlin's entry points, analyzed the logic, and found no issues. Thus he began the attempt, his hand gathering magic power, forming a rune, and channeling it into the magic lock. Using the entry point of the covered rune structure on the magic lock, he initiated the process of cracking the entire array. The first step went smoothly. The array remained stable, with no abnormalities. Nor did it trigger the defense mechanism of the array. Hereg proceeded unhurriedly, cracking the array. Not rushing, but methodically injecting runes into the array one by one. Gradually altering the structure. Hereg first resolved the defense structure of the witch array, severing its connection with other parts to prevent accidental triggers of the defensive function. Afterward, the connection between the magic lock and the witch array was also cut, so even smashing the magic lock wouldn't activate the witch array. However, Hereg didn't rush to open the magic lock. To be cautious, he continued to decipher the witch array. Finally, there was the core of the witch array, mainly comprising defense, monitoring, detection, and self-destruction functions. Handling it was the most troublesome. Hereg patiently deciphered structure by structure, disabling every sub-function of the witch array until they became ineffective. In Hereg's perception, the entire process seemed somewhat long. He spent about half an hour to fully decipher the witch array. With a click, the magic lock automatically opened. Hereg gently pushed the door, and it opened without any anomalies. The process of deciphering the witch array required extreme patience and precision. There could be no mistakes at all. Hereg had a wealth of experience in magic potion refining, having been thoroughly trained, and his mindset was very stable. Well done. Prize patted Hereg's shoulder, expressing his appreciation. Prize went into the house first, followed closely by Hereg. The interior of the house was simple and unadorned, without much clutter. A table and a wooden sculpture, that was all. On the table was only a relatively large wooden sculpture. The small, carved wooden sculptures had been given to Luki. This remaining one was used by Max for worshipping gods, and judging by the carving marks, it was not recent, it had been some time. Prize picked up the large wooden sculpture from the table, flipped it over to inspect it, then put it away, planning to study it slowly. The two searched and checked the house several times carefully, but found nothing else of value. Hereg even used Shenlin's environmental detection to check again, but found no clues. It seemed Max was very cautious, placing nothing here besides this large wooden sculpture. More detailed information would only be known after interrogating Max's soul. After confirming there were no issues with the attic, Prize instructed his subordinates outside to conduct a thorough search of the entire three-story building. Every place here, every item would be controlled and examined with various methods. The wizard organization of the Land of Dawn was extremely cautious when dealing with abyssal cultists, leaving nothing to chance. After instructing a few matters here, Prize hurried back to City Hall to prepare to interrogate Max. Herag continued to stay at Max's residence, assisting in the search and inventory of all items in the house. In his office at City Hall, Prize spoke to Herag while holding a document. "Herag, you made quite an achievement this time. Based on the final evaluation, you can earn 260 contribution points. That much. Looks like I've struck it lucky. Going out for a drink on the street and encountering such good fortune," Herag said with a smile. Over these 3 days, Prize and his team conducted rigorous interrogations of Max's soul and Luki, uncovering a lot of information. It's surprising what they found after digging. Besides the wooden sculptures scattered by Luki through beggars, many of the wooden sculptures sold in Max's sculpture shop contained hidden small demons from the abyss plane. Like insects and beetles. Though these small demons from the abyss plane couldn't directly turn ordinary people into abyssal cultists, they subtly magnified people's inner desires. Desires such as greed, lust, or a craving for power. Most people have various kinds of desires. Max's wooden sculptures amplified these inner desires. Once someone's inner desire reached a certain level, the evil god from the abyss plane would attempt to contact them, beginning to tempt and allure. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people couldn't resist such allure, thus becoming abyssal cultists. They would start serving the evil god from the abyss plane, just like Luki, sinking deeper and deeper. The process of capturing Max and Luki went smoothly, with Prize and his team apprehending them with little effort. Those things were simple because both Max and Luki were relatively weak. The troublesome part was the subsequent handling. According to the intelligence gathered through interrogation, Max started making wooden sculptures containing abyssal demons about 2 years ago. It's unknown how many pieces were sold over these 2 years. Many have even spread beyond Surlandir to various places in the Land of Dawn. Prize discovered during the interrogation that Max himself was quite complex. He seemed to have anticipated being captured one day, so he had already cut out many crucial memories long ago. Max's memory consisted mainly of routine daily life. Once it involved crucial information, it was blank, completely untraceable. Prize sensed that something was off. Max was very likely just a small figure. Behind him, there must be bigger fish hidden. Otherwise, Max wouldn't use such means to erase his own memories. Being able to go to such lengths only indicated that the person behind Max was very unusual. Prize felt a headache coming on just thinking about recovering those wooden sculptures. It was a troublesome task. No shipping records were found in Max's shop. He never recorded such information. Now they can only issue an announcement, telling everyone that Max's wooden sculptures have issues, and asking them to immediately hand over any in their possession to the city halls in various cities of Surlandir. The announcement's effectiveness wasn't very good. Only a few people submitted their wooden sculptures. Those submitted were mostly recently acquired through various means, not yet heavily influenced, and hadn't turned into abyssal cultists. However, compared to the number of wooden sculptures Max sold over 2 years, the submitted quantity was pitifully small. In the seemingly calm city, it's unknown how many people have been influenced by the wooden sculpture sold by Max, hence becoming members of the abyssal cultists. Prize has been extremely busy lately, instructing subordinates to use various means to determine who had bought Max's wooden sculptures. If anyone was found to have bought them without submitting, they would be thoroughly investigated. It's an extraordinarily large workload. Even wizards are finding their energy somewhat lacking, due to the large number of individuals involved, and because many buyers use the sculptures as gifts or for trades. Tracing them is very troublesome, consuming a huge amount of manpower, resources, and time. Despite that, the investigation must go on. We can't relax or overlook any detail. Everyone involved will be thoroughly questioned and even searched. With the official manpower of Surlandir, it's certainly not enough for this workload, so many related tasks were quickly issued. Soon after the tasks were released, many people were recruited to help complete these investigation tasks. Herag also participated in these follow-up investigation tasks, and with his methods, he could naturally find some information relatively easily. The investigation is tedious and troublesome. Often, you can't find an abyssal cultist even after spending much time. The other party might have just bought the wooden sculpture and left it on the attic to collect dust, completely forgetting about it and not being influenced at all. Yet you still need to spend time and effort to check the purchase time, place, and through whose hands it passed, and so on, all clearly. You can't act rashly because you don't know if the other party is an abyssal cultist. Only when you have enough evidence can you use special means to interrogate. Otherwise, you're infringing on the rights of Silver Moon City's lawful residents. Herag, unlike others, can clearly perceive the abyssal aura on an abyssal cultist if he's within a certain distance. If it's already determined that the other party is an abyssal cultist, the investigation becomes much easier. You just need to find the evidence. Actually, Herag didn't have high hopes for the subsequent investigation. He had already gained many contribution points from this operation. 260 points of contribution points. This figure is enough to make many members of Surlandir drool. This time Herag followed the clue and uncovered so much. Indeed, he made a great contribution. In the eyes of others, it was just luck. A beggar happened to come to his door and gave him a wooden sculpture. Other members of Surlandir dream of encountering such things, believing that anyone who did would be able to find out subsequent matters. It just depends on luck. Prize reclined in his chair, took a sip of hot coffee and sighed. He also felt a bit tired, having not slept for 3 days and nights. Although he could still endure it and his spirit was still full, he felt mentally exhausted. Too many things to worry about, and it was foreseeable that it would be hard to live peacefully in the foreseeable future. Prize said to Herag, "This time you were quite lucky. You handled it beautifully, giving us the chance to find out so much. I can't even imagine what the consequences would be if it took a few more years to discover this Max. As a member of Surlandir, it's natural to share the burdens of the organization," Herag said with a smile. Prize waved his hand and said, "No need for such courtesy in front of me. Here are some materials on Max and Luki. Take a look. We should be able to find out more things later. Make sure to seize the opportunity to earn more contribution points." Herag smiled, took the materials, and began to review them. The documents detailed all the information currently found about Max and Luki. There's nothing special about Luki, born in an ordinary family, without any wizard talent, seeming like a very ordinary person. Max is somewhat special. He is from the Mozambique slums. Max seemed to have wizard talent from a young age. He self-taught magic in the Mozambique slums and quickly entered a small wizard academy nearby. This type of wizard academy was established by Surlandir to teach kids with wizard talent who lacked background, free of charge. Most in these were not very talented, and after graduation, unable to enter Surlandir. They would be recruited and cultivated by various other forces. Like Max, he initially joined a merchant guild, serving as an escort wizard of a caravan in the guild. Max worked in there for 30-odd years before he left the guild, and used the money saved over the years to settle down in Silver Moon City. 5 years ago, Max opened a wooden sculpture shop in the Kawat commercial district. Business was initially slow, but gradually improved due to his exquisite craftsmanship. The presence of abyssal demons in the wooden sculptures started 2 years ago. 2 years ago, no one knew what had happened to Max, nor why he would become an abyssal cultist. For related memories have already been cut off, no one knew. Herag naturally also saw that there was a hidden secret behind this Max, but there was no way to investigate it at the moment. Growing up in the Mozambique slums, then entering a wizard academy to study, and after graduating, working in the merchant guild for over 30 years. The entire growth process seems simple, but it's actually very complicated to investigate. Because the guild work period for Max was so long, he likely encountered the evil god of the abyss plane during this period, thus becoming an abyssal cultist. The merchant guild's footprints were all over the land of Dawn, which was very difficult to trace clearly. It was impossible to know when Max became an abyssal cultist, making finding out the secret behind him even more challenging. Herag silently noted down all the information about Max and Luki, then began to pick up the thick pile of documents next to him, preparing to start the investigation tasks. This stack of documents contained collected information about individuals who had ever bought wooden sculptures from Max, though much of it was hearsay and needed Harag to verify. The stack in Harag's hand was the tasks distributed to him. Everyone had such a thick stack. As to how many abyssal cultists could be identified from it, it depended on each person's luck and skill. Even with Shenlin in hand, Harag could not determine whether the person on the text was an abyssal cultist, only to check one by one. The only advantage was that his inspection time for each person would be short, as he just needed to take a close look. Harag sighed, glanced at the personnel information on the first piece of document, and went out. France lay on the bench in the courtyard as usual, with his eyes closed, basking in the sun. Covered by a blanket, the whole person bathed in the soft sunlight, sleeping quietly, breathing steadily and powerfully. Flowers, grass, and trees were planted in the courtyard, looking serene and beautiful under the sun. However, this tranquility didn't last long. A series of hurried footsteps came from outside the courtyard. France heard the noise and slowly opened his eyes, looking at the young man at the gate, and asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" Brown quickly came to France's side and whispered, "Max has been captured by the people from Surlandir." His face was somewhat anxious. If Max's arrest led the investigation here, it would be troublesome. France showed no expression, simply continued with his eyes closed, "Got it." Brown couldn't understand why France showed no expression, yet he still spoke with some concern. "Max is from our Mozambique slums." "So what?" France opened his eyes and looked at Brown. "Max knows what he should do, he's a good kid." Seeing France so calm, Brown basically understood in his heart that Max's matter probably wouldn't implicate them. He thought for a moment and asked, "If the people from Celestial investigate us later, we just answer truthfully, there's nothing there anyway, why are you so tense?" France said in a deep voice. Brown nodded silently, understanding what he needed to do. If the people from Celestial really investigate and ask for some information, they just need to answer truthfully. Being deliberately evasive might instead arouse Celestial's suspicion. The fact that Max is from the Mozambique slums is easy to find out, and there was no deliberate concealment. From Max's records, he didn't stay long in the Mozambique slums either. Even if it's about investigating abyssal cultists, no one would suspect he became an abyssal cultist in that place, because Max was only a few years old at the time. Anyone would suspect he became an abyssal cultist later when he grew up. No one would know that Max actually became an abyssal cultist when he was just a few years old. Max was raised solely by France, who was quite satisfied with this child. Since Max joined the business association, he appeared to have no ties to the slums, but he secretly continued to receive various instructions from France, completing tasks assigned by him. But everything was done quite covertly. Until Harag met that beggar, Max's secret was exposed to Celestial. Max had always been cautious in his actions, knowing he would eventually fall into Celestial's hands, though he routinely erased some of his memories. The reason was to ensure that if something happened to him, France would not be implicated. "Tell them to keep quiet for a while," France said. Brown nodded, understood. Harag stood on Lilac Street, hesitating as he looked at the palace complex across the street. In the span of one morning, he had visited two people. At first glance, he knew neither was an abyssal cultist. As for their wood carving purchases, Harag confirmed that the actual situation was different from the records. The first was a man named Yarn, who did have one of Max's wood carvings, but it was a fingertip-sized trinket purchased 5 years ago. Harag observed that it contained no traces of the abyss plane, nor was Yarn an abyssal cultist. Nevertheless, Harag still gathered the wood carving and documented some details about Yarn. Yarn was also not allowed to leave Silver Moon City during this time, until Celestial confirmed there were no issues with him. Harag knew Yarn wasn't an abyssal cultist, but his judgment didn't count. It was up to Celestial to verify. The second person was an elderly lady named Lilu. According to the records, she supposedly bought a floral basket wood carving from Max's shop. After Harag visited the old lady's home and inquired, he found she indeed purchased the basket. But the problem was, this basket wood carving had broken last year and was discarded. Now it was impossible to retrieve it, as it had long been lost track of. Herag truthfully documented these circumstances and also checked every corner of the house, confirming no one there was an abyssal cultist. These matters certainly wouldn't just end here. Further investigation would undoubtedly follow. Herag didn't have to worry about further actions. His responsibility was simply to record and report the current findings. These two cases weren't difficult. Herag's investigation proceeded smoothly. But when Herag turned to the third file, he found himself in a dilemma. This was because the person listed in the records was Amisha Mori. The records stated someone had given Amisha a wood carving piece by Max, which might now be in the Mori family mansion. Herag had arrived across the street from the Mori family residence, right on Lilac Street. Though referred to as a mansion, the Mori family's home was actually a palace complex, visible from afar, showcasing the power of its owners. Having such a vast complex here indicated more than just financial capability. The underlying strength was far more formidable. Herag was well aware that the Mori family was a major stakeholder in the Celestial Bank, with formidable influence. The difficulty was that he needed to investigate inside the Mori family now. But the last time, the patriarch Shatter of the Mori family didn't have a good attitude towards him, seemingly fearing any entanglement with his daughter. In this context, pursuing an inquiry with Amisha came off as having ulterior motives. Although Herag knew he had none, others might not see it that way. As a formal member of Celestial, investigating is perfectly normal. But with so many people, why is it specifically you coming over, especially to investigate Amisha? It's as if anyone looking at this would see Herag as having ulterior motives. But there was no way around it for Herag. These tasks were assigned randomly, and it was just bad luck that Amisha's file was in the bunch he picked. Herag thought it over and decided to complete the task as soon as possible. Hopefully, old Shatter wasn't home, so he could finish the inquiry and leave quickly. He arrived at the main gate of the Mori residence, knocked, and soon a strong young man approached, saying, "This is the Mori family residence. Strangers, please leave promptly." The young man's tone was cold and uncompromising, highlighting the arrogance of a powerful family. Rightly so, the Mori family had few who truly instilled fear in Silver Moon City. "I am Herag from Celestial. I'm here about matters involving abyssal cultists and need to inquire with Miss Amisha. Your cooperation would be appreciated," Herag explained amicably. His goal was to finish the task quickly, not minding the young man's attitude. Abyssal cultists, the young man behind the gate seemed a bit surprised. Involving abyssal cultists. He dared not put on airs any longer and said, "Wait a moment, I'll notify the butler." Herag was not in a hurry and waited patiently at the door for the young man to go inside and announce his presence. After a short while, a middle-aged man with graying hair briskly walked out. It was Blanc, the butler of the Mori family. Seeing Herag, Blanc smiled and said, "Mr. Herag, we meet again." "Hello, Mr. Blanc, you look quite spirited," Herag responded. Herag and Blanc had known each other from before, and there had been no conflicts between them. "Well enough, it's said that Mr. Herag is here to investigate matters related to the abyssal cultist. Could you tell me more about it?" Blanc inquired. Herag explained recently. There was an incident involving an abyssal cultist. The mastermind of the event was a woodcarver named Max, whom you may have heard of. We've received information that Miss Amisha had once received a woodcarving gift, and this carving was made by Max himself. We need to retrieve all woodcarvings made by Max, so we're here to conduct an inquiry. Blanc pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, "I see. Please follow me, Mr. Herag, the young lady is at home." Herag followed behind Blanc, entering the expansive estate of the Mori family. There were many people inside the Mori family estate, but a mere glance could reveal everyone's hierarchical status. As the butler, Blanc commanded respect, and other servants would bow to him, clearly indicating his position. Herag followed Blanc for about 10 minutes before stopping outside a courtyard. Walking through the estate, Herag felt that one unfamiliar with the grounds could indeed get lost in the Mori family home. "Please wait here, Mr. Herag. I'll inform the young lady," Blanc said softly. "Very well, Mr. Blanc. Please excuse the trouble," Herag replied. Blanc nodded and proceeded into the courtyard. Behind him, this courtyard differed from others in style. It began with a garden leading to a 3-story villa inside. Shortly after Blanc went inside, Hereg heard a series of light, quick footsteps from within. Hereg looked up to see Amisha in a golden gown jogging out. Upon seeing Hereg, she tidied her hair by her ear and slowed her pace. "Hereg, you've come to see me." Amisha hadn't heard what Blanc said earlier, but dashed out upon hearing Hereg had arrived. Since Hereg stopped responding to her messages, Amisha felt quite disheartened, but refrained from actively seeking him out to avoid being bothersome. Now suddenly learning that Hereg had come to see her, Amisha felt pleasantly surprised. "Miss Amisha, have you ever received a wood carving made by Max?" Hereg asked directly. Amisha was puzzled by the question, a wood carving. She was a bit slow to process, sensing a discrepancy between what she expected and what Hereg was discussing. Hereg nodded. "That's right. According to records, you once received a birthday gift that was a wood carving. This wood carving was crafted by Max, the abyssal cultist. Miss Amisha, do you know where it is now?" Amisha took a moment to digest this information, then realized Hereg was handling official business, not visiting her specifically, leading to another dip in her spirits. Seeing Herag's serious expression and knowing it involved the abyssal cultist, she understood the urgency. Right now, the most important thing was to cooperate with Hereg to resolve this matter. Everything else could wait. Amisha thought carefully. A wood carving, let me think. Every year, she received numerous birthday gifts from various people across society. Among them were suitors, elders, friends, and business partners of the family. With so many people giving gifts, how could Amisha possibly remember who gave what? Many gifts remained unopened, and she wasn't even aware of their contents. Which year is this birthday gift from? Amisha thought for a long time but couldn't recall anything related to a wood carving, so she asked for the year instead. Hereg glanced at the parchment in his hand and confirmed, "It was the birthday gift you received last year, Miss Amisha." Amisha pondered for a while and then called, "Blanc, where did you put last year's birthday gifts?" "They should be in the warehouse to the west, miss," Blanc replied with a bow. The group soon arrived outside a large house, clearly used for storage. Blanc fetched the keys and opened the warehouse doors. Under normal circumstances, outsiders would not be allowed in. But now, as Hereg was handling official Surlandir business, even the Mori family had to cooperate. Once Blanc opened the door, Hereg stepped inside the warehouse and saw it was filled with items. There was a bit of everything, and some items seemed like goods for trade. Hereg scanned the room and discovered some precious herbs stored inside. These items would be treasures outside, yet here they were stored like ordinary goods. It showed just how wealthy and indulgent the Mori family was. "In which area are Miss Amisha's birthday gifts stored?" Hereg asked, turning back. In such a large warehouse, searching individually would be too time-consuming. Blanc thought for a while and said, "I'll ask the servant in charge of the warehouse for the specific location. I'm not sure myself." As a busy butler, Blanc had no idea where Amisha's birthday gifts were stored. After a while, a servant responsible for warehouse management came in, "Butler, miss." Blanc looked at the servant and asked, "Muse, where are the gifts from Miss Amisha's last birthday stored?" A flicker of something strange flashed in Muse's eyes, noticed by no one except Hereg. "They should be over there." Muse recalled after a moment and pointed northeast. "Lead us there," Blanc instructed. "All right," Muse nodded and led the way ahead. The group followed, while Hereg's expression turned somewhat curious. He glanced at Muse, seemingly deep in thought. "Are these the birthday gifts from Miss Amisha's last year?" Hereg asked, looking at the mountain of gifts before him. "Yes, sir," Muse replied. Although unaware of who Hereg was, Muse knew his status must be unusual, or Blanc and Miss Amisha wouldn't have accompanied him here. Before Hereg was a pile of gift boxes of various sizes, each uniquely wrapped, forming a small mountain on the floor. From the packaging of these gifts, it can be seen that most of the items inside are quite expensive. The packaging alone exudes a luxurious atmosphere. However, the packaging was all too intact, appearing completely untouched. They were most likely placed here immediately after being received and then forgotten by Amisha. Amisha naturally doesn't care about these gifts because most are from people she doesn't really associate with. She only values gifts from friends, and as long as a familiar friend gives them, Amisha will personally open and put them away. and the gifts piled up in the warehouse are mostly items meant for business-related interactions, which Amisha dislikes. She finds such gifts too vulgar, too worldly, with no trace of friendship in them. Thus, these gifts were placed in the warehouse. Although the items inside are quite valuable, since they are Miss Amisha's birthday gifts, as long as she doesn't say anything, others wouldn't dare to touch them, leaving them there as is. As they sat there, Amisha herself forgot about them. "Amisha, do you know which gift is the wood sculpture?" Harag asked, though he wasn't hopeful. Amisha glanced at the pile of gifts on the ground and said, with some difficulty, I don't know either." Harag smiled. It seemed Amisha truly could not be relied upon. Since Amisha didn't know, Blanc and that servant were likely in the dark as well, so he could only search for it himself. Even though Harag didn't think it necessary to search, he still had to go through the motions. "Miss Amisha, would you mind if I used magic sensing to check where the wood sculpture is?" Harag turned to ask. These gifts were Amisha's personal belongings. Using a magic sense to probe them would require the owner's permission out of respect. "Of course, you can take them all if you wish," Amisha replied. Harag laughed. "No need to take them, I just want to see where the wood sculpture is. Since you agreed, Miss Amisha, I'll proceed to check." After he spoke, magic flowed within him, and a wave of magic power reverberated. In Harag's sensing, the situation inside the pile of gifts became clearly perceivable. Exquisite dolls, precious gemstone necklaces, corals from the sea. Harag observed these gifts, noting that they were indeed varied. Most of them were very expensive, though a portion was not as valuable but rather unique. It was evident that the gift-givers had put thought into them, but unfortunately, Amisha hadn't even opened them. Harag examined the entire pile, but found no wood sculpture. He had anticipated this, but couldn't speak it aloud. Harag frowned and said, "No wood sculpture found. Miss Amisha, are you sure all the gifts are here?" "They should all be here. I haven't really checked. No one would dare touch my things," Amisha said somewhat uncertainly. Blanc sensed something from Harag's words, glanced at Muse and asked, "Muse, you're in charge of these gifts, correct?" Muse glanced at Blanc, lowered his head and replied, "Yes, Master Butler." "Then are you certain that Mrs. Birthday gifts from last year are all here?" Blanc asked with a piercing gaze. Muse's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm as he answered, "Master Butler, after Miss selected a few items to take, I placed all the gifts here. No one's touched them since, I remember clearly." Harag said nothing but walked in front of Muse and said, "Look at me." Muse clenched his fist, slightly nervous, looking at Harag with a somewhat evasive gaze. "What do you instruct, sir?" "I ask you, did you steal Miss Amisha's birthday gifts?" Harag asked. "No, absolutely not. Stealing the Mrs. Birthday gifts would be a capital offense. How could I do that?" Muse quickly shook his head, emphatically denying it. "You are lying," Harag said expressionlessly. Muse's eyes widened. "No, I'm not lying." "You're slandering me." Harag smiled. "I'm an official wizard from Surlandir. Why would I slander a servant like you for no reason?" Amisha stared intently at Muse and asked, "Did you take my things?" Amisha trusted what Harag said. Harag wouldn't slander one of her servants for no reason. If Harag dared to say so, it meant he must have noticed something. Muse, the servant responsible for managing the warehouse, could easily steal her birthday gifts without being noticed. Because every year it was the same, her birthday gifts were mostly piled up in the warehouse, and she wouldn't manage them. Even if some were missing, no one would ever know. If Muse was stealing from within, it would indeed be hard to detect. "I didn't miss, really, I wouldn't dare," Muse defended. Harag spoke, "No worries, we can check and find out soon enough. Blanc, where does Muse usually live?" Blanc glanced at Muse, answering, "He lives in the Western servants' quarters, where Muse has his own room." "Understood, let's check his room," Harag said. Muse's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, but he said nothing, seemingly still holding onto a glimmer of hope. Blanc placed his hand on Muse's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Let's take a look at your place. If there's really nothing there, Harag won't wrong you." Muse nodded silently, a bit of sweat on his forehead. The servants' quarters of the Mori family were actually quite nice, consisting of 3-story small buildings, although the interior was filled with compact rooms. Most people had a room to themselves, with only a few larger rooms shared by 2 or 3 people. The group arrived outside Muse's room, opened the door, and saw the narrow space inside. Hereg entered first, scanned the surroundings, initially seeing no sign of the wood sculpture. He thought for a moment. A ripple of magic power emanated from him, and he cast another magic sense spell. Using Shenlon's environment detection would have been better, but in front of these people, magic sensing was more appropriate. Hereg used his magic sense to sweep through the room, then looked at the wardrobe. As he did, Muse unconsciously clenched his fist. Hereg walked straight to the wardrobe, opening the door with a harsh creaking sound. He moved aside a pile of clothes, knocking on the wooden board at the bottom, producing a hollow echo. With 2 fingers pressing down hard, the board cracked instantly, revealing a wooden carving of a rose. Hereg picked up the wood-carved rose and gazed at it in his hand. The rose was intricately carved, showcasing the carver's exquisite craftsmanship. It was almost a work of art. If it weren't for the purple worm writhing inside, this wood-carved rose would indeed be a fine piece of craftsmanship. From the first moment Hereg saw Muse, he knew he was an abyssal cultist. The strong scent of the abyssal plane on Muse was too obvious in Hereg's eyes. But he couldn't say anything, as he couldn't accuse Muse of being an abyssal cultist without evidence. Hereg then remembered someone gave Max's wood carving to Amisha, yet Amisha didn't become an abyssal cultist, while the servant in her home did. He quickly speculated that the servant might have stolen Amisha's birthday gift and became tempted by the demon in the carving, turning into an abyssal cultist. When Hereg thought this, he didn't show any abnormality. After checking the birthday gift and finding no wood carving, he had basically determined what had transpired. In the following inquiry of Muse, Hereg could tell from Muse's breathing, heartbeat, and eyes that he was lying. It was almost certain. Now, having found this wood-carved rose in Muse's room, there was solid evidence proving Muse was indeed an abyssal cultist. Holding the wood-carved rose, Hereg turned and asked, "Muse, how do you explain this wood-carved rose?" Muse looked at the rose, his breathing becoming rapid, stammering, I also don't know, maybe it was left by someone from before, it's not related to me." "Miss, please step back." Blanc immediately positioned himself in front of Amisha to prevent Muse from harming her in desperation. Even though Amisha was an official wizard, and Muse was just an ordinary man. Still, it was Blanc's instinctive action. After confirming Muse had issues, his first thought was to protect his young lady's safety. "Muse, I didn't expect you to dare touch my things," Amisha scolded angrily. "No, I didn't." Muse was utterly flustered now. His mind felt like it had been hammered, utterly blank. Muse knew exactly what was happening. Last year he secretly stole 2 of Amisha's birthday gifts, intending to sell them in the black market for some money. He didn't dare take much, only 2 small gift boxes. He didn't dare take the big boxes, as it would be too obvious and hard to sneak away. The wood-carved rose was packed in a slender little box that Muse slipped into his clothes and stole without anyone noticing. Muse had done this kind of thing before, knowing the young lady wouldn't care about the gifts in the storeroom, even if someone took some away. But unexpectedly, he was discovered this time. When Blanc called him to the storeroom, Muse didn't realize the seriousness, thinking he was just to fetch something. But upon hearing it was about last year's birthday gifts, Muse felt a sudden sense of foreboding. He still had a sliver of hope, thinking it might not necessarily be about finding the 2 items he stole. But when Hereg used his magic sense and mentioned the word wood carving, it was like the sky had fallen. Hearing the man specifically sought the wood carving, it must be about investigating the abyssal cultist issue. Muse knew one could communicate with a great entity from the abyssal plane through that wood carving and acquire some power from it. He also understood that those individuals were called abyssal cultists, and once discovered, there was only a dead end. Muse constantly prayed in his heart for the great gods to protect him, to get him through this peril. Until Hereg broke the wooden board under the wardrobe and took out the wood-carved rose, Muse's hope was thoroughly extinguished. Muse's mind was blank, and he took quite a while to come back to his senses. When he did, he found Blanc looking at him vigilantly, while Amisha stood behind Blanc with her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Across from him, a young man named Hereg held the rose, smiling at him. Seeing this scene, the first thing that came to Muse's mind was to run. If he didn't run, he would die. Being caught meant death. Muse had this single thought, not considering how an ordinary man could escape a wizard. The moment he turned, he felt his whole body stiffen and unable to move. Dark imprisonment. Herag gathered magic power in his hand, directly binding the fleeing muse. He was quite pleased now, didn't expect to capture an abyssal cultist in the Mori family. This meant contribution points. Herag took out a test tube, broke the wood-carved rose in half, used tweezers to extract the purple worm inside, placing it into the test tube. This demon was irrefutable evidence and also contribution points. Amisha, seeing the purple worm, turned pale and involuntarily stepped back. She felt a sense of relief. Thankful she hadn't opened that gift box. Who would have thought such a beautifully crafted rose could hide such a frightening worm within? The very thought still sent shivers down Amisha's spine. Herag placed the test tube into the space ring, took out a talisman stone, and sent a message to Prize. I found a servant likely to be an abyssal cultist while investigating the Mori family. Inside a wood-carved rose, I found a demon worm. Prize quickly replied, "Good, bring back the person and the items. I'm too busy to come personally right now." How powerful is this person? Can you handle it? If the opponent was too strong, Prize would send reinforcements. If Herag could handle it himself, it would save some manpower. Just an ordinary person, no problem, I'll come back right away, Herag replied. All right, be careful on the way, Prize advised. Herag put down the talisman stone and said to Blanc, Miss Amisha, Mr. Blanc, I now suspect this muse of being an abyssal cultist, so I need to take him to City Hall for questioning. Since he was from the Mori family, he felt it was necessary to inform them. Of course, it was just a notification, not a request for permission. Blanc nodded. Understood, I'll drive you there immediately. Dealing with an abyssal cultist, Blanc dared not delay, nor could he hinder. The emergence of an abyssal cultist in the Mori family would lead to exhaustive internal investigations. Blanc drove the Mori family's carriage, carrying Herag and Muse, heading towards the City Hall. After arriving at the City Hall, Herag escorted Muse into Surlandir's building, and upon entering the office, everyone was busy. Prize, holding a stack of documents, came over after seeing Herag. You got lucky, didn't you? Found an abyssal cultist so quickly, is this him? He glanced at Muse and instantly recognized Muse as just an ordinary person, making the investigation straightforward. There's hardly any need for special measures to easily check whether Muse is an abyssal cultist. The interrogation process is handled by designated personnel, so Herag didn't need to deal with it. Herag just needed to wait until the investigation was clear and see how many contribution points he could earn. Thanks to Mr. Herag, otherwise we wouldn't have known about the hidden abyssal cultist in the family. Blanc expressed gratitude. Blanc was genuinely grateful to Herag. As he was the butler of the Mori family, he was actually responsible for such incidents. Fortunately, nothing harmful had happened yet, and everything remained under control. Herag smiled and said, No problem. It's what I should be doing. He wished for such fortunate occurrences daily. Maybe he could accumulate 3,000 contribution points early on. Soon, someone came to take over Muse, leading him down for interrogation. Muse was taken inside for less than 5 minutes. While Herag was still chatting with Prize and others, the staff responsible for interrogation already came out. The interrogator was a crystallization wizard named Halo, who was also a formal member of Surlandir. He emerged from inside, holding a document, and reported, Minister Prize, Muse has confessed. He indeed believes in a presence from the Abyss Plane. Here's what he has done for the evil god over the past year. Halo's document detailed what Muse did for the Abyss Plane's evil god over the past year, specifying the time and location. The records were very clear. All this was spoken by Muse himself after Halo used magic. Halo used an enchanted feather pen to automatically record them, forming this interrogation result document. Prize took the document, glanced at it and nodded. Well, it's fortunate this person's strength is limited, hasn't caused much damage yet. If his strength grows a bit more, there'll be more trouble. Muse, although just an ordinary person, could obtain various ways to enhance his strength through the Abyss Plane's evil god. Once his strength grows, he could accomplish many things. Moreover, he was inside the vast Mori wizard family. Doing anything casually could have huge impacts. After handling the Muse matter, Herag proceeded to the next location. This stack of information he held contained details of over 20 individuals, with quite a lot of verification work ahead. Silver Moon City Hall, inside Surlandir's office building. Prize, holding a small spoon, stirred the coffee in his hand and smiled at Herag in front of him. You really made it, found a total of 3 abyssal cultists, another 50 contribution points credited. Herag smiled. Seems my luck is indeed good. A blind cat stumbled upon a dead rat. He spent these past days investigating the wooden sculpture issue of Max, and out of over 20 individuals, 3 abyssal cultists were found. After the matter concluded, through official evaluation and settlement by Surlandir, he could earn 50 contribution points. Adding to the previous ones, Herag now had a total of 360 contribution points. Others envied him because Herag had only joined recently, yet had accumulated so many contribution points so quickly. Everyone was aware that tasks related to abyssal cultists offered the highest contribution points, yet abyssal cultists were the hardest to find. They were ordinary people, without horns growing on their heads, making it difficult to identify them. However, Herag's luck was overwhelming. He encountered several abyssal cultist incidents consecutively. Quite fortunate indeed. From an outsider's perspective, Herag indeed seemed to have good luck in these instances. Doron was accidentally discovered while maintaining the witch array at Wendy's house, and the situations with Max and Lukey were even more bizarre, with a beggar delivering a sculpture directly. Moreover, the 2 abyssal cultists identified later happened to be included among the individuals in the allocated stack of paperwork for him. There are many personnel like Herag, some within Surlandir and some from outside, who accept tasks to complete them. Yet not everyone could identify abyssal cultists. Most people go through this stack of paperwork without finding any information about abyssal cultists. Perhaps they missed something, or maybe the stack indeed didn't contain abyssal cultists. Prize exhaled. Finally done. This period exhausted me. Since the incident occurred until now, he hadn't slept at all, busy around the clock. Because Max's sculpture dispersal was too extensive, even the traceable clues numbered many. Even with so many people working on it, the manpower felt insufficient. As the head of the city defense and security department, Prize needed to oversee everything. Though he didn't need to do things himself, approval and supervision were required. Numerous tasks laid in front of him, with no chance for rest. 7 or 8 days of non-stop 24-hour work would tire even a level 2 wizard. How many contribution points do you have now? Prize asked. Herag glanced at the talisman stone. 360 points now. Prize pondered. Then you can visit Surlandir's secret vault now. 300 points have already reached the threshold for many exchanges. You can take a look. Exchange the interesting and useful ones. Secret vault. Herag was confused, hadn't heard of it. Prize laughed. Didn't mention it before because I didn't expect you to accumulate over 300 points so quickly. The secret vault is a treasury only open to formal members internally in Surlandir, containing all sorts of things. There's nothing you can't find there. After Prize's explanation, Herag understood. The secret vault was where contribution points were used, but at least 300 points were needed for entry. Herag's 360 contribution points just surpassed the eligibility requirement for access. Generally, secret vaults are in Surlandir's various cities, but some particularly important items are only stored in the largest cities. In Surlandir, Silver Moon City is considered a mid-sized city, neither too big nor too small. There's naturally a secret vault here, but there are no particularly top-tier items within it. However, for Herag, the secret vault in Silver Moon City is more than enough to sustain him for a long time. Those top-tier items would be useless to him now, as he has no place to use them at the moment. The items in the secret vault can only be exchanged using 2 things: magic stones and contribution points. Magic stones are required, but contribution points are not mandatory. It's only necessary to meet certain historical contribution point requirements to exchange for corresponding levels of resources. Herag thought about it. Recently, he's had nothing much to do, and Max's matters have been mostly settled, with only some follow-up tasks remaining. He plans to take advantage of this time to visit the secret vault and gather some resources to enhance his own strength. The location of the secret vault in Silver Moon City took Herag by surprise. It's located on the west side of the city, right by the prison. This time, Herag was prepared. He hired a carriage directly, had the driver wait for him upon arrival, offering extra pay. Last time he left the prison, he didn't see a single carriage around, making commuting inconvenient. The secret vault is right next to the prison, in a castle-like building that looks rather unassuming. There is a high wall around it, and although it resembles a castle inside, it appears simple and understated. The last time Herag visited, he thought this might be part of the prison. He didn't expect it to be the secret vault of Surlandir. The secret vault is surrounded by high walls, with only one entrance at the front. Herag looked up. The wall here is likely 20 meters high and exceptionally thick. The main entrance is a heavy black metal door, glistening with a strange sheen. After observing for a moment, Herag noticed extremely complex witch arrays on both the walls and the door. However, these arrays are usually dormant, so the average person wouldn't notice anything unusual. The door was tightly shut, and there was no sound from behind it. There wasn't anyone around either, not even a bird in sight, making the surrounding very quiet. Herag approached the door and knocked on it. The door emitted a dull metal sound, but Herag waited for a while without hearing anyone coming to open it. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he suddenly noticed a humanoid shape emerging on the surface of the black metal door. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be moving within the door. "Who are you?" the humanoid figure within the door asked, in a young woman's voice. Her features were indiscernible. Only a humanoid outline moved across the door's surface like a fish. Herag replied, "I am Herag Merlin, with an appointment to visit the secret vault today. Entering the secret vault requires scheduling in advance. Official members of Surlandir can find the entrance via the talisman stone, provided their historical contribution points are at least 300. "One moment, let me check," the outline said in a pleasant voice before sinking into the black metal door, vanishing as if submerged in water. A moment later, the outline appeared again, whispering, "You may enter but leave before sunset." The black metal door then slowly opened, emitting a dull sound. When Herag stepped beyond the high wall, the door closed automatically behind him. He glanced back, witnessing the humanoid silhouette flash across the black metal door, as if truly residing within, leaving its nature a mystery. Herag turned to face the castle ahead, its shape square with a grand entrance in front. A yellow stone slab path led to the entrance, each slab equally spaced. Herag took a step onto the stone slab. Bizarre sound emanated from beneath his feet. Upon looking down, Herag saw it was the stone slab beneath him making the noise. He suddenly remembered seeing something similar in it. Ancient text, it was called a screaming stone slab. While recalling, Herag continued forward. Every step on a slab triggered the screaming stone slab to scream bizarrely. Whoever created this unique path certainly had an unusual hobby, laying a path of screaming stone slabs here. Upon reaching the castle entrance, Herag discovered it had no door, completely open to the inside. He wondered why the secret vault was so openly accessible, given all the precious items there. He entered, finding himself in a hall with a red carpet laid out across the floor. Rows of seats lined the sides of the carpet, resembling an actual hall. In front of him was a wall, no paths leading further. Herag looked around, seeing no doors to other areas. He approached a window and looked outside, shocked to find a vast sea beyond it. From the view, the castle seemed to be perched on a cliff by the sea. Herag glanced back, still seeing the stone slab path he came from, with the scenery differing drastically from the seaside visible through the window. Since the windows couldn't open, with only small holes, Herag couldn't confirm if what lay outside was real or just an animated painting. Herag suspected the seascape outside wasn't real, as the entire land of Dawn is inland, with no direct access to the sea. Hence, it was likely not a real sea. "Beautiful view, isn't it?" A girl's voice suddenly came from behind, sounding sweet and matching the voice from the door earlier. Herag's breath paused as he turned swiftly to find a girl in a floral dress holding a basket, looking at him. He hadn't noticed when she arrived behind him. "You may call me Alice, one of the secret vault's managers. Is this your first time here?" Alice asked, holding the flower basket. Her basket contained daisies, seemingly freshly picked. Yet there were no places around the vault for daisies to grow, leaving their origin a mystery. "Hello, Miss Alice. Yes, this is my first visit to the vault," Herag truthfully replied. He couldn't clearly sense Alice's power, nor even determine if she was human. One thing he was sure of: she was not someone to provoke, and being honest seemed the best course of action. Alice smiled lightly, sensing Herag's nervousness. "No need to be tense, I won't harm you. It's been a while since I've met a newcomer." "Are all newcomers now this adorable? Please open your talisman stone and go to your contribution points." Although Herag did not understand why Alice wanted him to open the talisman stone, he took it out and obediently complied. He opened the talisman stone and accessed his contribution points interface, unexpectedly finding an additional button called Secret Vault behind the contribution points. It wasn't the first time Herag opened this interface, and he remembered that this button was not there before. Even after his contribution points exceeded 300, the button was still absent. Alice noticed the confusion in Herag's mind and explained, "This button only appears when you're inside the secret vault. Try opening it." Herag understood. It seemed to be an environmental issue. The craftsmanship of this talisman stone was even more complex than he had imagined, probably with many hidden functions he was currently unqualified to access. Herag clicked the secret vault button, and a new page immediately opened. Magic potion materials, which array materials, power of rules, witchcraft artifacts, special items. Menu appeared before him, containing a wide variety of categories, almost encompassing all the resources a wizard might need. Herag randomly clicked on the magic menu. A list of various magical spells appeared before him. The top title read, Magic 300-600 Contribution Points. Herag pondered and realized this was a tier. When contribution points range from 300 to 600, you can only exchange for the spells listed below. There should be various other tiers behind this one, and the higher the contribution points, the higher the tier of spells available. Life Bud. Plant element level 1 spell, summons a bud capable of quickly healing a person's injuries. Exchange requirements, 50 magic stones and 5 points of contribution. Herag casually looked at a spell. Exchanging 50 magic stones for level 1 spell was certainly very cheap. But it additionally required 5 contribution points, and the value of contribution points was not something that could be measured by magic stones. Considering the value of the contribution points, perhaps this spell might be more expensive than it is outside. However, Herag found that the Life Bud spell was a very rare spell, almost unseen and difficult to learn outside. Herag quickly realized that these spells here were rare and of high value. Many spells are difficult to acquire outside, even with money. For example, this Life Bud is absolutely a healing tool for wizards who frequently encounter various dangers. Herag had read about the Life Bud in some books, which can fully restore various injuries, including mental ones. Depending on the severity of the injury, recovery time varies, but generally does not exceed half an hour. Apart from some extremely serious injuries, most can be easily cured. Without further thought, Herag directly clicked on the exchange button below the spell. Such spells can't have too many, always serving as a fallback that might come in handy at a critical moment. This is a very good spell. You finish selecting, and then let me know, and I'll calculate it with you." Alice nodded in approval as she watched Herag operate. Herag continued to browse the subsequent spells, preparing to exchange for additional spells to keep in reserve. Immovable Rock. Earth Element Level 1 spell. Uses earth elemental energy particles to strengthen the body, enhancing various aspects of physical capability. Exchange requirements, 50 magic stones and 5 points of contribution. Herag checked and felt this spell suited his needs well. He is originally a close combat type wizard, and this spell suits him very much. Water Skin. Water Element Level 1 spell covers the body with a layer of water skin, reducing physical impact damage and certain magical damage. Exchange requirements, 70 magic stones and 10 points of contribution. This was a relatively rare water spell. Its effect, put simply, is damage reduction, which also meets Herag's combat requirements. More importantly, this spell could also be taught to Reese. Some items in the secret vault can be resold or taught to others, but some are strictly restricted and prohibited from flowing out to others. If discovered, there would be severe punishment. There are often people willing to pay a high price to have formal members of Surlindir exchange for certain items from the secret vault. Of course, only items allowed by Surlindir to circulate outside are exchanged. Hereg noticed that these level 1 spells could generally be resold or taught to others, with no strict restrictions on being leaked out. A plant element, an earth element, a water element. Are you sure there's no problem with choosing these 3 spells of different attributes? Alice asked curiously. Hereg scratched the back of his head and laughed. Some are prepared for myself, some are for friends. Oh, understood. Alice nodded, seemingly comprehending the situation. Normally, a wizard wouldn't learn spells of all attributes like Hereg, as every spell requires time and energy to learn. Learning spells of one specialized attribute is twice as effective, more efficient, and of greater value. But apart from Shenlin assistance, Hereg also possessed the royal elf bloodline, and he is currently a master of all attributes. Since acquiring the high-level magic affinity talent, he is no longer just a wizard specializing in dark attribute. However, one needs to be discreet, and naturally, these matters should not be shared with others. Even if others know he has learned multi-attribute spells, it's not a big deal, just a bit inefficient. It's not like they are unlearnable. Others might at most think he's wasting time and energy, unlikely to suspect he is a master of all attributes. Dark Gold Armor. Metal Element Level 1 spell, covers the body with a layer of magical dark gold armor, significantly enhancing defense ability and physical power. Exchange requirements, 100 magic stones and 20 points of contribution. When Hereg saw this spell, his scrolling finger instantly halted. It's unexpectedly a rare metal element spell, and a practically useful one at that. Hereg hadn't expected to find metal element spells here. There are metal element energy particles, but the corresponding spells are few. He hadn't seen metal element spells in the barren land. And upon arriving in the land of dawn, this was the first time he had encountered a metal element spell. This dark gold armor and dark armor seemed to have overlapping functions, but Hereg had other ideas. He currently had several body-enhancing spells. Since multiple shield-type spells could be integrated into the spell Absolute Defense, perhaps these body-enhancing spells could be as well. The spell model structure of Absolute Defense, designed by Shenlin, most likely could be applied to body-enhancing spells as well. This was also why Hereg chose several body-enhancing spells this time. He planned to try this when he returned. Before every battle, Hereg now casts various beneficial magic spells. The time required is still too long. If there's a sudden situation and he doesn't have enough time to cast all the spells, he won't be able to achieve his strongest combat power. In such circumstances, Hereg is likely to find himself in a dangerous situation. Especially after entering the Land of Dawn, most people he encounters are of official wizard level, and there are many level 2 wizards. In this environment, Hereg is very likely to face a situation where he can't cast all the beneficial magic spells in time. Hereg plans for Shenlin to design a comprehensive, beneficial magic spell like Absolute Defense, which could save a lot of time. After purchasing Life Bud, Immovable Rock, and Water Skin spells, he stopped buying other spells. Buying too many different types of spells at once appears too unusual. Ordinary wizards spend a lot of time on just one spell. Are you bulk buying when you purchase so many at once? Hereg still has a lot of time, so there's no need to buy so many spells at once. After exiting the spell interface, he glanced at magic potions and magic potion materials. Inside are some refined Tier 1 and a small number of Tier 2 potions, all relatively rare with high difficulty in refining. Magic potion materials are also rare and precious materials, difficult to find outside. As for those ordinary magic potion materials, they are not found here. It seems like ordinary magic potions and materials don't qualify to enter the secret vault, nor is it necessary for them to. White Unicorn's Horn, Tier 1 magic potion material. Exchange requirement, 10 contribution points. Hereg noticed that many magic potion materials require almost no magic stone, mostly needing contribution points for exchange. The design of the entire secret vault appears to have originally not aimed at earning magic stone, but rather to provide resource acquisition. Avenues for members of Serlandir's organization. Herag currently has a historical contribution of over 300 points, resulting in a relatively small number and variety of magic potions and materials he can view. It requires accruing more contribution points later to access higher-tier magic potions and materials. Herag temporarily has no need for magic potion materials, and thus did not proceed with any exchanges. He exited and glanced at the other menus. Witchcraft artifacts. Herag pondered that he doesn't have any witchcraft artifacts yet, and preparing one or two suitable ones would be worthwhile. Upon accessing the witchcraft artifact interface, a list quickly unveiled, showcasing various witchcraft artifacts. Substitute Death Craftsman, Level 1 Witchcraft Artifact. After choosing a master, when your body or soul encounters a near-death attack, the Craftsman will take the hit for you. Single-use consumption witchcraft artifact. Exchange requirement, 200 contribution points. Herag's eyes lit up. This is a valuable item. Alice saw Herag's gaze fixed on the substitute death Craftsman and said, "For a novice wizard like you with low strength, this is indeed a good item." Senior Alice, I have a question. How does the substitute death Craftsman trigger? Does it activate simply upon a certain intensity of attack, or does it trigger only when I am facing a life-threatening attack? Herag wanted to clarify this issue. If it's the former, this witchcraft artifact would be somewhat redundant. But if it can autonomously determine whether an attack will put him at the brink of death, its value would be quite good. Alice spoke after choosing a master. The substitute death Craftsman will automatically sense and judge. It will withstand the hit for you if it judges the attack will bring you near death. Thank you, Senior Alice, for the explanation, Herag thanked. In that case, securing this substitute death Craftsman is necessary. With this substitute death Craftsman, he can greatly improve his margin for error, avoiding sudden fatal scenarios, giving him some time to react. However, it requires quite a lot of contribution points, a complete 200. For an elder from Serlandir, 200 points is not much. But Herag currently has just over 300 points in total, using up over half of it right away, which is quite painful. He thought about it, continued scrolling, not in a hurry to buy the substitute death Craftsman. Given the limited contribution points, there might be other good items later. He planned to explore more to weigh options before deciding what to buy. Magma Talisman, Level 1 Witchcraft Artifact. Enhances the caster's fire magic strength and casting speed while offering high-level flame immunity. Exchange requirement, 100 contribution points. Herag glanced at it. This witchcraft artifact is suitable for a wizard specializing in the fire element. He thought about it and skipped past it, meaning little to him. Having absorbed the bloodline power from dragon blood earlier, Herag already had high-level flame resistance, negating the need for the magma talisman. Herag continued looking down, discovering a familiar item. Cursed Doll, Level 1 Witchcraft Artifact. Using the target's blood for curses. The curse's effect varies based on the target's strength. Exchange requirement, 120 contribution points. Herag observed that this cursed doll was made from the resentful doll as raw material. His first encounter with the resentful doll was in Count Huen's treasure vault, which was followed by an unpleasant experience. However, during that experience, he acquired the Great Dark Heaven talent spell, which was worthwhile. Herag hasn't studied curse-related magic much, as curse spells are often tied to both the caster's and cursed individual's strength. The greater the power difference, the stronger the curse's effect. A mild curse usually just causes slightly worse luck, while a significant curse can lead to fatal encounters quickly. Herag didn't need this item for now, so he kept scrolling. There are various witchcraft artifacts with myriad functions, everything imaginable. Herag spotted a witchcraft artifact named Love's Vow, a bow. Love's Vow, special level 1 witchcraft artifact, draws the bowstring and shoots the arrow towards the target. If both you and the target are truly in love, you'll share life. As long as one lives, the other won't truly die. Conversely, if not truly in love, both will perish if the arrow hits the target. Exchange requirement, 1,500 contribution points. This requires the highest contribution points among the witchcraft artifacts Herag can browse. The effect is extremely unique. Herag feels this witchcraft artifact is indeed overly powerful. It's equivalent to binding two people. As long as one doesn't die, the other won't truly die. What does it mean to truly die? Herag didn't quite understand, but he was sure he wouldn't use this witchcraft artifact. He didn't know how this love vow was made, just felt it might have reached the limit of level 1 witchcraft artifacts. Herag browsed through everything and finally decided to exchange for the substitute death graspment. This was currently the most valuable thing for him, with the best cost-effectiveness. Of course, the main reason was poverty. He couldn't afford anything better. After browsing through the witchcraft artifacts, Herag continued to look at the witch array materials. As a level 1 witch array master, he had no materials related to witch arrays, which was somewhat unjustifiable. Secret Technique Book. Level 1 witch array material can be used to arrange most level 1 witch arrays and a very few level 2 witch arrays. Exchange requirement: 50 magic stones and 5 contribution points. Although the Secret Technique Book is a level 1 witch array material, it can still be used in the arrangement of a few level 2 witch arrays, though the effect wouldn't be great. Using level 1 witch array materials for level 2 witch arrays usually doesn't last long. Witch array materials in a high load state for a long time will soon be damaged. Herag looked at this as the cheapest witch array material. Everything else behind it was more expensive. Secret Technique Dagger. Level 1 witch array material can be used to arrange most level 1 witch arrays and fewer level 2 witch arrays. Exchange requirement: 100 magic stones and 10 contribution points. The Secret Technique Dagger was only missing one word compared to the Secret Technique Book, but it required double the contribution points. Herag estimated that the Secret Technique Dagger's quality was likely much higher, allowing for more level 2 witch arrays to be arranged. It seemed to be just a slight improvement, but the price difference was significant. Herag waved his hand and directly purchased 10 of the Secret Technique books, enough for his use in the coming period. After completing his purchases, Herag glanced at his contribution points, feeling a sense of poverty. Historical contribution points, 360. Remaining contribution points, 90. Alice, I've made my choice. Herag set down the talisman stone and said. Alice nodded. All right, wait a moment. After speaking, she also took out a talisman stone and tapped on it for a while. Alice then placed the basket in front of Herag, and suddenly there were more things inside. These are the things you just selected, take them, Alice said. Herag looked inside and saw the lifebud, immovable rock, water skin, dark gold armor, these 4 level 1 spell model books, 10 thick red books, and a seemingly plain straw doll. The straw doll was only palm-sized, with shaggy ends all over, looking like a child's casually made graspment. Herag put the spell model books and Secret Technique books into the space ring, fiddling with the substitute death graspment in his hand. You just need to drop your blood into it to complete the recognition process, Alice advised. Herag nodded, putting the substitute death graspment into the space ring. Of course, it was impossible to complete the recognition process here, because Herag wasn't sure what kind of being Alice truly was or how powerful she might be. His blood contained the bloodline power of the Thunder God ancestor, and if Alice noticed anything, it would be disastrous. The abyssal cultists only worship the existence of the abyss plane. If his bloodline were discovered, he would certainly be treated as an evil god of the abyss plane. Are you sure there's nothing else you need? Alice asked with a smile. Herag shook his head. No, mainly because the contribution points are not much. I'll save them for next time. Thank you for your help, Alice. Contribution points certainly can't all be used up directly. Each and every point must be spent wisely. These 90 points will be saved, to be exchanged for better items after accumulating more next time. Herag plans to come back and see what good items are available after his historical contribution points surpass 600 points. At that time, the contribution points in hand might not be enough. For now, savings are necessary. Alice again raised the basket in her hand with a smile. If that's all, you may leave. You shouldn't stay here too long. Herag nodded, all right. He turned and left. This place seemed a bit eerie, and Herag didn't want to stay longer than necessary. Herag felt that as he was leaving, Alice seemed to keep watching him from behind. Upon reaching the entrance again, the path was still paved with the screaming stone slab. Hereg looked back, but Alice was already gone, leaving only the empty hall which looked without any peculiarities. Hereg stepped onto the screaming stone slab, and it again emitted a comfortable, strange cry, making Hereg's expression darken. When he reached the large door, the black metallic sheen door automatically opened, waiting for Hereg to exit. Hereg didn't linger and walked straight out, with the door closing behind him. The humanoid outline within the door didn't appear, nor did it make any sound. Hereg wasn't sure if the humanoid outline inside the door was Alice. Though the voices were identical, he felt they weren't the same person. But those thoughts were not related to him for the time being, so he didn't dwell on them. Hereg walked some distance outside and found that the carriage was still there, with the coachman sleeping atop the carriage head. "Wake up, time to leave," Hereg called the coachman awake. The coachman quickly woke up and, seeing Hereg, hastily jumped off the carriage, respectfully saying, "Sir has returned, please get in the carriage, we are departing now." Hereg entered the carriage, and the coachman jumped onto the carriage head to drive the carriage back. Back home, Hereg went into the study and took out the 4 level 1 spell model books he just purchased. Shenlin, scan and input these 4 level 1 spells, then begin constructing the corresponding spell models. Task archived, beginning execution. The spell model data for Life Bud, Immovable Rock, Water Skin, Dark Gold Armor has been entered. Please choose the construction order. Hereg thought about it, the order didn't matter, they were all the same. Start constructing the spell models in this order, Hereg instructed. Task archived. Estimated completion in 4 hours and 15 minutes. Estimated consumption of 53.2% magic power. In Hereg's mind, Shenlin began using spiritual power to construct the spell model for Life Bud. Now what's needed is just to wait. As Shenlin constructed the spell models, Hereg also began flipping through the books of these 4 spell models, starting to read them. Shenlin can only help him quickly construct spell models, but understanding and insight must come from himself, by reading and thinking. Hereg now has a significantly enhanced perspective and knowledge compared to his time in the barren land. He spends his free time absorbing, understanding, and learning from the books and materials in the library of Silver Moon City. Now, when he revisits these spell model books, he has a different feeling and a deeper understanding of the magic principles. Much of the knowledge is actually interconnected. As long as one has a sufficiently deep understanding of the principles, mastering the knowledge naturally becomes faster. As time ticks by, Hereg remains focused in his study, attentively reading the spell model books while waiting for Shenlin to construct the spell model. During this process, Reese brought in some fruit and brewed a pot of hot coffee, placing it to the side without further interrupting Hereg. She has also been diligently learning magic potion knowledge lately, making significant progress, and will likely soon be able to take the exam for a level 1 alchemist. Over 4 hours later, the spell models for Life Bud, Immovable Rock, Water Skin, and Dark Gold Armor have been constructed. Hereg closed the spell model book in his hands, rubbing his temples. Constructing 4 level 1 spell models at once left him with a slight sense of mental fatigue. Hereg picked up the coffee at his side, taking a sip to refresh himself. In his mind, the models for the 4 level 1 spells were already constructed. Hereg first turned his attention to the Life Bud spell, a plant element spell. He prepared to try this spell, channeling magic power into the spell model. Soon, a mound of earth appeared on the floor before Hereg. A green stem emerged from the mound, with a bud at the top of the stem. Once the stem fully extended from the soil, it was a full 2 meters high. Simultaneously, the bud rapidly expanded, forming a large sack resembling a sleeping bag, spacious enough to accommodate an adult to lie down inside. The bud remained open, awaiting someone to lay inside. Hereg touched it and found it filled with sticky mucus. This mucus has an excellent effect on healing injuries. The spell reminded Hereg of the time in the Moonlight Forest when he was severely injured by Malcolm. In that perilous situation, Batty, a level 1 wizard, saved him using a similar method. Hereg felt that the spell Batty used back then was probably similar to Life Bud, as it looked quite alike. With a wave of his hand, Hereg made the bud retract instantly, disappearing. However, the mound on the floor remained, not disappearing, mysteriously brought from somewhere else. Hereg touched it to confirm it was indeed soil, and the floor was intact, not damaged. In his view, this should be strictly classified as a plant and summoning spell. Only summoning spells would exhibit such phenomena. Herag then proceeded to try another spell, Immovable Rock. When he channeled magic power into its spell model, particles of earth element energy began to gather around his body, with a yellowish hue glowing across all his limbs. The entire person looked much yellower, a spell likely unappealing to ladies who cherish beauty. But Herag didn't care, as becoming stronger was all that mattered. Shenlin assessed the enhancement brought by Immovable Rock. Herag wanted to see the impact of the spell. Immovable Rock provides approximately power plus 3.1, agility plus 1.1, constitution plus 6.6. Herag nodded. The effect was satisfactory, akin to that of the giant body. After testing Immovable Rock, he then moved on to Water Skin. This was a rather special spell, as Herag hadn't previously studied damage reduction spells. Looking down at his arm, he saw a transparent liquid covering all over his body, though he himself felt nothing. Just a cool sensation. If it was summer, this spell would be an ideal tool for beating the heat. Herag moved his body a bit, the spell causing no hindrance to his movements, much like wearing a snug suit with no noticeable discomfort. The specific damage reduction effect was hard to test, as he couldn't very well cut himself. If the force wasn't strong enough, there would be no test effect. Too strong, and what if he killed himself? Herag decided not to test it further, as he planned to integrate these beneficial spells into a single spell. He then began to test the last spell, Dark Gold Armor. With a thought, Herag directed his magic power into the spell model of Dark Gold Armor. Soon, metallic particles began to congregate on his surface, forming into dark golden metal. The process was extremely quick, and with just a blink, Herag was already clad in a layer of dark golden armor. This dark golden armor was similar to dark armor, offering full body coverage with no weak spots. The surface of the dark armor was also shrouded with black mist, looking grim and inauspicious. But dark gold armor appeared as solid armor, with a striking metallic luster. At a glance, the armor looked quite beautiful, luxurious. Herag was very pleased with the armor, although its functionality overlapped with dark armor. The next step would be integrating these beneficial spells into a single one. Shenlin, calculate whether it's possible to integrate Blood Python's Fury, Indomitable Will, Mountain Elf's Blessing, Water Skin, and Dark Gold Armor into a single spell, akin to Absolute Defense. Herag wasn't sure if integrating these spells into one was feasible, leaving it up to Shenlin to attempt. Analyzing and calculating. This time, Shenlin spent a little longer analyzing and calculating, possibly due to the number of spells involved, each differing in principle. Before coming to the Land of Dawn, Herag would have had little confidence in Shenlin completing this task. But after his arrival at the Land of Dawn, Shenlin had logged all the books from the first 3 levels of Silver Moon City's library, now possessing a colossal amount of data. With such a strong data foundation, Shenlin might just succeed. About half an hour later, through analysis and calculation, a central type spell model can be constructed, integrating these spell models into a single spell. Thinking it through, Herag said, Shenlin commenced the derivation of this spell model. Task documented, projected time of 110 hours, estimated magic power consumption 126%. Herag remembered that deriving Absolute Defense took 72 hours, already a lengthy task. Now, deriving this spell model, requiring 110 hours, speaks to its complexity. Herag was somewhat eager to see the effects of the spell. Integration when the time comes. Back when he integrated various shield magic into Absolute Defense, the defense strength of Absolute Defense had significantly increased. If the beneficial magic spells integrated also have a good effect, it would be a substantial enhancement to his own power. Integrating these beneficial spells requires some time, and Herag isn't planning to go out these days, choosing instead to stay home and thoroughly study the spell model books of the 4 magic. Herag then took the substitute Death Grassman out of the space ring and observed it for a while without seeing any clues. These level 1 witchcraft artifacts are no longer simple enchantment magic. They have more complex craftsmanship techniques. This kind of craftsmanship is absent in the Barren Land, so witchcraft artifacts are rarely seen over there. The barren land mostly just has some demonized items, which are simple enchanted magic items. Herag took out a dagger and forcibly made a small cut on his finger. His constitution is so strong now that his skin is highly resilient, and ordinary knives cannot cut his skin. Herag had to use some force to cut his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood onto the substitute death grassman. Just as he squeezed out a drop of blood, the wound had already stopped bleeding and was rapidly healing. A strong constitution not only brings resilient skin, but also powerful body recovery ability. After the blood dripped onto the substitute death grassman, what originally seemed just like an ordinary straw man showed some unusual changes. The surface of the substitute death grassman emitted a layer of faint red light, and Herag felt many free energy particles converging towards the grassman. The concentration of energy particles in the room increased as well, and substitute death grassman began to emanate some mysterious aura. At this time, Herag also felt something. He sensed a mysterious link with the substitute death grassman before him. This link is somewhat similar to a previous master-servant contract, but not entirely the same. The substitute death grassman levitated from the table, floating in front of Herag, rotating slowly. Some faint red light dots floated out from the substitute death grassman and landed on various parts of Herag's body, sinking into his body the moment they touched him. These faint red light dots continuously floated out from the substitute death grassman, which gradually became somewhat blurred. As more and more faint red dots appeared, the substitute death grassman gradually became transparent, as if being hollowed out. Herag kept receiving the integration of these light dots. Once inside the body, they lurked in various places. He didn't understand the specific role of these light dots, but intuitively felt there was no harm. Finally, with the last faint red light dot integrating into his body, the substitute death grassman completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. Herag felt inside his body but found no change, nor any trace of the substitute death grassman. He could only vaguely sense that something had been added internally, but upon careful examination, he couldn't find it. Shenlin, has the process just been recorded? From the initial blood drop, Herag instructed Shenlin to start recording the entire process data. Since Herag had never encountered such a special witch artifact like the substitute death grassman and didn't understand its principle, it was essential to record the relevant data during the initial use. Even if he couldn't figure it out for now, the preserved data might be useful later. Substitute death grassman related data has been recorded, Shenlin responded. Herag tried asking, "Can you analyze the principle of the substitute death grassman?" Based on observed data, hypothesized to involve contract rule magic principles acting. Due to a lack of relevant data, no effective conclusion can be drawn. It seemed Shenlin could not give an accurate result, and Herag had to give up. Rule-type magic is still beyond Herag's reach. He would have to wait to advance to a level 2 wizard to access it. Although this substitute death grassman is only a level 1 witchcraft artifact, it must have been made by a level 2 or higher wizard. Otherwise, it wouldn't involve rule-type powers. Inference complete, spell model as follows. While Herag was reading in the study room, Shenlin's prompt sound suddenly rang. He glanced at the prompt in his vision and saw that the beneficial spell model he had instructed Shenlin to infer was completed. Herag began to observe this spell model. Even though he had seen Shenlin infer the spell model once before, this time Herag still felt amazed. The spell model inferred by Shenlin was particularly clean, simple, and efficient, completely devoid of unnecessary structures. Herag studied it carefully. This spell's model structure was similar to absolute defense. Also, it connected the spell models of individual spells through a central structure, with an overall similar structure. The difference was that the central structure's spell model was much more complex than absolute defense. Perhaps because there are too many beneficial spells, and their types and attributes varied greatly. Integrating so many beneficial spells together is indeed a highly complex task. After studying it himself, Herag didn't find any issues. However, he still did not rush to construct this spell's model. Shenlin, simulate a test of this spell model for potential defects. Task logged, simulating test in progress. After about 20 minutes, simulation test completed, Spell model operates normally, no defects. Seeing Shenlin's simulation test result, Herag finally felt a bit relieved. He had also studied it, indeed found no issues. Shenlin, start constructing this spell's model. Herag planned to wait until the spell model construction completed before naming the spell after seeing the specific effect. Task logged. Constructing spell model estimated to take 10 minutes. Expected magic power consumption 5%. The construction process is much faster than inferring. Since Shenlin had already inferred the spell model, all that remained was to complete the construction process. Shenlin began controlling the spiritual power to construct the inferred spell model very swiftly. Spell model construction completed. Herag glanced in his mind. A new spell model had been constructed. Around this new spell model, lines connected the spell models of various beneficial spells like Blood Python's Fury, Indomitable Will, Mountain Elf's Blessing, and others. Herag wanted to try immediately to see what happens when the spell model is activated. But after looking up at the narrow and low study room, Herag decided to try it out in the backyard instead. The spell model is connected to the giant body spell. If it also has a giant transformation effect that enlarges the body, it might pierce right through the ceiling. Herag came to the backyard and looked around. The courtyards here are quite far apart from each other, and it seems like no one is watching this side. But for the sake of caution, Herag decided to first set up a blocking witch array. He took out a secret technique book from his space ring and began drawing runes with magic power, slowly imprinting them into the secret technique book. The witch array Herag was setting up was called Nightfall, which could prevent spying and has a soundproofing effect, making sure no sound leaks out. The range of Nightfall is enough to cover the entire estate, as it is a level 1 witch array. Nightfall also has a blocking effect on detection magic, like magic sense, unless it's some very special method or high-tier detection magic. After more than 10 minutes, Herag's moving hands finally stopped. The heavy secret technique book emitted a white glow, indicating that the Night Witch array was complete. Herag, holding the secret technique book, walked towards the basement. The structure here is pretty much the same as Lady Wendy's place, with the control core of the witch array located in the basement. Most of the estates in Silver Moon City are constructed like this, unless the estate owner has made some modifications, placing the control core elsewhere. Herag reached the basement, where there was already a secret technique book with the original witch array of the estate inscribed in it. This witch array was designed with expansion in mind from the start. As a level 1 witch array master, Herag had some understanding of this. After thoroughly examining the original witch array structure, he quickly found the expansion interface. Herag placed his secret technique book beside the original one, gathering magic power in his hand to inscribe a few runes to connect the two arrays. The original witch array retained an expansion interface for easier future expansion. However, this expansion step also needed to be completed by a witch array master, requiring simple rune structures to connect the new array. Ordinary families would certainly hire a witch array master to complete this task, but since Herag himself was one, he could handle it on his own. The Night Witch array was successfully integrated into the original one and could be operated through the original array core. Herag input some magic power to activate the Night Witch array. A black dome enveloped the entire estate, making it impossible for outsiders to see inside, as it appeared completely pitch black. However, from inside the estate, Herag could clearly see the outside. Vision would not be obstructed, with just a thin layer of black surrounding the estate. What is this? Reese noticed the change outside and came to the backyard, seeing Herag just coming out of the basement. It's the Night Witch array, which can block external detections. So whenever we do something secret, we no longer have to worry about being spied on, Herag said with a mischievous grin. Reese rolled her eyes at him, as if it could all happen right here in this courtyard. Herag pondered and said, "Not entirely impossible." He chuckled but then spoke seriously. "Actually, it's mainly to experiment with my new spell, so to prevent anyone from spying, I added the Nightfall Witch array." Reese nodded. "So that's why you've been holed up in the study these past few days." Herag laughed, stepped back a bit. "I'm about to test the effect of this spell. Best to stay a bit further to avoid accidental injuries." though they are beneficial spells and theoretically shouldn't harm others. But for the sake of safety, Herag still asked Rhys to step back a little. Rhys obediently stood at the edge of the backyard, watching Herag from afar. Once Rhys was a safe distance away, Herag took a deep breath and then input magic power into the spell model. The new spell model activated instantly, connecting to other spell models. Herag's body began to swell, quickly becoming a 4-meter-tall giant. His clothes shattered instantly, falling around in tatters. Aside from the giant transformation, Herag's entire body was covered in a set of black golden armor. This armor covered Herag's body with no blind spots. The massive body, combined with the cold black golden armor, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression at just one glance. Herag clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented strength with immense power hidden within his body. He felt an illusion, as if he could crush anything with a single punch. This was the disparity brought by the rapid increase in power, and Herag would need some time to get used to and accustomed to this kind of strength. He needed to quickly get used to the power and speed in this form so that he could control his body freely in future battles. Shenlin, assess the enhancement this spell brings to my body. Herag could feel the strength, but the exact numbers were unclear and relied on Shenlin for calculations. Task archived, calculating. Minute later, after meticulous calculation, Shenlin provided the result. After calculation, this spell provides enhancements of Power plus 35, Agility plus 29, Constitution plus 36. Current body data: Power 60.5, Agility 54.6, Constitution 63.2, Spirit 57.6. Herag glanced at this data, noting it was almost the same as when he was at the Death Swamp ruins. At the time, part of the Thunder God ancestors' bloodline power was activated, which was why such data was achieved at one stage. But now, just by using this spell, his body data had already reached this stage. If there's a chance to activate the Thunder God ancestors' bloodline power again, Herag thought he might have a chance to engage with a level 2 wizard. Even if he couldn't win, escaping would certainly be possible. Shenlin named this spell Titan Power. Herag thought for a bit and named the spell. Titans are mythical giants. Their bodies larger than most stars, containing the creative power, with each being a world in itself. Herag named this spell aiming for that goal. If one day his body could reach the level of a Titan, then no matter the enemy, he could crush it with a single punch. This is such a powerful feeling. Rhys, even from afar, could feel the immense pressure. The overwhelming sense of oppression continuously emanated from Herag, making it almost hard to breathe. Even though Rhys knew Herag wouldn't harm her, the instinctive oppression was still very noticeable. Just taking a glance, one could feel the power that Herag now possesses. You stay where you are. I haven't fully mastered my current power yet, and I'm not familiar enough with it. I'm afraid of accidentally hurting you. Seeing Rhys approach, Herag immediately made her stop. Rhys quickly understood, halted her steps and retreated to the side, not approaching any closer. Herag stood still and took a deep breath, directly stirring up a gust of wind. Even just his breathing sounded like rolling thunder, giving off an intimidating aura. Herag started performing some strange movements, his hands and feet in awkward positions. These were movements from the earth-breathing technique. Though now doing this didn't really benefit him physically, but it greatly helped Herag quickly become familiar with and master his current power. These movements were originally designed to train the body and unleash potential. Every movement engaged multiple muscle groups, with specific requirements for the strength and direction of force. After Herag started doing the earth-breathing technique movements, the effects were quickly evident. He became quite familiar with his own power after only performing the earth-breathing technique once, controlling his power more freely. Seeing the obvious effects, Herag continued practicing the earth-breathing technique movements. After completing 10 sets of the earth-breathing technique, Herag was totally familiar with his current power. His breathing was very steady, and the sound became extremely subtle. This was a sign that he had completely mastered his physical power. At first entering this state, his breath alone sounded like thunder and even stirred up the wind due to poor power control. Now his breathing was no different from normal, extremely steady. Herag then took out a longsword from his space ring and began practicing the swordsmanship he had learned before. He was using the swordsmanship to continue, familiarizing himself with his current power. Herag estimated this process would continue for a while longer. He planned to spend a month fully mastering his body's physical power so he could achieve ultimate power control in combat. In real combat, even slight power deviations could lead to completely different outcomes. Herag had to ensure his control over power was extremely precise. This was no joke, as the situation in real combat changes in an instant and cannot be taken lightly. Herag wielded the longsword, sending out gust after gust of wind. With his current power, even a level 2 wizard would be split in half if struck, a power far beyond what an ordinary body could withstand. Moreover, his speed was now incredibly fast. At first, Rhys could still see the swinging longsword, but soon it turned into an afterimage before finally appearing to slow down again. Rhys knew that it wasn't that Herag's speed had decreased, but that he was swinging the longsword at its extreme speed. Rhys was sincerely happy for Herag, hoping he could become increasingly stronger. A month passed quickly, and Herag spent it familiarizing himself with his power each day. He was now completely familiar with using the Titan. Power able to control his physical power to the utmost. Kawat Commercial District. On the bustling and lively street, crowds of people moved back and forth. Rhys, holding Herag's arm, strolled along the street. After a month of secluded practice, Herag came out for some fresh air and to accompany Rhys. Herag's next plan was to continue taking on tasks from Surlandir, striving to accumulate more contribution points. Now it seemed the value of contribution points was high, enabling them to be exchanged for many valuable resources. These resources were not impossible to acquire outside of Surlandir, just extremely difficult. But within Surlandir, the organization had already solved the channel issues for you. All Herag needed to do was accumulate contribution points and use them for exchange. Now that he had the Titan power, his own power had increased considerably, giving him more confidence in completing tasks. While the previous tasks hadn't posed any substantial danger, who could predict the future? In the land of Dawn, one had to be cautious at every turn. Herag still intended to take on tasks related to abyssal cultists, finding those tasks yielded contribution points more quickly. Moreover, he had a natural advantage in doing abyssal cultist tasks, being far more efficient. Herag and Rhys, who had been walking and chatting happily down the street, suddenly saw Herag's smile freeze for a moment before returning to normal. Rhys, perceptive as she was, noticed the change in Herag's expression and quietly asked, "What is it?" Herag laughed, "It's nothing, just noticed a little situation." Herag observed that in the crowd ahead, a child had their left hand in their pocket. As this child passed by a richly dressed middle-aged woman, a glow appeared on the surface of his left hand, and the jewel necklace from the middle-aged woman's neck vanished. The process was rapid, with the jewel necklace disappearing without a sound. The middle-aged woman hadn't noticed at all, continuing on her way through the crowd. In this bustling commercial district street, the crowd was dense, almost always a state of shoulder-to-shoulder pressing. Using the environment sense of Shenlin, Herag noted that the jewel necklace was already in the child's pocket. After stealing the necklace, the child quickly weaved through the crowd and ran away. Being small, he disappeared into the sea of people at a glance, leaving no trace behind. In the land of Dawn, many have wizarding talents, and naturally many can use magic. With more people able to use magic, the uses for magic naturally increased. Apart from the usual magic, there were all sorts of strange and unusual spells. For instance, some magic could enhance certain aspects of life experience upon application. There were quite a few such spells, with Herag having seen many in the library and having heard of many more. Naturally, he didn't need these. But that didn't mean others didn't. One could only say that where there's demand, there's a market, and there are even people specializing in developing such spells. Apart from these, theft magic was naturally indispensable. Quite a few wizards made a living by stealing all sorts of valuable items with diverse and intricate methods that were hard to guard against. Though strong efforts were made in the land of Dawn to propagate awareness, whenever a thieving spell was made public, a new one would soon be developed. The saying goes, the higher the Tao, the more cunning the demon. These thieves were particular in their targets. sizing up people first. If they spotted a powerful wizard, they wouldn't even dare to approach. They specialized in stealing from weaker wizards, wizard apprentices, or simply ordinary people's belongings. The success rate was higher for such cases, and it was less likely to be discovered. Generally speaking, theft is quite common, but since it's mostly about property loss, it doesn't have a major impact and won't be handled by official members of Surlandir. In the past, even if Herag saw it, he wouldn't intervene. If you stand on Kawat Commercial Street for 10 minutes, you can see many such incidents. Herag wouldn't bother with such matters. If he had to handle all such cases, he'd do nothing but catch thieves all day. The reason he took extra notice this time was that he sensed an abyssal aura from that child, especially the child's left hand, which had a particularly strong abyssal aura. Herag and Rhys walked slowly behind the young boy. With Herag observing closely, he discovered that almost all of the boy's abyssal aura originated from his left hand. This left hand seemed lifeless, giving off a feeling of a demonized item. More importantly, the boy was just an ordinary person, neither a wizard apprentice nor a knight, and he lacked physical strength. Yet in such a condition, his left hand possessed the ability to steal. This appeared very unusual. Herag could already see contribution points beckoning to him. He noticed that since the boy hadn't been discovered, he continued to wander along Kawat Commercial Street, picking suitable targets. The boy's left hand wore a space ring, and he placed stolen goods into the space ring. Herag followed him for a while, and in just half an hour the boy had stolen 3 times. Rhys evidently noticed changes in Herag, though she wasn't yet aware of the situation. She didn't speak, simply holding onto Herag's arm as if they were shopping as usual. There were too many people around for Herag to explain the situation to Rhys. Even though there might not be any abyssal cultists, nearby there could still be people working for the Abyssian forces. Not all abyssal cultists carry the abyssal aura. Many are abyssal cultists working for the Abyss Plane without any trace of the abyssal plane's aura. This is because, for abyssal cultists, receiving a blessing from the evil god of the Abyss Plane is rare. One needs to achieve certain merits to receive the evil god's blessing, which then imparts the aura of the abyssal plane. Or one might communicate with evil gods through items like wood carvings crafted by Max after being enticed, thus acquiring the abyssal aura. Yet, many people want to pledge allegiance to the Abyss Plane and facilitate its presence but have not yet been in contact with the evil gods of the abyssal plane. With so many people around, Herag naturally couldn't speak aloud. Herag and Rhys continued onward, trailing far behind the young boy. When passing by a narrow alley, Herag led Rhys into it. These alleys are typically seen as romantic spots at night for lovers to indulge a little. During the day, while rare, they are not devoid of couples. Once inside, Herag cornered Rhys against the wall. Rhys cooperatively reached up, wrapped her arms around Herag's neck, and pressed her lips gently to his. After a brief moment of intimacy, Herag cast a sound insulation spell around them and whispered into Rhys's ear, "I've possibly found traces of an abyssal cultist, so I need to continue tailing him. It's too conspicuous for 2 people to follow. You go back first, and I'll return after I'm done." Rhys whispered back, okay." While eager to help, she also heeded Herag's words. Since Herag didn't want her to continue following, Rhys didn't argue. Given the special circumstances, any delay might mean losing the target. Herag felt a pang of guilt, as he originally planned to spend the whole day shopping happily with her. But now he had to pursue an abyssal cultist halfway through. Rhys smiled sweetly, "It's okay. Do you think I care about such things? I'm not some spoiled little girl." Herag patted her head, then hailed a carriage on Kawat Commercial Street to send her back. After Rhys left, Herag glanced into the deeper stretches of Kawat Commercial Street, where the boy was still roaming and seeking targets. With his head down, Herag continued forward, occasionally stopping to look at street stalls and buying a few things casually. Like before, Herag knew this thief was just a minor player. To earn more contribution points, he needed to play the long game and find out who was behind the scenes. Herag had a premonition that he might uncover something significant this time. If items are stolen, there must be a way to fence them, which requires a channel. The young boy, having stolen so many valuable items, was just an ordinary person without any strength. Under such circumstances, he couldn't possibly hold onto the stolen goods, so there must be others behind him. Alda kept his left hand in his pocket, never taking it out. He knew that although his left hand looked almost like an ordinary hand with no noticeable changes, this hand was touched by divine blessing and couldn't be easily shown to others. While ordinary people wouldn't see anything, if a capable wizard noticed, it could spell trouble. Alda knew he came from humble origins, lacking talent and strength. Whenever he saw those noble wizards, he was filled with longing. However, reality is cruel. Without talent, one can't become a wizard or gain such powerful strength. Wizards can live for hundreds, even thousands of years. As an ordinary mortal, Alda's lifespan would barely reach 100. He found this unfair and constantly sought other ways to strengthen himself as much as possible. He longed for extraordinary power. Until one day, Alda encountered the gods, and, after witnessing the power of the gods, he realized this was the strength he had been seeking. The gods were merciful. Whether or not you had talent, they could grant you extraordinary power and various magical abilities. Alda glanced down at the left hand hidden in his pocket, which was a blessing from the gods. With this left hand, he could steal any small items within a few meters that he could see. Over the past few days, he had stolen quite a few valuables, but he felt it was still not enough. Wizards believe in the principle of equivalent exchange. Although the gods are merciful, he couldn't neglect their expectations and gifts. Alda wanted to steal as much property as possible before handing it over to Mr. Digran, who would be responsible for fencing the goods and converting them into money. All this wealth would become the power of their followers, used to do more things for the gods. Alda never thought of keeping anything for himself. He always turned over all the treasures. Because Mr. Digran gives them a considerable amount of money, enough for his own use for a long time, allowing him to live a prosperous life. Alda glanced at the space ring. Inside were 8 items he had stolen today. Originally, he could continue at night, and there would be even more people, making theft easier. But Mr. Digran wouldn't let them stay in one place for too long, at most 7 or 8 hours before they had to move on. Alda knew it was time to leave. Weaving through the crowd on the bustling Kawat commercial street, and soon left this lively place. He looked back at the Kawat commercial district, knowing that under normal circumstances, he would never have any connection to this place in his lifetime. Being an ordinary person without any aptitude and lacking any background, there was no possibility at all. The land of Dawn is such a cruel place. If ordinary people don't have a wizard's aptitude, they've lost all space for advancement. But with the power of the gods, Alda felt that everything was hopeful again, and what he wanted to pursue seemed not so unattainable. Alda arrived at a slightly desolate street. This was a civilian district. There was also a commercial area here, but the flow of people was much less. Because most civilians need to work hard and don't have much money to spend here. Only during the monthly day off would they come here to eat, drink, and relax. But today wasn't a day off, so there were only a few scattered people on the street. Wealthy people wouldn't come here either, because they thought it was beneath them, not in line with their status. Alda pushed the door of a bar named Root Bar and walked in, finding only 5 people scattered around drinking dull alcohol. These 5 people were regulars here, who just glanced at Alda and went back to their drinks. Alda went straight to the back of the bar and into the backyard. In the backyard, there was a man who looked around 40, pruning the flowers and plants with scissors. Mr. Digran, this is today's. Alda extended his left hand, placing today's stolen items in a basket beside him. Digran didn't even turn his head, continuing to prune the flowers and plants without speaking. Since he didn't speak, Alda didn't leave, standing honestly in place and waiting. After 10 minutes, Digran finished his work. Put down the scissors, turned and said, well done. The gods will remember your contribution. It's an honor to work for the gods, Alda said devoutly. Digran came over, extended his hand, took Alda's left hand, looked carefully and asked, have you felt anything unusual recently? Alda thought for a moment and replied, apart from occasional dull pain, nothing much. Digran nodded and said, that means your body hasn't fully adapted to the power of the gods. Exercise more regularly and it'll get better over time. Alda agreed, realizing his body was still too fragile and needed more training and cultivation to accommodate more of the god's power. Digrin took out a small bag of gold coins from the space ring. "Here's your reward. If you need more money, tell me. When working for the gods, you'll not run out of money." "Thank you, Mr. Digrin." Alda received the money pouch happily. Inside were all gold coins, enough for a long time. Alda knew the stolen items were worth far more than this, but he didn't have any reliable way to sell them and could easily get himself caught. By turning over these items to Digrin, he could help the gods and earn some money, a win-win situation. "Go back, keep up the good work. The gods are watching over you," Digrin said. Alda nodded, bowed respectfully, and left. After Alda left, Digrin put the treasures from the basket into his space ring. Then went to the basement. Outside the basement was a heavy iron door, which Digrin entered, waved his hand, and placed a pile of treasures on the ground. This pile of treasures formed a small mountain, indicating it was accumulated over some time. After placing the treasures on the ground, Digrin clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and said, "O mighty gods, please transfer these treasures to them." A strange fluctuation echoed in the basement, and suddenly a red tongue appeared. With one sweep, the tongue collected all the treasures on the floor and then disappeared. After doing this, Digrin closed the basement door and returned to the backyard. Hereg had been observing nearby. After hearing Digrin's words, he realized Digrin seemed to be requesting the Abyss Plane's evil god to transfer these treasures to others. Who these others were, or whether they were in the Abyss Plane or the Wizard Plane, was unknown. Hereg speculated that Digrin probably used this method to transfer the acquired treasures to certain people in the Land of Dawn. Because once treasures are in motion, their trajectory can always be traced. But if Digrin used the Abyss Plane's evil god as an intermediary to transfer these treasures to other abyssal cultists, it would be very hard to trace them. No one knows where these treasures went, maybe to somewhere incredibly far from Silver Moon City. The whole process was seamless. Even if one were to investigate, nothing would be found because there was no evidence. Hereg thought for a moment. It was hard to get evidence from Digrin, and for now there seemed to be no tangible evidence. Unlike Max, he hadn't made any wood carvings. The process of transferring the treasures was only a fleeting moment and soon passed. Hereg watched Alda, who was leaving, and got an idea. Alda walked down a dark street, about to go home. Suddenly, he felt darkness before his eyes and lost consciousness. Just as his body was about to fall, Hereg grabbed his collar and lifted him up. It was hard to find evidence from Digrin, but this person right here was the best evidence. Hereg glanced at Alda's left hand and quickly discovered a fine, thread-like living worm inside. The strong abyssal aura was coming from this worm, which was a small demon from the Abyss Plane. Hereg found that this little demon seemed to be feeding on Alda's life energy, constantly devouring Alda's life, thus providing energy for itself. If this continued, Alda wouldn't have more than 3 to 5 years to live. By the time his life was exhausted, it would be when his usefulness had been entirely drained. Hereg understood at this moment that Digrin was merely using Alda. With Alda's ordinary human body, how could he possibly withstand the power of the Abyss Plane? To Digrin, an ordinary person like Alda was merely a tool, just a consumable to be discarded once used. The cost was simple: give them some gold coins and hope, and they'll work for him. To these ordinary people, just a touch of extraordinary power could get them to work wholeheartedly. Hereg carried the unconscious Alda with one hand, took out a talisman stone with the other, and sent a message to Prize. "Mr. Prize, I found a thief, and this thief's left hand is a bit strange." "Strange? Did you discover something?" Prize asked. If it were just a thief, Hereg wouldn't have contacted him. There must be something special about the situation. Hereg continued messaging, saying, "This thief's left hand has a special ability to steal from others, but the person himself is just an ordinary person, not even a wizard apprentice. After controlling him, I investigated and found a red worm inside his left hand. I suspect it's a small demon from the Abyss Plane." "From what you're saying, it's quite possible. Bring him over for interrogation, and we'll find out." Prize replied immediately. Hereg did not outright state that the worm was a small demon from the Abyss Plane, but only expressed suspicion. Because most people cannot sense the aura of the Abyss Plane. Herag carried a person, moving quickly, using the cover of night to traverse the city. After leaving the area where Digran was located, Herag finally hailed a carriage by the roadside, heading for City Hall. The coachman was initially a bit scared upon seeing him carry a person, until Herag showed the talisman stone with Serlandir's insignia, and then he wasn't afraid at all. He knew this was Serlandir's emissary handling matters, and heading to City Hall seemed reasonable. After getting off the carriage, Herag carried the person to the front of City Hall, where he was stopped by two people. After revealing his identity, Herag quickly entered the Serlandir building and found Prize. Prize glanced at Alda, and then lifted Alda's left hand, observing it repeatedly. He used magic sense to carefully probe, and soon discovered the red thread like worm Herag mentioned. With years of experience fighting abyssal cultists, Prize quickly judged it was most likely a small demon from the abyss plane. Inside the interrogation room, Alda slowly opened his eyes, feeling a bit of a headache. As soon as he opened his eyes, the light stung, and he hurriedly squinted. He wanted to use his hands to block the light but found he couldn't raise them, as if they were tied. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, Alda realized he was bound tightly, his hands and feet secured. "Who are you?" Alda asked. Prize spoke. "I am Prize, the head of City Defense Security at Silver Moon City, here to ask you some questions." Upon hearing this, Alda's heart sank, and he dared not speak further. His heart went cold at once, being caught by Serlandir's people and brought here basically meant there was no way out. Prize continued, "The worm in your left hand is consuming your life energy. I've estimated if this continues, you might only have about 3 years to live." "Impossible," Alda exclaimed. "Why is it impossible?" Prize asked. "This is." Alda began to say something but then realized something and shut his mouth. Prize chuckled. "Were you about to say it's the blessing of your so-called gods granting you power?" Alda remained silent, neither refuting nor agreeing. Prize didn't bother with him and continued speaking. "Who do you think you are? What makes you think your so-called god would grant you power? Don't believe pies fall from the sky. I am a level 2 official wizard of Serlandir, and I've seen many such things over the years. There's always some fool who thinks that by siding with the evil gods of the abyss plane, they can rise to prominence, but you're just tools for their use." Alda still did not speak, though he was starting to believe what Prize said. Since the implant of that worm in his left hand, despite gaining mysterious power, his left hand often had a vague pain, and he sometimes felt particularly exhausted. Sometimes, after waking from a nap, he found a lot of nosebleed. Alda had actually already realized that these might be related to the worm, but subconsciously he avoided this possibility. "The reason I'm telling you so much is that there's still a chance you can be saved. The worm just needs to be removed and you'll still be normal. As the head of Silver Moon City's security department, I'm responsible for everyone's life," Prize said. "Can it be removed?" Alda asked. At this moment, he felt inexplicably fearful and wanted the worm in his left hand removed. "Of course it can. I can remove it right now." Prize stood up, prepared to go over. Suddenly, Alda's eyes snapped open, his veins bulging all over his body, making him look terrifying. Prize quickly realized something and was ready to save Alda. But it was too late, as Alda's veins all exploded in an instant, spraying a shower of blood. The entire interrogation room's walls, ceiling, and floor was sprayed with blood. A transparent wall in front of Prize blocked the spraying blood. Looking at Alda again, the whole person had no more breath, his head limply hanging. Blood kept dripping from his arm, forming a pool on the ground. Herag, who had witnessed the whole process from the side, was utterly shocked at Alda's sudden demise. Prize let out a breath and said solemnly, "Most likely, Digran got word and triggered the means hidden inside Alda, killing him to prevent information from being leaked. I've examined it, not just the body, even Alda's soul has shattered." He was a level 2 wizard specializing in necromancy, with very acute senses towards souls. For ordinary people like Alda, both the soul and body were fragile. If Prize wanted to interrogate the soul directly, Alda would almost certainly be dead. The small demon inside Alda from the abyss plane made interrogating him alive more valuable, and it could serve as evidence. That's why Prize didn't immediately interrogate the soul, yet he didn't expect Alda to die suddenly. Someone leaked the information. Prize said with a deep voice. Prize means that someone inside Surlandir leaked the information, allowing Digran to learn that Alda was captured, which triggered the fallback hidden within Alda. Herag pondered, could it be that I was discovered by their people on my way here? Although he was in a carriage on his way, he might have been noticed carrying Alda before boarding. Moreover, it's possible that the coachman was one of the abyssal cultists, so there were many places where the information could have leaked from, not necessarily from inside Surlandir. Herag was careful along the way, but couldn't completely guarantee not being discovered. Furthermore, it might have been that Alda's unusual absence was noticed when he didn't return home on time. These were all possibilities. Prize shook his head. What you mentioned is unlikely. Based on my understanding, the abyssal cultists generally don't have enough manpower to monitor someone like Alda, so the chance of you being seen on the way is extremely low. They are already short on people. A more likely scenario is having informants inside the city hall. After all, Silver Moon City is so large. It's easier to place an informant directly in the city hall than in other places. Since all our actions against the abyssal cultists are actually initiated and summarized here, if they want to know our actions, they would definitely place informants here. Hereg pondered, if there are informants, then why wasn't there any information leaked the last time we caught Max? The abyssal cultists are each acting on their own, and many of them actually don't know each other. The evil gods they worship are also different. That's precisely why they can never gather enough strength, making it easier for us to act against them. So the strength of those abyssal cultists varies. Their connections, channels, status, and forces are all different. Some have extensive contacts and can know any commotion, while others, like Max before, are not that well informed. Prize has captured many abyssal cultists and is experienced. In his view, the other side being able to directly trigger the fallback within Alda causing instant death indicated that they definitely knew Alda was captured by Surlandir. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so decisive. From Hereg capturing Alda to now, it had only been half an hour, and the information leaked, which was too fast. The interrogation had just begun and ended before even formally proceeding. Let's go, we should find that Digran now, but I estimate that he won't be there, Prize said without much hope. Since Alda is dead, it was most likely Digran's doing. Having received the information, he certainly wouldn't stay there foolishly. Surlandir insists on evidence before arresting anyone, but in matters involving abyssal cultists, as long as there is reasonable suspicion, you can be asked to cooperate with the investigation. After all, Silver Moon City is Surlandir's territory, and Surlandir has the final say here. So if Digran got the information, he'd definitely flee. Otherwise, once in the interrogation room, all the rules are as Prize dictates. The group quickly sprang into action, and a team was immediately dispatched to Digran's residence, with Hereg among them. Inside the root bar, a few people were still drinking, seemingly no different from before. Hereg and Prize stood in the backyard of the root bar, and as expected, there were no traces of Digran here anymore. Digran's place was messy, indicating he left in a hurry, taking some things with him and leaving directly. The door to the basement was already open, and it was completely empty inside. Issue a warrant for Digran. Prize instructed those beside him, having anticipated this outcome. He glanced at the surrounding people and said, also, immediately conduct a thorough internal investigation after we return. We must find out who their informant is. This matter certainly involves someone leaking information, otherwise it wouldn't have happened so quickly. Hereg reflected, it was my oversight, I should have been more cautious. It's not your problem, but that there's a traitor internally, Prize said. Hereg recalled the previous events and was nearly certain that he hadn't been seen before boarding the carriage. Given the Shenlin environment detection he had running all along, the only possibility of being seen and the information being leaked was the coachman. But that coachman was merely an ordinary person at the time and needed to be investigated. After Hereg mentioned the coachman, Prize gave some instructions and quickly had the city hall people start checking on that coachman. With Surlandir's skills, finding an ordinary person would be easy, especially a coachman who had been working for a long time. The results came out shortly. The coachman was found sleeping. After some questioning, it was essentially confirmed that he had nothing to do with the matter. The internal investigation started quickly, and every communication record via Talisman Stone was pulled out for strict examination. But this was destined to be futile, because everyone knew the magic net could be monitored by major wizard organizations. No abyssal cultists would use Talisman Stones to communicate crucial information, as they had other means. If there was a mole in Surlandir, they certainly wouldn't use Talisman Stone to inform Digran of this news. After 2 days of investigation, no suspicious personnel were found. The means of wizards are numerous, and there are many ways to leak information. If you don't know what method the mole used to leak information, it's hard to pinpoint exactly who it is. But the investigation must continue, even if nothing was found for now, knowing there's a mole warrants keeping an eye out in the future. The warrant for Digran was officially issued, but no news has come up yet. What is certain is that he's still in Silver Moon City, because there aren't many ways to travel between cities in the Land of Dawn, and it's not easy to leave town. But Silver Moon City is too big. Digran could hide in a secluded corner for a long time. After a few days, the matter calmed down. To Silver Moon City, it was just a routine small issue. Besides the internal investigation secretly continuing at the City Hall, everything seemed to return to normal. Herag was at home, holding a data file. It was Digran's complete personal data. He was not yet discouraged. A living person couldn't just disappear like that. Herag had a sense that this Digran was not that simple. If he could solve it, he might earn a lot of contribution points. Since there weren't many targets at the moment, he might as well continue looking into Digran's data to see if he could pull out any leads. Herag had previously looked at Digran's file, but hadn't thought about it much because he was busy completing search missions. Now, upon reviewing the file again, Herag discovered some anomalies. Digran came from the Mozambique slums and possessed some wizard qualifications. According to the records, he was a third-class wizard apprentice. The Root Bar was his establishment, and it had been running for over 20 years. The file was straightforward, without much information, suggesting that Digran was just an ordinary resident of Silver Moon City. But Herag's eyes fell on the first line, on the words Mozambique slums. Seeing Mozambique slums, Herag suddenly remembered that Doran and Max also originated from the Mozambique slums. All three came from the slums and were abyssal cultists. It was too much of a coincidence. While the population of the Mozambique slums was large, so having some abyssal cultists was normal. However, repeatedly encountering ones from the slums made Herag start to have some thoughts. He took out a talisman stone to convey his observation to Prize. Prize replied, "Indeed. Many abyssal cultists come from the slums, partly due to the large population, and also because the poor living conditions make them more susceptible to the influence of the evil gods of the abyss plane, thereby becoming abyssal cultists." Prize seemed to know this point already and didn't find it special. The slums are a place where evil easily breeds, thus the probability of appearing abyssal cultists is naturally higher. Surlandir also knew this but had no solutions. The Mozambique slums were the densest area in Silver Moon City, extremely chaotic, essentially unmanageable, and no one would attempt to manage it. Surlandir was actually very unaware of the current situation in the slums, and as long as there were no major disturbances, they wouldn't intervene. Moreover, the slums themselves were very closed off, strictly monitoring any outsiders who entered. Ordinary people wouldn't dare go to that place. If something happened inside, they would have to suffer the consequences alone. If someone died in there, no one would know, nor could it be investigated. Even if one attempted to investigate, if things escalated, they could easily scapegoat someone to appease it. Could Digran be hiding in the Mozambique slums? Herag asked. It's a possibility, Prize replied. Herag continued, have we ever checked there? The situation in the Mozambique slums is very complex. First, if Digran is hidden there, it's tough to find him. Besides, if we actually went, he would hear about it and flee before we even reach the door. The main issue with the slums is that we can't just storm in. It could easily incite a slum riot. If the slums riot, it would affect the entire Silver Moon City's social stability. In the Land of Dawn, there's a strict ban against mass civilian slaughter. If the slums riot, it wouldn't be you killing them, but they launching suicidal attacks, causing massive casualties. By then, many people would undoubtedly die, and if such a thing occurs, not just me but even Master Parker would be held accountable. Price explained the uniqueness and complexity of the Mozambique slums. In the land of dawn, the massacre of ordinary people is strictly prohibited. If the Silver Moon City slums rioted, the matter would inevitably spread, becoming a reason for other wizard organizations to condemn Surlandir. In the land of dawn, the major wizard organizations have both cooperative and competitive relationships. Surlandir certainly wouldn't want such things happening within his territory. So over the years, dealing with slums has been approached with extreme caution. Even knowing that an abyssal cultist like Digran was hiding in the Mozambique slums, they wouldn't investigate. Because the risk is too great, no one could bear the responsibility and possible consequences. After all, Digran is just an abyssal cultist, not worth Surlandir risking a slum riot to capture him. After listening to Price, Harag understood the situation in the Mozambique slums. Surlandir's attitude seemed to be laissez-faire, treating it like a hot potato no one wanted to manage. As long as no major riots occurred, they only sent basic rations in and didn't interfere much more. But won't this management approach cause problems? Harag couldn't help but wonder. If the Mozambique slums continued to receive such treatment, over time, it would become a ticking time bomb for Silver Moon City, ready to explode at any moment. The issue with the Mozambique slums was like everyone knowing it's a bomb that will eventually go off. But if touched, it would immediately explode. Leaving it alone at least wouldn't explode right away, and thus, no one tended to it. Harag then searched for news about the Mozambique slums in the tavern forum, and frowned after reading. He felt it necessary to investigate the situation in the Mozambique slums, not for the safety of Silver Moon City, but for his own. Harag noticed that many were completely unaware of the conditions there, having no clue what's happening inside. Poverty, backwardness, chaos, evil. These were the general impressions most had of the Mozambique slums, but anything more specific was entirely absent. It's as if people inside the slums didn't use talisman stones, as no one mentioned detailed situations inside. While others could remain oblivious, Harag couldn't afford to be unaware. He lived in Silver Moon City, and without a certain degree of understanding, he wouldn't be prepared if something suddenly happened in the future. Knowing the slums were a ticking time bomb, Harag couldn't pretend he hadn't seen this, and he needed to at least grasp the situation. Should he spot any anomalies, he could at least prepare mentally and plan in advance. In the absence of shelter, no eggs remained intact. Harag didn't believe that if a significant event happened in Silver Moon City, he could remain unaffected. Going to assess the situation could enable him to prepare early. He decided to act immediately, preparing to head to the Mozambique slums to first observe the outskirts. The Mozambique slums were located in the western part of Silver Moon City, covering a vast area larger than most wealthy or civilian districts. Because no one paid attention to it usually, it was easy to overlook, making people think it was as insignificant as a small corner. Having carefully looked over the map of the Mozambique slums, Harag felt even more apprehensive. With such a large area and high population density, just how many people lived there? Early the next morning, Harag took a carriage to the western Mozambique slums. He lived in the east, quite a distance from the Mozambique slums. He changed carriages 3 times along the way, not because the driver was unwilling to go that far, but because Harag didn't want to ride directly from the east to the Mozambique slums. That would be too easy for others to trace back his origin. To be cautious, Harag changed carriages after a certain distance so that at least the new driver wouldn't know where he came from. In Silver Moon City, carriages couldn't run at full speed without interruption. So the journey took 4 hours to reach the vicinity of the Mozambique slums in the west. After getting off the carriage, Harag immediately felt that the scene in front of him was unlike any other part of Silver Moon City. In other parts of Silver Moon City, even in the communal districts, the streets were at least clean and tidy. The buildings were mostly tall, with clean exterior walls which made them pleasing to the eye. But in this place, Mozambique, the ground was already littered with trash before even stepping into the slum area. When the wind blew, the trash would roll across the ground. A faint stench lingered in the air, sometimes strong, sometimes faint. There weren't many tall buildings around, most were low houses. Even when there were tall buildings, they were often very dilapidated. Seeing this environment, Herag had the illusion of arriving at a garbage dump. The environment here was obviously unmaintained, either because no one was assigned to maintain it, or it was intentionally left this way to fit the slum's identity. The people's mental state here was also very different from other places in Silver Moon City. Herag looked around and found that many people wore expressions of worry, with permanently furrowed brows that seemed never to have been relaxed. This expression suggested it was formed over many years, not something that appeared suddenly. Many people were carrying garbage on their backs, some of it picked out to sell, some seemingly to keep for themselves. The Mozambique slums had the largest landfill in Silver Moon City, located right next to the slums. This was one of the reasons why there was garbage everywhere on the streets. Every day, a lot of garbage was dumped here, and many residents of the slums came to scavenge to sustain themselves. Herag noticed that the people here were generally yellow-faced and skinny, never seeing a rosy complexion. Moreover, there were many people with large bellies, indicating serious illness related to their usual dietary habits. Only when even the most basic hygiene was lacking would there be so many people with distended bellies. Walking the streets, Herag noticed that people around him kept glancing at him discreetly. It dawned on him how out of place he was here. Neat clothes, the obviously expensive fabric, and a healthy complexion. Everything, whispered Herag, was a healthy, normal person. But a normal person was abnormal here. Herag realized that if he wanted to investigate something here, it would be almost impossible. Because he stood out too much, an obvious target. Perhaps before he could go far, news of him would have spread through the Mozambique slums. After some thought, Herag stopped a departing carriage and left. The driver, though puzzled, didn't question him due to the money involved, assuming that this esteemed gentleman was merely curious about the place, only to regret it upon seeing the littered ground. Occasionally, residents from other parts of Silver Moon City would come out of curiosity. But without exception, they all regretted it. Just the smell lingering in the air was enough to be unbearable for many. Herag chose to return, intending to come back once he was prepared. Apart from changing his attire, he planned to alter his appearance, not wanting to show up looking the same. Herag thought about a situation where, if there were many abyssal cultists in the slums, if he went to investigate and was noticed by these cultists, it would be easy for them to find out his identity, making it easy to target him. Herag didn't want to risk endangering himself. It's impossible to guard against thieves every day. If these people had him in their sights, it would be quite troublesome. Herag himself might be fine, but with Reese by his side, he had to consider her more. No matter what, he couldn't implicate Reese, and he had to be responsible for her safety. Once back home, Herag quickly began preparing a magic potion called the 1,000 Change Potion. This was a Tier 1 potion that allowed the user to take on the appearance of anyone they desired. But there was one limitation: it couldn't change gender. Men could only transform into men, and women into women. Preparing magic potions wasn't difficult for Herag, and the materials for the 1,000 Change Potion were easy to purchase, as they were common magic potion materials. After 5 hours, Herag held a bottle of purple liquid, the successfully crafted 1,000 Change Potion. "What are you planning to change into?" Reese asked curiously. "It doesn't matter. However, the potion can't be used at home. I'll use it once I'm out so you won't see what I turn into," Herag smiled. If he changed his appearance at home, someone seeing him later would leave traces. At least he had to get to the city center and find a secluded place to drink the potion. There no one would recognize him or know where he came from, making him untraceable. "All right, that's a bit of a pity." Reese sighed slightly and then started to disguise Herag. To make Herag appear more like someone from near the slums, Reese purposely bought some second-hand clothes of very poor material, with a bit of a smell. Herag didn't mind these at all. In fact, he was pleased it fit the identity of the people there. After Reese worked on his makeup for a while, Herag's complexion turned much more sallow, looking almost malnourished. With his disguise complete, Herag left to head back toward the Mozambique slums. On passing through the city center, Herag found an inn to drink the 1,000 Change Potion. Herag's form changed rapidly, becoming a bit shorter, with his features entirely different. Staring in the mirror, touching his face, he had chosen a random visage from memory. This face came from a past life. If he remembered correctly, it was someone named Leonardo. Having consumed the potion, Herag changed into new clothes and left the inn when no one was paying attention. He stood by the roadside and hailed a carriage. The driver looking at him skeptically, "To Mozambique. That's quite a bit of fare." "Here you go." Herag hesitated briefly, then handed over 5 somewhat dirty silver coins. The coachman took the silver coin and wiped the grime off it disdainfully with his sleeve. He glanced at Herag, feeling a bit puzzled. Herag looked decent, but his clothing didn't resemble that of a wealthy person at all. Moreover, he was heading to the Mozambique slums, a place the rich would never visit. The people from the Mozambique slums wouldn't take a carriage there either, as they couldn't afford the entire fare of 5 silver coins, so the coachman was uncertain about Herag's background. Herag ignored him and boarded the carriage on his own. The coachman decided to stop overthinking and, securing the silver coin, began to drive. "Just stop at Hoagland Street, there's no need to go to the Mozambique slums," Herag added after getting into the carriage. "Sure," the coachman replied. "Hoagland Street is located outside the Mozambique slums, a certain distance away, taking about half an hour to walk. It could be considered a residential area, just adjacent to the Mozambique slums. Sometimes those who have improved their circumstances in the Mozambique slums move out, and Hoagland Street is a good place to relocate to." Herag instructed the coachman to stop there because he realized no one from the slums would take a carriage to the Mozambique slums. People from there wouldn't travel that way. It seemed more reasonable to go to Hoagland Street, as people there weren't as poor as those in the Mozambique slums. Many would even spend a lot just to take a carriage back to show off their success to neighbors. After getting off at Hoagland Street, Herag looked around. Although it wasn't as littered with garbage, flowing with sewage, or filled with stench like the Mozambique slums, it still wasn't particularly clean. The ground was muddy with quite a bit of filth. Not as nice as other parts of Silver Moon City, and worse than most residential areas. After getting off, no one paid him any attention. His attire matched the people around. Herag lowered his head and activated Shenlon's environment detection. He scanned the areas he passed while keeping an eye on his surroundings, gradually approaching the Mozambique slums. Over 20 minutes later, Herag reached the Mozambique slums again, a few hundred meters from where he got off the cart last time. In front lay vast areas of low shanties, with many entrances, formed by narrow alleys. The winding alleys couldn't be clearly seen from outside, leaving the destination unknown. Through Shenlon's environment detection, Herag observed these alleys were the main roads within the Mozambique slums. Each alley was extremely narrow, allowing only one person to pass through. Interconnected like a web, these alleys formed a labyrinth, causing anyone not local to easily get lost. Due to Shenlon's environment detection having limited range, Herag could only see some of the outer area terrain, with deeper areas remaining unobservable. Herag planned not to venture inside, as he was an unfamiliar face easily noticed. In such a vast slum area, a lone individual entering would go unnoticed, like a wave dropped into the sea. As a level 1 liquidation wizard, he had some self-preservation confidence. But knowing there could be abyssal cultists inside made taking a risk unwise. If encountering some special method, even Herag might not escape. If caught inside the Mozambique slums, getting out would be troublesome. Even Serlandir preferred not to interfere easily with this place. Herag walked along the outskirts of the Mozambique slums, using Shenlon's environment detection to record the observable areas. However, the slums were flanked by 2 foul rivers, with a continuous stretch of low shanties on the Stinky River's other side, and open flat land on this side. Since there was no one around here, if Herag dared to walk over and observe the slums from afar, he'd easily be noticed. Thus, Herag could only observe a corner of this side from the slum's outskirts. Inside, he knew nothing about the much more extensive area. Glancing at a nearby tavern, Herag considered entering to figure out how to investigate further. But he found it was filled with reeking drunks who were clearly very familiar with each other. As a stranger, Hereg entering there would undoubtedly attract attention, bringing unnecessary trouble. So he abandoned the idea of entering the tavern. Hereg contemplated as he strolled along. Passing a small alley, he glanced inside. He saw piles of garbage filling the alley, reeking of stench and decay, with a few crows rummaging for food atop the heaps. Hereg immediately had some ideas. Minutes later, a crow soared from the alley, flying in the vast sky. In a deserted corner, Hereg held a half-empty bottle of liquor, leaning against a wall and drinking silently, appearing no different from the drunks commonly seen here. Seemingly a disheartened, indulging drunkard, Hereg's mind was actually focused on the crow flying above. All things have spirit, a magic of the elf race, allowed communication with all living creatures. Hereg temporarily manipulated the crow's body, controlling it to fly over the Mozambique slums. While using the all things have spirit magic, Hereg couldn't employ Shenlin's environment detection on the crow, nor sense the abyss plane's breath. His intention was merely for Shenlin to quickly record the visible scene from above, creating a complete map of the slums. This would at least provide a rough idea of the slums, internal terrain, and layout distribution. The problem was, this couldn't reveal how many abyssal cultists were inside the slums. The crow, flying swiftly overhead, couldn't glean much useful information or make much analysis. While Hereg controlled the crow flying over Mozambique, France was in a courtyard, holding a ladle and drawing water from a bucket to water flowers. As the crow flew over, France glanced at it, watching it fade into the distance. Stood nearby, Brown noticed France consistently watching the crow, prompting him to ask, "Sir, did you notice anything unusual?" France shook his head, ceasing to look at the crow and continuing to water the flowers. As he watered, he remarked, "It's nothing, just an eye. Surlindir's people are always like this, frequently flying over our heads as if it suits their lofty status. They've come again." Brown understood what was going on after listening. Although Surlindir rarely intervened in the management of the Mozambique slums, he never slackened his surveillance and investigation of the area. He would occasionally come over to check on the situation, ensuring there were no major changes. As long as everything appeared calm and ordinary, there would be no further actions. Brown knew this, and France did too. They were already accustomed to it. When France noticed the abnormality of the raven, he instinctively thought it was Surlindir's people coming to investigate again, which is why he spoke as he did and did not pay much attention to the raven. On the other side, Hereg, leaning against the corner of the wall, suddenly opened his eyes. When he was controlling the raven to fly over, he suddenly sensed the feeling of being watched. Someone was intensely watching him. It wasn't just watching the raven in the sky, but seemed to be watching him through the raven. Upon sensing this feeling of being watched, Hereg immediately maneuvered the raven to fly away from the Mozambique slums. He quickly realized that someone in the Mozambique slums had detected the oddity of the raven and perceived his presence through it. Without hesitation, Hereg stood up and left. He was unsure if the other party had detected his location, but staying there was certainly not an option. He had to leave. Hereg quickly exited the Mozambique slum area and arrived at Hoagland Street, feeling slightly relaxed. He swiftly hailed a carriage and began his return journey, trying to distance himself from the area of the Mozambique slums as quickly as possible. Hereg found it peculiar. Typically, even if someone noticed the anomaly of the raven, they would only watch the raven, so why did he have a sense of being watched? It was a feeling as if someone saw him directly through the raven. This ability is certainly not something an ordinary wizard could achieve. At least most level 1 wizards wouldn't be able to do it. In Hereg's estimation, the person watching him was likely a level 2 wizard, or perhaps even higher. Only then could someone see through the raven and identify the person controlling it from behind in an instant. However, in that slum area, according to Hereg's findings, the strongest person there was an old man named France, with the power of a level 1 crystallization wizard. While Hereg was flying, there were many people below. He could not determine who exactly was watching him. But it no longer mattered. Hereg had acquired the information he wanted. First, the complete topographic map of the Mozambique slums was already recorded in Shenlin's database. Then Hereg confirmed that the Mozambique slums had quite significant issues, with much deeper waters than he had imagined. Powerful individuals hidden in the Mozambique slums alone were enough to substantiate many of Herag's suspicions. Herag was almost certain now that the Mozambique slums were like a giant ticking time bomb, unpredictable as to when it might explode. He sat in the carriage, frowning. The situation in the Land of Dawn was far more complex than he imagined, with not only threats from polluted areas outside, but also forces like the abyssal cultists within. It was truly full of internal and external troubles, appearing all calm on the surface without any noticeable anomalies. Yet underneath the calm facade, turbulence was brewing, giving Herag an even greater sense of urgency. Previously residing in the barren land actually afforded a certain amount of protection. There was at least not this level of danger. Upon learning this information, Herag felt even more pressing to enhance his power. When the mutation arrives, only sufficient power will ensure he can survive the tide. Herag was thankful he did not recklessly enter the Mozambique slums, otherwise he might not have come out alive. Even if he had escaped, it was likely he would have been targeted by the people there, causing him much trouble. Halfway through, Herag got off the carriage, stealthily moving through a shadowy corner area for a long time, ensuring no one had detected him or given him the feeling of being watched. After confirming no one was tracking him, he reverted back to his original appearance. The effects of the 1,000 change potion could be actively dispelled and lasted up to 72 hours. Herag remained cautious along the way, changing locations several times. Although he felt like he was outsmarting air, he constantly felt it was best to remain cautious. While Herag was studying spell model books at home, he received unexpected news. The body was discovered in a sewer near City Hall. Since the sewers in the City Hall area were regularly maintained, the body was quickly discovered. The sanitation workers who found the body reported it immediately. The information about the body was quickly verified as the wanted Digran. Upon hearing the news, Prize and others hurried over to investigate, confirming it was indeed Digran. They also used some magical methods to ensure the corpse wasn't transformed by magical means. Similar incidents had occurred before, where someone fabricated their own death attempting a false escape, only to have their trick exposed. From the wounds on the body, it appeared Digran had died swiftly, with a knife stabbed directly into the heart, which was fatal. After Prize and others checked the scene, they noticed many peculiarities. Digran seemed to have offered no resistance at all. It was unclear if he was controlled and couldn't resist, or if he didn't react before he was killed with a simple stab. More strangely, Prize attempted to summon Digran's soul with his methods, only to find no trace at all. This led to the belief that someone had completely annihilated his soul. Such an act was beyond the capability of an ordinary wizard, requiring considerable strength. This brings up a question: what was the motive for killing Digran? Digran was a fugitive wanted by an order issued by Silver Moon City. If it was someone seeking the bounty, they should have handed Digran over to Surlandir's faction in Silver Moon City after killing him. But they didn't. Instead, they dumped the body in the sewer. Hence, it's possible the murder was to silence him, with someone not wanting Digran to reveal certain information, so they directly killed him. Yet this also had an unreasonable aspect, as the body disposal location was peculiar. From the scene's traces, it appeared the body was taken through the sewer to near City Hall for disposal. This seemingly was done intentionally to ensure the body's discovery. If the person who killed Digran wanted to silence him and prevent him from falling into Surlandir's hands, they should have completely disposed of the body. Many methods existed within the wizarding world to make a living person disappear without needing to dispose of a body. From this point of view, the act of the other party disposing of the corpse in the sewers near City Hall seems very odd. Perhaps it's a gesture of goodwill or a provocation, Prize said through the talisman stone. Herag pondered. Goodwill, you mean the abyssal cultists? Exactly, although we don't know why they did it. For now, it seems only those abyssal cultists would do such a thing. They killed Digran and then deliberately threw the body in the sewers near City Hall for us to discover. By doing this, it seems like they want to communicate something to us, but we currently have no clue why they would do it. This action also carries a hint of provocation. Prize said, the matter with Digran was almost about to die down, and Prize and the others had no hope of finding Digran. In the past, there were many such incidents where people disappeared into the corners of Silver Moon City, never to be found again. These individuals would slowly be forgotten because Silver Moon City had countless matters needing attention daily. With limited manpower, it's impossible to resolve every old case. No one has the capability, nor the manpower and energy. So normally, those abyssal cultists associated with Digran had no reason to kill Digran. They could just hide out as usual for a while. Prize was unaware, but Herag had made some connections. He suddenly thought it might relate to his recent investigation in the Mozambique slums. At that time, as he manipulated the crow to fly over the Mozambique slums, he was noticed and observed by some unknown presence. Herag guessed it might be that the people in the Mozambique slums thought it was someone from Surlandir investigating Digran. Recently, the matters concerning the abyssal cultists revolved mainly around Digran. If Digran was indeed hiding there, the abyssal cultists in the slums likely thought Surlandir was suddenly investigating because of Digran. They didn't seem to want conflict with Surlandir, so they killed Digran and delivered his body. This is both an act of goodwill and a provocation. The Mozambique slums' intentions were clear. I've given you the person, so don't bother coming here anymore. Herag linked the causes and effects, quickly unraveling and understanding the situation. He thought that the Mozambique slums seemed quite complicated, and he needed to be more cautious in the future. By the way, your contribution points have been settled. Totaling 10 points, which isn't insignificant, Prize added. This time, only capturing one small character, Alda, didn't really earn any contribution points. The 10 points were because they identified Digran as an abyssal cultist. Herag had no complaints. Having 10 points was already quite good. He now had a total of only 100 contribution points, better than nothing. Herag pondered and asked, Mr. Prize, does our Surlandir have a small plane like Augustus Academy to accelerate meditation practice? Being aware of the various potential dangers, Herag needed to expedite his strength enhancement. For a wizard, meditation was the most straightforward way to become stronger. Once the realm progresses, strength naturally increases significantly. Currently at the liquidation wizard stage, Herag needed to accumulate meditation practice to break through to the crystallization stage. But at the current pace, who knew how long it would take to progress to the crystallization wizard stage? Herag had to consider more methods to expedite meditation speed. Early promotion to crystallization wizard stage was necessary for becoming a level 2 wizard. Once promoted to level 2 wizard, his ability to protect himself in the Land of Dawn would greatly improve. Regarding methods to increase meditation speed, the first Herag thought of was continuing to develop magic potions to enhance his meditation speed. Next, he remembered the small plains Lillian had mentioned before, where meditation practice would be much faster. Lillian had once said every wizard organization had similar places. A small plain, we do have one, but the conditions to enter are stringent. You need at least 1,000 contribution points, and it requires approval. For you, it's challenging to pass. However, if you want to speed up meditation, you don't have to go to a small plane. Just go to the Wizard Tower, Prize suggested. Herag, too inexperienced, even if he quickly earned 1,000 contribution points, lacks the qualifications for the application approval to enter a small plane, making passing approval unlikely. After all, small planes are crucial places for any wizard organization, not accessible to anyone. As a new arrival, Herag was unlikely to be granted entry. But Prize mentioned another place, the Wizard Tower. Herag suddenly realized he had overlooked it. The Wizard Towers were present throughout Silver Moon City, visible everywhere. Each Wizard Tower guarded the security of the surrounding area, preventing the spread of contaminated zones. Due to its ubiquitous nature, it's easily forgotten. Previously, Herag thought Wizard Towers was simply for city defense and didn't pay much attention. But Prize's mention reminded him that Wizard Towers also assist in wizard practice. Every Wizard Tower in Silver Moon City has a meditation room, where meditation speed is 2 to 3 times faster than usual. However, it is costly and requires identity verification to enter, but for people from Surlandir like us, it should be no problem, Prize said. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Prize." After thanking, Herag immediately researched and quickly found information about the Wizard Tower meditation rooms. It turned out one could indeed speed up meditation there because of the energy well design in the Wizard Tower, making the concentration of energy particles much higher than outside. However, the price was steep, 100 magic stones per hour in the meditation room. Hereg was a bit stunned at the cost. No wonder few mentioned it who could afford it. 800 magic stones for 8 hours a day, 8,000 for 10 days, 80,000 for 100 days. Hereg currently had about 15,000 magic stones, enough to sustain meditation practice for less than 200 days. This estimation was only feasible if he didn't eat, drink, or have any other expenses. Hereg thought about it, knowing he had to go to the Wizard Tower but needed to plan the timing. Additionally, he needed to develop magic potions that aid meditation practice for it to be more effective. Ever since advancing to the liquidation wizard stage, the advanced Starry Sky potion has become almost ineffective for Hereg, with barely noticeable improvements in meditation efficiency. Since arriving in the Land of Dawn, Hereg hasn't found the time to research this area further. Now that Shenlin has absorbed enough data, researching a magic potion to speed up meditation should be no problem. "Shenlin, begin the simulation for a potion that can enhance my meditation speed," Hereg commanded. Task archived. Estimated time 9 hours. Estimated magic power consumption 12%. The speed is relatively fast, and the consumption of magic power is not much. Hereg continued studying the spell models of those Level 1 spells while waiting for Shenlin to complete the simulation. Potion simulation complete. Formula as follows: 13 grams of night-scented herb root powder, 16 grams of golden wax tree leaves, 10 drops of mist grass juice. After browsing through the formula, Hereg realized that although these magic potion materials were somewhat expensive, they were common enough that acquiring them shouldn't be difficult. "It's just the price." Hereg roughly estimated that the total cost of the magic potion materials for this formula was about 350 magic stones. This price is already considered high even among Tier 1 potions. Hereg had initially thought that with tens of thousands of magic stones in hand, he was somewhat well off and could sustain himself for a long while. Yet now even the expenses of the meditation room in the Wizard Tower were becoming burdensome, not to mention needing to concoct potions to aid meditation practice. The wizard profession indeed requires an immense amount of resources. Without sufficient resources, progress is impossible. For Hereg, purchasing these magic potion materials was simple. Everywhere in Silver Moon City had shops selling magic potion materials. He could just go buy them directly. But he didn't hurry. Instead, he opened a chat window with Baron. Being a level 2 alchemist, Baron might have some channels related to magic potion materials. "Mr. Baron, do you have any purchasing channels for magic potion materials, preferably cheaper ones?" Hereg sent a message asking. Baron didn't reply immediately. About half an hour later he responded, "Sorry, I was drinking and didn't notice the message. What you're asking is simple. Come to the Silver Moon Tavern tomorrow night, and I'll introduce you to a magic potion merchant. As members of the Magic Pharmacist Association, we are well regarded and naturally have exclusive discount channels. Alchemists are a group that often needs to purchase magic potion materials, making them highly prized clients for magic potion merchants. Offering these alchemists purchasing discounts is quite a common practice. Moreover, every alchemist has notable potential and could at any time become business partners with magic potion merchants. Thus, for many magic potion merchants, collaborating with numerous alchemists is frequent, and offering some discounts is no big deal. The next afternoon, Hereg set out, taking a carriage to the Silver Moon Tavern. The last time he was here was when he first became a Witch Array Master, and Mr. Israel had treated him to the signature Fire Dragon whiskey there. Baron was evidently a regular there too, as the Silver Moon Tavern was quite close to both the Witch Array Master Association and the Magic Pharmacist Association. At dusk, Hereg arrived at the entrance of the Silver Moon Tavern. The place was already bustling, with a steady stream of people on the street, though not as crowded as the commercial district. As Hereg was about to pull out a talisman stone to contact Baron, he looked up and saw Baron inside the Silver Moon Tavern. leaning against the bar with a plump middle-aged man, talking about something. Baron noticed Harag's gaze, turned his head, and upon seeing Harag smiled and waved. It was too noisy here, making conversation difficult. They could only use gestures and facial expressions to greet each other. Harag chuckled and walked briskly into the Silver Moon Tavern. A waitress dressed as a bunny girl approached Harag to ask if he needed a drink, but Harag waved it off, indicating he didn't need anything. Upon seeing Harag heading toward Baron and the other man, the bunny girl realized he was there to meet someone, so she didn't bother further. Harag, this is Mr. Vernon, the president of the Nightingale Commerce Association. He handles various businesses, with magic potion sales being one of their main areas. Their business spans the whole of the Land of Dawn, Baron introduced. Mr. Vernon, Harag greeted politely. Vernon looked about 50, with a prominent belly and a sharp face, clearly indicating a shrewd businessman. His keen eyes left a lasting impression upon first glance. Vernon glanced at Harag, merely nodding without saying much. Baron was a level 2 wizard and a level 2 alchemist. Vernon attended this gathering primarily on Baron's account. Baron had asked him over for a drink and to introduce a promising young man. Vernon didn't care much for a young person. He had met many brilliant youngsters in the Land of Dawn. If particularly exceptional, they might be worth investing in. But chances are, they wouldn't catch his eye. He was merely indulging Baron by making the acquaintance. Vernon was quite adept at social functions like this. Upon his first glimpse of Harag, Vernon's only impression was that he looked very young, with nothing else apparent for the moment. "Come, the private room is ready," Baron said with a laugh, leading the way to a nearby private room. The private rooms in the Silver Moon Tavern were equipped with soundproof witch arrays, ensuring no disturbance from the bustling main hall. The main hall was already packed, filled with the clinking of glasses and lively conversations among men, as well as the laughter of women. Following the two into the private room, as soon as the door was closed, the world outside fell silent, completely muting any external noise. After sitting down, Baron asked, "Old buddy, Silver Moon wine as always, I know your taste." Vernon chuckled, "Of course, when don't I order that?" "And for you, Harag?" Baron asked. "Fire Dragon whiskey," Harag decided. Baron gave a thumbs up, saying, "Good choice, that's a real treasure." Soon, a bunny girl waitress brought in 3 large mugs of drinks, bending down to place them on the table for the 3 men. Baron, the sly one, ogled unabashedly, laughing lecherously. The bunny girl didn't seem to mind, merely offering a faint smile before leaving with the tray. Baron watched the bunny girl's retreating figure until the door closed before redirecting his gaze. "Like her, just say the word," Vernon teased with a smile. Baron quickly shook his head, saying, "I just like looking, wouldn't dare act. The missus at home keeps a tight leash on me, don't want to get into trouble." Baron seemed to recall some terrifying memories and quickly shook his head with a look of horror. "By the way, what exactly did you call me here for this time? Surely it's not just to introduce young Harag to me," Vernon said, glancing at Harag. Baron noticed that Vernon didn't seem to pay much attention to Harag, so he said, "Harag is a level 1 alchemist from our Magic Pharmacist Association." Quite impressive at such a young age," Vernon nodded, but did not pay much more attention. "The assessment for level 1 alchemist isn't that difficult, many people pass it. But being so young shows that Harag indeed has good potential and is worth getting to know." Baron continued, "Not only that, he's also a level 1 witch array master. More importantly, he obtained both certifications as a level 1 witch array master and level 1 alchemist within just a few months of arriving in the Land of Dawn." Vernon took a more serious look at Harag. Becoming a witch array master is not that easy. The profession heavily relies on talent, and most people find it difficult to pass the level 1 witch array master examination by the Witch Array Master Association. This alone was enough to elevate Vernon's opinion of Harag by several levels. What was more important was that Vernon keenly caught the crucial information in Baron's words, which was that Harag had only been in the Land of Dawn for a few months. This statement is quite strange for people in the Land of Dawn, as everyone is born here. Since Harag had only been in the Land of Dawn for a few months, he must have come from somewhere outside the Land of Dawn. What's beyond the Land of Dawn? The answer is obvious: the Barren Land. There are almost no routes from the barren land to the land of dawn, except for a recent event that allowed access here. That's the War of Opening against the Elf Plain, where the city lord of Silver Moon City, Parker, was currently located. As a capable merchant, Vernon naturally knew these details well. He was also waiting for the results of the Plain Opening War, ready to expand his business there whenever the opportunity arose. Making a fortune in plain wars is remarkably easy, a chance no merchant would miss. Therefore, Vernon had always been interested in the Plain Opening War of the Elf Plain, and knew that recently, wizards from the barren land had come to the land of dawn due to their performance in the opening war. Since Baron mentioned it this way, Herag must be a wizard from the barren land, who arrived in the land of dawn through the opening war assessment. Based on the current situation, one could infer that Herag should be a formal member of Surlandir, which is why he appeared in Silver Moon City. Level 1 Alchemist, Level 1 Witchery Master, formal member of Surlandir, originating from the barren land. When these labels coincide with the young Herag before him, Vernon raised his glass to Herag. An exceptional young man, welcome to the land of dawn. Thank you, Vernon offered a toast proactively, and Herag quickly picked up his glass with both hands and clinked it. Baron, my old friend. This young man is truly impressive, Vernon looked at Herag, seemingly thankful that Baron introduced him to Herag. Baron smiled and said, I knew you'd like him. Haven't you always wanted to open up a trade route to the barren land? Once Herag develops in the future, this might become achievable. Vernon nodded. Recently, the restrictions on the barren land by the land of dawn have eased somewhat, with signs of relaxation. The real connection between the two sides is probably not far off. When that day comes, I've got to set things up early, otherwise I won't be able to seize the chance. Merchants are always the most sensitive group to changes in the situation. When the land of dawn established a plain or teleport point in the barren land and recruited promising wizards from there, many merchants noticed that this was an opportunity. The control measures by the land of dawn over the barren land had always been stringent, with no open trade routes until now. Trade between the land of dawn and the barren land can only occur via the official channels of the 6 great wizard organizations. Merchants like Vernon had been unable to directly conduct trade between the two regions. Not only could they not do business, but they were even prohibited from going there. Only people from the 6 great wizard organizations were able to visit there through their own channels. Others could forget about it. For these merchants, if they could open up a trade route to the barren land, the profits could be incredibly lucrative, with plenty of business opportunities. Thus, when the 6 great wizard organizations set up teleport points in the barren land, lots of merchants began to pay attention to these developments. Upon learning that Herag was from the barren land, Vernon had many ideas. Herag himself was excellent, and he came from the barren land. With adequate investment, he could potentially bring unimaginable returns in the future. Vernon is a merchant, and he understands that investment is essentially investing in people. As long as the person is right, any temporary failure doesn't matter. Success will eventually come. Even if the investment fails, it wouldn't be much of a loss for Vernon. It's nothing significant. Seeing Vernon finally realize Herag's potential, Baron smiled and said, Herag mainly wants to find a channel to buy magic potion materials at a cheaper price. Your place is pretty good for this, so I brought you here. How about giving a discount? Of course, Herag, from now on, if you purchase magic potion materials from me, all regular ordinary magic potion materials will have a 20% discount. However, for some special magic potion materials, we'll have to see, as I can't sell at a loss, Vernon said with a smile. 20%, thank you, Mr. Vernon, thank you, Mr. Baron, Herag thanked quickly. Over time, if many magic potion materials are bought, the 20% discount could save a lot of money. Vernon laughed, it's a minor thing, however you mustn't buy in bulk from my place. It's only for your personal use, if you're buying large quantities to resell, I won't do business with you, so this needs to be clear. I wouldn't do such a thing, and I don't usually have the energy to handle these matters, Herag said. Baron asked, what magic potion materials are you looking to buy? My old friend here is quite reliable. As long as you can list them, he can usually source them for you. Herag took out a piece of parchment, written with a formula derived from Shenlin inference. To be safe, He added a few unnecessary materials to the formula to confuse others. He spread the parchment on the table, just these. None of them are very rare materials. It's just that I find some of them expensive. So I wanted to see if there's a cheaper channel to purchase them. For a normal person, it's very difficult to deduce the crafted magic potion from just a potion formula, unless the formula is very common and the crafting process is well known. Otherwise, even an excellent alchemist can't glance at a formula and know how to craft it, nor determine what magic potion it is and what its effects are. The same potion formula can produce completely different potions because the crafting process is so complex. Even a small difference in a step can produce dramatically different results. Potion refining is a very rigorous process. Any deviation in any step is unacceptable. If the material's temperature, humidity, or handling time deviates, the results will be completely different. Therefore, just looking at the ingredients in a potion formula, it's almost impossible to know what the final product will be. One must know the specific crafting process. The parchment Harag provided only lists the potion materials, without specific crafting procedures. Normally, he wouldn't fear others deducing what potion he intends to craft. But to be safe, Harag added some useless potion materials inside. These few potion materials raised the original price of 350 magic stones to 420 magic stones. Although the price is a bit higher, safety is more important. Because the meditation method Harag practices is the starry sky meditation technique, and it comes from the 6th ring tower. In the land of dawn, the 6th ring tower plays the role of traitor, and under no circumstances should he expose that his meditation method is from the 6th ring tower, or he would be treated as a traitor, and the consequences would be dire. This is also why when Harag first arrived in the land of dawn, he didn't rush to deduce the magic potion that assists the starry sky meditation technique. He hadn't yet understood the situation here and couldn't act rashly. Now that he has obtained the deduced potion formula, for the sake of caution, he still made some adjustments in it, and the cost was merely paying a bit more money. Baron looked at the potion formula and furrowed his brows. What potion formula is this? I've never seen it before. As a level 2 alchemist, he's seen and crafted countless potions, and it's rare for him to encounter a potion formula he's never seen or heard of before. Yet Harag casually threw one out, and Baron had never seen it, which puzzled him. This is a formula I came up with for fun. It's normal that Mr. Baron hasn't seen it. Harag smiled. Researching by yourself, Baron and Vernon both looked at Harag, somewhat shocked. Anyone with a certain level of research into potions knows that crafting a potion and researching a potion are two different concepts. The former is merely following a fixed process based on an already researched formula. The difficulty lies in the stability of potion production, mostly relating to the alchemist's spiritual power and proficiency. But researching potions is an entirely different concept. Researching potions requires analytical and computational abilities targeting specific problems, demanding that the alchemist must possess extensive knowledge in magic potion studies, able to infer specific formulas based on existing knowledge to solve specific problems. This ability is not something every alchemist has. Those who can research potions are one in a million geniuses. Ordinary alchemists merely craft potions based on formulas, resulting only in bottles of potions. But the geniuses who can research potions produce one formula after another. These formulas can be handed over to countless others to craft countless potions and can be passed down indefinitely. In terms of importance, the two are not on the same level. If Harag is such a talent, his importance instantly jumps several levels. Whether for the wizard organization or the Chamber of Commerce, having such a talent means having unlimited profits. Imagine, in the entire land of dawn, only your family can produce a certain potion, and everyone can only come to you to buy it. The profit in this is enormous. Just imagine how big it is. At this moment, not only Vernon, but even Baron was looking at Harag with glowing eyes. More focused than when looking at the bunny girl, which made Harag feel a bit creepy. Harag didn't expect their reaction to be so big, and only then realized he had underestimated the shock that potion research brought to others. The teacher he knew before, Mr. Larry, also occasionally research potions. Although he didn't solve Bessie's spiritual power damage problem back then, Larry had tried. Herag originally thought this wasn't rare. But he forgot that Larry Checky was a genius in magic potion studies. Herag was treating potion research with the standards of a genius, completely ignoring how difficult it was for ordinary people. He quickly said, "I haven't succeeded in developing it, I'm just fooling around, don't be too surprised." Baron took a big gulp of wine and looked at Herag, saying, "Haven't succeeded? Well, let's just say it hasn't succeeded, I won't press further. I'm just saying if you do someday succeed in developing a potion formula, you can sell it to Vernon, you will receive unimaginable huge returns. Of course, you can also give it to Serlandir, which can earn you considerable contribution points." Baron seemed not to believe Herag hadn't succeeded because Herag came looking for channels to buy potion materials. Itself was to save a bit. If it was just for a few materials, there was absolutely no need to find channels specifically. Only when there are large quantities, the discounts and benefits of channels become apparent, saving a lot of money. From the parchment Herag took out, this obviously looks like a successfully developed potion formula. It's just that the specific crafting process is unknown, and the effect of the crafted product is also unknown. Baron didn't ask because Herag didn't speak of it, implying it's a potion he doesn't want others to know about. It's normal for wizards to have little secrets. Baron naturally wouldn't ask insensitively. Baron and Vernon exchanged glances. They have been old partners for many years and instantly understood each other's meaning. It's about not publicizing this matter, as Herag is part of Baron's side, part of the Magic Pharmacist Association, considered one of their own. As long as Herag can continue to develop, his future is bound to be bright. Since Baron and Vernon know Herag's potential, they naturally need to invest more, tying him to their cause before others discover this potential. 40% off, Herag, from now on, no matter what potion materials you buy from me, it's all 40% off. If you need rare potion materials, feel free to come to me, no need to waste contribution points in Serlandir's secret vault. Whatever they have, I can also get it." Vernon said solemnly. 60% off. Herag was genuinely surprised. This discount was beyond his imagination. He now understood that Baron and Vernon must have been confident in his ability to develop magic potions, which was why they chose to invest in him this way. Thinking about it, Baron is an experienced level 2 alchemist, and Vernon is a seasoned magic potion merchant. Both of them have incredibly sharp eyes. Their experience in the field of magic potion is far greater than that of Herag. When Herag took out this piece of parchment, the two of them just took one look and understood what was going on. After realizing this, Herag felt he had been rather rash. He not only underestimated the difficulty of developing magic potions, but also ignored that the two people in front of him were both seasoned individuals, and he was indeed a bit negligent. The only consolation was that Baron was one of his own, and Vernon seemed to have a good relationship with Baron, so there wasn't much of a problem. "Mr. Herag, if you have any ideas in the future or develop something, you can always come to me. I will certainly give you a satisfactory reward." Vernon's address already carried a tone of respect. After all, the ability to develop magic potions is not something everyone has. It isn't even closely related to experience. Rather, it depends on talent and intelligence. Businessmen are profit-driven. Vernon saw huge potential in Herag, so it's quite normal for his attitude to be better. "Of course, I hope we have opportunities to cooperate in the future," replied Herag. Since Vernon had already expressed sincerity first, he also needed to show his attitude. Cooperating with a magic potion merchant like Vernon is definitely beneficial for him, and can make many things easier for him in the future. "I've looked at these magic potion materials, and I can offer you the price of 240 magic stones." "How many portions do you want?" Vernon asked. Herag had seen the market price before. The magic potion materials he had written on the parchment had a market price of around 420 magic stones. Vernon directly gave the price of 240 magic stones, which essentially had no profit. It was a very affordable and sincere price. Herag thought for a moment. Usually, one portion of magic potion could be used up to 10 times, needing 3 portions a month. He thought for a while and said, 20 portions then. Herag didn't buy too much at once. 20 portions of potion would already be enough for him to use for quite a long time. Buying more would just be storing them, which is not very meaningful as circumstances could change later on. Vernon nodded and said, "No problem, add me as a talisman stone friend, send me your address, and I'll have someone deliver it to you in a while." After the three of them finished discussing business, they drank until midnight before each went home. Vernon's efficiency was speedy, and the batch of magic potion materials Herag needed was delivered to his doorstep in just 3 days. In the land of Dawn, this was already a very fast speed. Herag's batch of magic potion materials wasn't from an existing fixed formula, so it took time to find the various materials and then transport them over. Fixed formula magic potion materials are generally complete sets that can be directly transported when needed, saving a lot of time. For Herag's case, the magic potion shop there still needed to allocate sources and then assemble to complete the shipment. That Herag could receive these potion materials so quickly could only mean that Vernon had already arranged for action that night after leaving. He had already transferred the magic stones to Vernon via talisman stone beforehand. The magic potion materials were delivered in a space ring, which was given to Herag as a gift. Although the internal space wasn't very large, it was about 40 to 50 square meters. Just this space ring alone could be worth quite a bit, meaning Vernon not only didn't make money in this business, but might actually lose money. Just dispatching manpower to help Herag obtain the potion materials required a substantial amount of labor costs. However, Vernon wasn't afraid of losing money. He was interested in the more long-term benefits. After receiving the magic potion materials, Herag immediately started alchemy. This Shenlin Inference potion is considered a standard Tier 1 potion, and Herag followed Shenlin Inference's process step by step to create it. For him now, crafting an ordinary Tier 1 potion was no longer difficult, just a matter of proficiency. A few hours later, in the courtyard laboratory, Herag held a pale yellow solution, observing it. This was the final product. He named it Meditation Potion 003, no longer using the name Starry Sky Potion, because the Starry Sky Potion was originally named after the Starry Sky meditation technique. But now, due to the 6th Ring Tower's issue, it couldn't be called that anymore. Although this naming was just for his own use, it's better to be cautious. Meditation Potion 003 looked like orange juice, its color very pure, making one feel comfortable just looking at it. This potion could be diluted and prepared into 10 portions, enough for 10 days of use. After completing the potion, Herag immediately diluted and prepared a portion, drank it, and then entered a meditation state. In his mind, only 3 nodes in the second array map remained unlit. Now the 2 array maps had a total of 22 stars, with the 23rd star slowly solidifying. At the current pace, it would take about 3 more months to complete the meditation for this star. After taking Meditation Potion 003, Herag found the improvement in meditation speed to be very ideal, even more apparent than the previous Starry Sky Potion and its advanced version. He roughly estimated that at the current pace, it would now take only 2 months to complete the meditation for this star. The speed was almost the same as before becoming an official wizard. For any wizard or any meditation method, the later stages of meditation always slow down, and improvement becomes increasingly challenging. With Meditation Potion 003, Herag could steadily improve at the same speed as before, accelerating meditation. The liquid spiritual power in his mind was still quite little, needing a lot of time to become fully abundant throughout his mind. 8 hours later, Herag ended his meditation and slowly opened his eyes. Through experimentation, Meditation Potion 003 proved to be very effective, greatly enhancing meditation efficiency. After verification, Herag then alchemized 2 more Meditation Potion 003, saving them for later use. As for the other magic potion materials, they were temporarily stored as there was no rush to use them all. With 3 Meditation Potion 003s on hand, they would be sufficient for a month's use. Next, Herag wanted to continue experimenting. He wanted to see what effect Meditation Potion 003 would have when used with the meditation room of the Wizard Tower. Both of these could greatly help with meditation efficiency. and if combined should yield a good effect. There are many wizard towers in Silver Moon City, spread across various places. These wizard towers are the most important means of defense in Silver Moon City, and they take up a large portion of the city's expenses. With such a large expenditure, Serlandir definitely tries to earn as much as they can. The meditation rooms set up inside the wizard towers are specially open to make money. After all, the concentration of energy particles is so high there, not utilizing it is a waste of idle resources. There are so many cities in Serlandir, and each city has so many wizard towers. If they don't utilize them to recoup some costs, it would be quite stressful even for Serlandir. The meditation rooms in the wizard towers cost 100 magic stones per hour, a very expensive price, but business has always been good. Why do these wizards earn magic stones? Isn't it to quickly enhance their own power, hoping to advance further on the path of a wizard? Therefore, many wizards spend money without hesitation. As long as the money is well spent and helps improve their strength, they're willing to spend it. Herag thought the same and calculated. 8 hours a day is 800 magic stones. A month is 24,000 magic stones. He currently has around 150,000 magic stones, excluding other expenses. He can sustain continuous meditation practice for 5 to 6 months. Herag plans to try it first, and if the meditation practice in the meditation room is really effective, he'll dive in there to improve his meditation progress as much as possible. The tens of thousands of magic stones on hand must be utilized to have value, otherwise they're just a bunch of numbers. Herag took out a talisman stone and checked the relevant information about the wizard tower. There is a section related to the wizard tower inside the talisman stone, where anyone can apply to reserve a meditation room. The reservation needs to be reviewed by the Silver Moon City Hall, mainly for identity verification, to ensure you have no issues before allowing you to enter the wizard tower to use the meditation room. Since the wizard tower is an important facility in Silver Moon City, security is paramount. If an abyssal cultist was allowed inside to cause some damage, the losses would be immeasurable. Therefore, the identity verification step is very important. If your identity is even slightly suspicious, you won't be able to enter the meditation room of the wizard tower. Herag is a formal member of Serlandir, so he has no issues at the identity verification step. After he applied, within just 10 minutes, the reservation was approved. As a formal member of Serlandir, his reservation application is also prioritized, a sort of privilege. The wizard tower Herag reserved is near King Street, very close by. The residences on King Street were intentionally built near the wizard tower. The closer to the wizard tower, the safer. This topographical advantage is also one of the residential advantages in this area. There's a circle of high walls surrounding the wizard tower, and casual passers-by are strictly forbidden from approaching near the high walls. The defenses here are also very strict, with people patrolling inside and outside the walls all the time. Someone also guards the entrance. Herag arrived at the entrance, explained his purpose, showed his talisman stone to confirm his identity, and after registering, he was allowed inside. When looking from a distance, the wizard tower looked no different from an ordinary high tower, appearing quite small. But when Herag really came beneath the wizard tower and looked up, he found that it was much larger than it appeared from the outside. In the wizard tower, there was a faint rumbling sound, without knowing which components are operating. Herag walked through the lowest door of the wizard tower and found an orange cat lying on the table at the entrance, sleeping. The orange cat lifted its head, gave Herag a human-like scrutinizing glance, and spoke in a female voice. Herag. Yes, Herag nodded, not knowing how to address this orange cat. The orange cat continued, Your reservation application has been received. There are 8 meditation rooms here, numbered 1 to 8. You can choose one to use. The usage method is very simple. Follow me. The orange cat gracefully leapt off the table and gestured for Herag to follow. Herag followed along behind the orange cat, which was walking with elegant feline steps. The orange cat seemed to move slowly, but was actually quite fast. Herag had to jog to keep up with her. The orange cat took Herag through multiple twists and turns and arrived at a circular room, with 8 doors, each labeled with a number. Which one do you want to go into? The orange cat turned back to ask, "Is there any difference between these rooms?" Herag asked. The orange cat shook its head and said, "No difference, each one is the same and currently unoccupied." "Then I'll choose room 1. Since they were all the same, it didn't matter to Herag, any room would do. The orange cat then went to room 1, lifted its paw to press on the door, and a green light glowed on the surface of the door. Through the glow, numerous complex runes hidden within the door could be seen. The door to room 1 then opened slowly, and the orange cat walked inside, tail swaying. "Follow me," the orange cat softly said, its voice echoing in the hollow room. Herag followed inside, entering the first meditation room. The meditation room was empty, relatively small in size, with a circular carpet spread out on the floor. Next to the room's door was a green crystal. Besides these, there was nothing else. This looked like a place purely for ascetic practice, without any superfluous items. If you want to start using the meditation room, touch the green crystal with the talisman stone. When you finish meditating, touch the green crystal with the talisman stone again. The fee will be automatically deducted from your magic stone balance. Be sure to remember to touch it before leaving, or else we won't be responsible for losses due to continued charges." The orange cat explained the usage and precautions of the meditation room. In short, this place is also connected to the magic net. If Herag uses the talisman stone to touch the green crystal, his information will automatically enter the meditation room system, which will automatically read his magic stone balance information. If there aren't enough magic stones for even 1 hour, the meditation room can't be started. Similarly, if there's only 300 magic stones left, the effect of the meditation room will automatically turn off after 3 hours. Most importantly, be sure to use the talisman stone to touch the green crystal upon leaving, indicating the end of use. If you forget this step, it'll depend on the staff's mood. If they are in a good mood, they might remind you, but if not, you'll just watch your balance get slowly drained. Herag had a feeling this design was specifically created to earn money from forgetful people. He searched for related information in the tavern forum and found out that indeed, many people have forgotten to touch the green crystal upon leaving, resulting in a significant, unnecessary loss of magic stones. Once something like this happens, you are the only one who has to bear the consequences. You have no place to argue because it's your own responsibility. Moreover, the meditation room has indeed been running all this time. It's just that you haven't used it, so you can't blame others. After the explanation, the orange cat leisurely walked out. Herag closed the door and touched the green crystal with the talisman stone. The green crystal was originally dim, but once touched by the talisman stone, it immediately lit up, quite noticeably. Herag looked at the bright green crystal and thought, it's so obvious, yet people still forget. While pondering these questions, he suddenly noticed that the concentration of energy particles around him began to rise. Significantly, the rise was a very rapid process, taking just about 30 seconds, and the concentration of energy particles had already reached 4 to 5 times that of the outside. Herag took a deep breath, feeling the energy particle concentration here, and the magic within him seemed to be cheering joyously. Wizards feel quite comfortable when staying in places with high concentrations of energy particles, feeling refreshed all over. Back when he was in the elf plane, Herag had a similar feeling. The concentration of energy particles there was much higher than in the barren land. Later, when he was in Miracle Valley, standing under the world tree, the feeling was truly refreshing. If it weren't for the dangerous task at hand, Herag would have wanted to stay a bit longer. Herag carefully observed and felt that the energy particles originated from the ground, and the walls of the house seemed to have the function of blocking the energy particle concentration from leaking out, all made with special materials. These energy particles most likely come from the energy well at the bottom of the wizard tower. The energy well contains high energy forces. Even with various control measures, some energy inevitably escapes. If this escaped energy is not utilized, it would be wasted. Wizards aim to utilize this energy efficiently, maximizing its utilization rate. They specially collect and store this spontaneously released energy, and when the meditation room is opened, they use this idle energy to achieve maximum energy utilization, while also earning some magic stones. Hereg sat directly on the carpet on the ground and then took out the prepared meditation potion No. 003, removed the wooden cork from the tube and drank it all in one go. Afterward, Hereg calmed his mind and entered a meditative state. Just a few minutes into meditation, Hereg felt a difference. The speed of meditation had noticeably increased, and efficiency had significantly improved. Hereg estimated that previously, using meditation potion No. 003, it would take 2 months to complete the meditation for the next star. But now, it only took about 1 month to complete the meditation for this star. The time required for meditation had directly shortened to 1/3 of the original. After confirming the effects of the meditation room, Hereg planned to spend the next few months soaking here. In meditation room No. 1, Hereg breathed steadily, fully engrossed in meditation with his eyes closed. In his mind, the second array map had all its points lit up. With the second array map illuminated, Hereg once again had a magic reserve space, still able to store 50% of his magic power. The 2 array maps together had a total of 25 stars, with improvements in all aspects of his body data. Talents: Great Dark Heaven, Bloodline Perception, High-Level Flame Resistance. Dragonic Language Control, High Magic Affinity, Eye of True Wisdom. Hereg glanced at the data panel in Shenlin, which showed data without any beneficial magic or activation of bloodline power. In his mind, liquefied spiritual power was about to fill his entire mind. Based on the current situation, it looks like after successfully meditating 2 more stars, the liquefied spiritual power will be completely full in his mind. Once the liquefied spiritual power is fully filled, he will start compressing it, moving towards the stage of crystallization wizard. Hereg calmed his mind and looked at his mind. The third array map had a total of 30 points, which means completing meditation for 30 stars to fully illuminate the third array map. He estimated that in order to fully illuminate the third array map, it most likely requires becoming a level 2 wizard to complete. This matter takes a long time, no need to rush. Hereg stood up and looked around the familiar meditation room. Having spent 5 months here, oblivious to external affairs, focused solely on meditation practice. During these 5 months, Hereg spent 8 hours every day meditating here, and after meditation, he went back to the study to read and learn with Reese. This lifestyle and atmosphere gave Hereg a feeling akin to studying for exams with a girlfriend in a previous life. Recently, Reese also passed the Level 1 Alchemist assessment of the Magic Pharmacist Association, taking the test 3 times before passing, with Hereg tutoring her every night. Since becoming a Level 1 Alchemist, Reese started taking some magic potion order tasks on the Talisman Stone to supplement the household income. It's necessary to earn more magic stones because Hereg's expenditure in the meditation room was too large. In just 5 months, Hereg had used over 120,000 magic stones. Hereg touched the green crystal with the Talisman Stone. The green crystal promptly dimmed, and the energy particles inside the room instantly shrank toward the ground, as if something was sucking them away. The concentration of energy particles inside the room instantly decreased, returning to levels similar to the outside. Hereg looked at the Talisman Stone balance, 23,910. From approximately 150,000 magic stones, now only a little over 20,000 are left. Temporarily, he couldn't continue using the meditation room in the Wizard Tower, as he needed to keep some magic stones as a reserve. Being completely without magic stones is certainly not okay. Without them in a sudden emergency, things would be very troublesome, so at least a little must be kept as a reserve to deal with potential risks. The door then opened, and Hereg stepped out, coming to the doorway. On the table at the entrance, the orange cat still lay there, lazily sleeping. Recently, Hereg became quite familiar with her and learned that the cat's name was Irina. Irina herself is a level 2 wizard and an official member of Surlandir, directly under Parker. Irina loves cats so much that she usually operates in cat form, and few have seen her in human form. Hereg glanced at the sleeping Irina, didn't disturb her, and quietly walked past. He was wondering, since Irina is actually human, does it count as being completely undressed now? Hereg pondered while leaving the Wizard Tower, took out the Talisman Stone and sighed. The magic stones were almost used up, time to start earning again. Moreover, the contribution points are too low now, and he must find a way to earn more contribution points, as he is still far from the standard of 3,000 contribution points. In these 5 months, Silver Moon City seemed very calm. With no particularly major events occurring, everything was as usual. Herag was particularly concerned about one thing. The internal spy who leaked the news of Alda's capture hadn't been identified. After a few months, this matter seemed to become unresolved, turning into a murky affair. Herag hadn't forgotten about it. Since he knew there was an internal spy, he had to take it into account in the future. After leaving the Wizard Tower, he walked home directly, as the distance was very close. The talisman stone suddenly lit up, and Herag took a look. It was a message from Mr. Israel. Israel was a level 2 Witch Array Master at the Witch Array Master Association and had previously provided Herag with many advanced books on witch arrays. However, since the incident at the Deadly Ball, Herag had been busy with other matters and hadn't met with Israel. And Israel was also caught up in an investigation because abyssal cultists appeared in his sewer. Since a few people died in the attack during the ball, the matter was quite troublesome. At the time, Israel had high hopes for Herag and intended to nurture and guide this young man further. Unexpectedly, due to the ball incident, he got caught up in trouble himself, leaving no energy to contact Herag. The ball's attendees were either rich or noble. The death of even one posed a major problem, let alone several, which was enough to leave Israel overwhelmed. After some time passed, Israel finally extricated himself from the affair. After all, he was also a victim. Who could have imagined that abyssal cultists would do such things in his sewer? In the talisman stone, Israel asked, "In a few days, there will be a Witch Array Masters Symposium. Are you interested in attending?" Israel's first words were an invitation for Herag to attend a symposium, which gave Herag a feeling reminiscent of the previous invitation to the ball. Herag wasn't sure what exactly the Witch Array Masters Symposium was about, but he had to go. Israel personally sent the invitation. Not attending would be rather disrespectful. Besides, he had been cooped up in the Wizard Tower for months for training, so attending a social event seemed quite fitting. "Of course, I'm interested. What exactly is this symposium about?" Herag replied. "This symposium is no ordinary one. You'll know when you get here, and you definitely won't regret coming. 3 days from now at 7 in the evening at the Avila restaurant." Israel provided the specific time and location. At the Avila restaurant, no less. Herag certainly remembered this place. It was a particularly expensive hotel with meal prices marked in magic stones. Not to mention ordinary people, even many regular wizards couldn't afford it. The Doron they caught last time was apprehended here. This event was mainly organized by the Witch Array Master Association. Naturally, they weren't short on money. Israel didn't reveal much about the contents of the symposium, but judging by his tone, there should be some interesting things. The Avila restaurant had been booked by the Witch Array Master Association, and only invited guests were allowed to enter, with no other guests being served for the time being. There were patrols and guards surrounding the restaurant, and even the sewers weren't overlooked, with personnel stationed there as well. Having learned from the painful lesson last time, they wouldn't repeat the same mistake. When Herag arrived here, many carriages were already parked at the entrance. He took out the talisman stone to confirm his identity and was then allowed in. The interior of the Avila restaurant had also undergone changes. Previously, there were many tables and chairs. It now resembled a ballroom, with few tables and a large open space for movement. Each table was stocked with food and drinks, which guests could help themselves to. In a corner, there was a row of kettles on flames, boiling hot coffee and hot beer, also available for self-service. Herag, long time no see. Israel navigated through the crowd, greeting him. Israel looked the same as before, sporting a big beard, and seemed to be in good spirits. "Mr. Israel, it's been a while. I'll treat you to some Fire Dragon whiskey when we find the time. Have a good drink," Herag laughed. Israel laughed heartily. "Sure. You definitely won't regret coming to this symposium. You will see some interesting things today." Interesting things? Herag was a bit puzzled. He glanced around. This seemed like an ordinary noble's ball, and he saw nothing special. Israel dragged Herag to a slightly secluded corner. He began, "You know, around our land of dawn are contaminated zones, right? The area of these zones is far larger than the entire land of dawn, and by a considerable margin. Compared to those contaminated regions, the land of dawn is quite insignificant. But those contaminated regions were once ordinary lands, untainted. When those areas were not yet polluted, it was precisely the time when our wizard plane's power was at its peak. At that time, the Kala continent was home to countless powerful wizards and wizard influences scattered across various parts of the continent. However, as the desolation and contamination spread rapidly, many places couldn't react in time before they were polluted. While most wizards could escape the contaminated zones, many things in those areas couldn't be taken away promptly. Because staying too long in contaminated zones wasn't possible, numerous powerful wizards or wizard influences left a wealth of resources and treasures there. For example, structures like the Wizard Tower wizards can leave, but a wizard tower is not something that can be moved quickly, so they had to leave it behind. Some of these things are eroded by time, but many remain well preserved. Since the departing wizards had the hope of returning, someday they took some protective measures. But over the years, not only did the wizards fail to return, the contaminated zones have only expanded. Those resources left in the depths of the polluted areas continue to lie there, waiting for the day someone sets foot on them again. Listening to this, Herag roughly understood. Due to the fast-spreading contamination, wizards left a lot of resources and items that couldn't be taken away promptly in those areas. At that time, the strength of the wizard plane was at its zenith, and the items they couldn't take away must certainly hold great value. The 6 great wizard organizations of the Land of Dawn wouldn't ignore a place known to contain a wealth of resources and many unknown treasures. So they must have taken some action. The wizards of the Land of Dawn have always lived in harsh environments with scarce resources. They can invade other planes to seize resources, and naturally may enter polluted zones to seek those forgotten resources. This process is naturally full of dangers, but the 6 great wizard organizations will definitely send people to undertake this task. The things left behind by the wizards of that era are invaluable to today's wizards in the Land of Dawn. It's very possible that the knowledge found in some relic could change the entire structure of the Land of Dawn. The power of knowledge is always the strongest, and Herag deeply understands this. Herag asked, "Do you mean, Mr. Israel, that the wizard organizations will send people into the polluted zones to find those resources?" That's right, this is something every wizard organization is doing. Not just the 6 great wizard organizations, any substantial force will not miss the resources in the polluted zones, Israel replied. Herag frowned, "But I've heard that people who die in polluted zones become very peculiar existences. The stronger they were in life, the stronger the peculiarity in death." That's correct, it truly is like that. So for those who die in polluted zones, if conditions allow, their corpses will definitely be thoroughly handled, leaving no trace in the polluted zones. However, over the years, there have been circumstances where corpses can't be handled in the polluted zones. Because the danger in the polluted zones is indeed very high, casualties are common. Sometimes, whole pioneer squads are wiped out. When this happens, their bodies can't be handled at all. Israel sighed, evidently having witnessed such occurrences. Given such high risk, why would anyone go? Herag asked. With Herag's character, he's certainly not the type to readily venture into polluted zones. A steady development is paramount. Israel glanced at Herag, smiled. Your conditions are too good, you have talent and potential, so you can't truly understand the struggles of other lower-tier wizards. Despite the high danger of the polluted zones, people still go in. Not only do they go, but they compete to enter. In the polluted zones, crises and opportunities coexist, and what the pioneers find there belongs to them. Occasionally, someone finds something and returns to sell it to various forces, instantly becoming rich. However, not just anyone can enter polluted zones. Only forces with pioneer qualification can organize people to explore. The treatment for pioneers by various forces is very good. They not only provide excellent treatment and logistical support, but also don't embezzle any items the pioneers obtain from the polluted zones, which is a bottom line across the Land of Dawn. because pioneers are actually contributing to the land of dawn. The many items they bring back from the polluted zone greatly aid in the overall development of the land of dawn. So if they find some rare treasures in there, they don't have to worry about being swallowed by the forces behind them. They can sell them through regular channels and get the rewards due to them. This is why, despite knowing how dangerous the polluted zones are, many people still strive and compete to become pioneers. After Israel finished speaking, Herag fell into deep thought. This was the first time he learned about the existence of the pioneer group. The information he had accessed before was all about the inside of the land of dawn. He hadn't expected the existence of pioneers roaming the polluted zones. Many wizards lack good qualifications and background. They either settle for mediocrity, stop progressing after reaching a certain level, and end their lives like that. But many are unwilling to settle for mediocrity. They want to gain more and strive to advance further. Becoming a pioneer became their choice. This is an opportunity to rise to the top instantly. As long as they find some treasure in the polluted zones, they can completely change their fate. They could exchange what they find for countless wealth, thereby supporting their cultivation with resources. Poor qualifications don't matter. They can spend a fortune to buy treasures to improve their own qualifications. Just with enough money, they can accomplish these tasks. Many others fear nothing because they have nothing, are alone, and therefore choose to take a chance in the polluted zones. The 6 great wizard organizations also have pioneer organizations, and some are specifically responsible for this part. Hereg, after searching with the talisman stone, quickly realized that becoming a pioneer is also a fast way to earn contribution points. For a regular Surlandir member, earning 3,000 contribution points might take a long time. But if you make a trip to the polluted zones and find something of value, it could be hundreds or thousands of contribution points. Herag sighed. This path is indeed a quick way to earn contribution points. But the risk is too high, so he won't consider it for now. Once you enter polluted zones, the uncertainty is too high. No one can say what kind of things you will encounter there. The rewards are naturally tempting, but you must survive to bring them back. Although it's said that various forces won't take the pioneers' things, it's not said that pioneers won't kill each other for treasures. In the polluted zones, it is a place without rules. Even if someone kills you, no one would know. Only those who come back alive can tell the story. After understanding, Hereg asked, "So what does this conference have to do with the pioneers?" Israel smiled. "Didn't I just say that when the pollution first spread, many wizards thought they could come back, so they took some protective measures for their belongings as preparation for retrieving them later? Think about it. If a wizard wants to preserve some things in a place, how would they normally do it?" Which array? Hereg immediately uttered 2 words. He instantly understood that those wizards must have set up witch arrays to protect their belongings when leaving. And when these pioneers find these things, they're likely blocked by witch arrays. If they can't break the witch arrays, they won't be able to access what's inside, only watch. Among those pioneers, there's a high probability of not having witch array masters, because witch array masters don't need to become pioneers. Except for the pioneer teams of some major forces. Ordinary pioneer teams rarely have witch array masters. So witch arrays become an obstacle that prevents many pioneers from advancing. Israel nodded. Yes, the reason for holding this conference is because our own Surlandir pioneers discovered a relic, but there's a troublesome witch array guarding the entrance, and after all these years, that witch array is still operational. They have a witch array master in their team. But that witch array master tried many methods and still couldn't unravel that witch array. So they could only gather everyone's ideas, which is why this exchange meeting was held to see if anyone among us can solve it. Israel said this and glanced at Herag, then whispered, "You should try later. If you can successfully solve it, you'll be rewarded with magic stones and a large amount of contribution points. The ruin is not small, and if you can unravel it, the harvest will surely be substantial." A witch array master able to enter the polluted area must be very experienced, and he couldn't solve it. "I'm just a newbie witch array master, so I don't have much hope," Hereg said with a bitter smile. Surlandir's own pioneer team definitely isn't weak. Just the fact that they have a witch array master shows their great strength. Witch array master who can enter the polluted area must be someone with strong capabilities and high proficiency in witch arrays. If such a person couldn't succeed in unraveling it, there's no need to mention me, a novice. Herag himself had no confidence, while Israel inexplicably had great confidence in him, patting Herag on the shoulder encouragingly. Believe in yourself. The thing with witch arrays is that many times, it doesn't rely on experience. You young people are flexible thinkers. Having less experience is actually an advantage. Herag understood what he meant. Too much experience can sometimes form fixed ways of thinking, making one's thoughts easily go into a dead end. But with less experience, young people have more diverse and flexible perspectives when looking at problems, and at such times they can more easily find the right path. Seeing the look of expectation in Israel's eyes, Herag could only smile bitterly and say, "I'll do my best to try later." Israel smiled with satisfaction. "I believe in you." Herag understood that Israel wanted to give him an opportunity to prove himself. For many high-level people, a bottom-level wizard with no background like Herag would only enter their eyes by striving to demonstrate more value and potential. "Hey Israel, is this your new apprentice? How come I haven't seen him before? I've heard your ongoing parties have caused several deaths. Is the matter settled?" A hoarse voice came from behind. Herag turned to look and saw a short old man who seemed to be about 1.4 meters tall, but his aura of magic was something else. He was a level 2 wizard. Israel gave the old man a cold glance and said, "Muir, these things don't concern you." It was obvious that the two didn't have a good relationship. In the party incident of Israel, he was also a victim, and no one could have predicted it would happen. But this old man named Muir immediately placed the blame on Israel, clearly showing ill intent. Herag didn't know the history between them and didn't know what to say, so he kept silent. Muir sneered disdainfully, looked up at Herag and said, "Kid, are you Israel's apprentice?" "Who's talking?" Herag looked around pretending not to see anyone. Muir's face changed immediately and he shouted in his hoarse voice, "Damn kid, you're too rude." He gathered magic power in his hand, seemingly wanting to punish Herag. "Muir, don't cross the line. Herag is one of our formal members of Surlandir. If you strike at him, are you declaring war on Surlandir?" Israel instantly stepped in front of Herag and said coldly. Muir squinted at Israel, with the magic power in his hand not dissipating. Magic power surged on Israel as well. Staring at Muir, the two of them were in a standoff, looking ready to burst out at any moment. Others quickly noticed the situation here and started looking over. Gentlemen, calm down, no need for a fierce confrontation." A gentle male voice came, and then a blond middle-aged man appeared between the two of them. With a smile and a kindly face, he stood between Muir and Israel fearlessly, mediating. Israel dissipated the fluctuations of magic power on his body, nodding, "President Goodwin." Muir snorted coldly and also dissipated the magic power in his hand, turning and disappearing into the crowd behind him. Goodwin smiled gently and said, "You too, really. Still can't let it go after so many years." "It's all him, forget it, not worth mentioning. President, let me introduce to you, this is Herag I told you about. Herag, this is the president of the Silver Moon City Witch Array Master Association," Israel introduced. The Witch Array Master Association is spread across various places in the Land of Dawn, and Goodwin is a branch president, mainly managing the matters related to Witch Array Masters in Silver Moon City. Herag said respectfully, "Nice to meet you, President Goodwin." Goodwin smiled, "I've heard about you, you're indeed a very promising young man." Goodwin always seemed to be very gentle, with a perpetual smile on his face. "All right, let's get to today's main topic," Goodwin said. He waved his hand, and the lights in the restaurant instantly converged on him. Goodwin looked around and said, "I believe everyone is aware of today's purpose, which is to help Surlandir unravel a ruin witch array. The rewards are very generous, whoever can provide an unraveling method and is verified successfully. Non-formal Surlandir members can receive a reward of 100,000 magic stones. If a formal member of Surlandir, besides the reward of 100,000 magic stones, you can also receive 500 contribution points." Upon hearing this, exclamations instantly erupted in Avila restaurant. Reward of 100,000 magic stones for unraveling a witch array. Even wealthy witch array masters found the reward a bit too generous. This also indicated that the ruin behind that witch array likely harbored immense interests. Hereg raised his eyebrows. This task's reward was indeed too generous. He was currently in need of money and also needed to accumulate contribution points. If he could take on this task, it would absolutely be worth the investment. The only question was whether he could successfully unravel the witch array. How is it? The reward is great, right? Try to secure it. Israel smiled beside him. Hereg nodded. I'll do my best. With me here, you still want to win the reward? A hoarse voice floated up again. Hereg looked around and didn't find the source of the voice. He suddenly realized something and looked down, finding the old man Muir watching him coldly from a distance. Seeing Hereg's movements of looking around, Muir's face turned red, seemingly very angry. Hereg could only smile wryly. He really hadn't noticed. Where the voice came from this time, it wasn't intentional. If possible, Hereg indeed wanted to obtain this reward. Whether it's 100,000 magic stones or 500 contribution points, both are urgently needed for him right now. However, there are so many excellent witch array masters here, and quite a few of them are level 2 witch array masters. His chances of winning are really low. Even though he has Shenlin assistance, it doesn't necessarily mean he can solve the problem faster than others. As the spotlight focused on Goodwin, a circular open space appeared with Goodwin at the center. Waiter pushed a small table out from the crowd, with a small pedestal placed on it. On the pedestal, against a red cloth backdrop, was an irregularly shaped, crystal-clear stone. Time Shadow Stone. Someone in the crowd recognized the item and exclaimed. Hearing this, Hereg looked up and saw the object called the Time Shadow Stone. He recalled hearing the term before and then had Shenlin perform a search in the database, finding an introduction to the object. The Time Shadow Stone is a very special stone that can record the surrounding scenes over a period of time, capturing both images and sounds. This type of stone is extremely rare and originates from the pollution zone. Thus far, it's only been found in pollution zones. It's unknown where the previous wizards got them from, or if they made them themselves. However, based on existing data, no method of creating the Time Shadow Stone has been found. Because the quantity of Time Shadow Stones is scarce, they are nearly impossible to buy, and only the leaders of various forces might have 1 or 2 pieces. Anything that can be recorded by a Time Shadow Stone must be very important. Everyone's attention was drawn to the Time Shadow Stone, curious about what kind of scenes it contained. Goodwin approached the small table and said to the surrounding people, I've been entrusted to invite all of you excellent witch array masters here to help decode a witch array in a pollution zone. This Time Shadow Stone records specific images of that place. Everyone can observe carefully and see if you can figure out any clues. That relic was discovered by our people from Surlindir, and with such complex personnel here, won't exposing those images cause any problems? Hereg asked Israel in a low voice. Hereg had been observing the surrounding people, noting that many here were not members of Surlindir, but rather from other forces or without any affiliations. There were also many unfamiliar faces, whose backgrounds were unknown, making the personnel composition extremely complex. What concerned Hereg was the images recorded in the Time Shadow Stone, depicting the scenes of a relic in the pollution zone. If someone here quietly memorized the place and informed others of the location, it could potentially have some impacts. Since so many people were invited to decode the witch array, it indicated that no one had yet entered the relic. If some people directly reached this place, it's possible they could kill and seize treasures. After all, in the pollution zone, everything is uncontrollable, and even the people of the Land of Dawn wouldn't know what happened. Israel chuckled. You're overthinking it. The pollution zone is very large, and it's difficult to even determine direction in many places. It's hard to pinpoint the location based on just a relic entrance, and determining the specific location is even harder. Even if the location is determined, reaching that place is very difficult, so there's basically no need to worry about this issue. What's more, considering Surlindir's strength, even if you come, you have to be able to get through us first. Hereg thought it through and agreed. Traversing the pollution zone itself poses great risks, and it's not even certain one could reach the relic alive. Also, given Surlindir's personnel's strength, No one could confidently claim they could win in a confrontation. In this situation, releasing images near the relic hardly impacts anything. It mainly stems from confidence in their own strength. Now everyone observe carefully, and if you have any ideas, tell me immediately. After evaluation by several of us from the Witch Array Master Association, if there's a high probability of success, we'll immediately inform the pioneers currently in the pollution zone. Upon successful experimentation, the reward will be issued immediately. After Goodwin finished speaking, he touched the time shadow stone, and an image appeared above the stone. It was a revolving wheel. The wheel contained 8 rings of varying sizes, each rotating at different speeds and directions, with numerous complex runes on each ring. The image only showed this endlessly spinning wheel, and nothing else could be seen. After observing for a while, Hereg thought, no wonder they dared to release images of the relic entrance. It's almost impossible to locate the position just with this revolving wheel. This revolving wheel seemed like a door. It was likely the entrance to the relic. Only by decoding this wheel could one enter the relic. Violent destruction of this option was directly ignored because such witch arrays are usually connected to the entire relic. Violent destruction could likely trigger a protective mechanism, some of which might directly destroy the entire relic, or others might transport its contents elsewhere through space transmission. In short, the probability of forcefully breaking in and obtaining things is very low. It seems that the pioneers of Surlandir are still at the relic entrance, waiting for the Witch Array Masters here to provide a decoding method. Truly waiting online. Although Hereg didn't know how the time shadow stone was delivered here or how the decoding method would be sent over later. In the pollution zone, the magic net definitely cannot be used, and only some special communication methods can be used, like messengers. After the image from the time shadow stone was displayed, the scene immediately fell silent. Everyone, whether they wanted the reward or not, was seriously observing this wheel. Hereg was also observing intently, while having Shenlin begin to input the relevant data. After watching for a while, he discovered that this wheel was nested with 9 witch arrays. Each ring contained a level 1 witch array. The combination of the 8 level 1 witch arrays automatically formed a 9th witch array. Hereg speculated that the relic's owner laid down the witch array in a hurry due to sudden events, unable to set up a higher level array. However, the relic's owner wanted to enhance the relic's security as much as possible, hence the layered witch array setup. To decode this setup, one must insert the decoding runes when each ring rotates to a specific position. These 8 rings are interlocked, each ring affects the other 7. Thus, one needs to observe the trajectory of the 8 rings and their possible connections, influences on each other. Normally, given enough time, many witch array masters can decipher this witch array. But the problem is, it might take hundreds of years. In the contamination zone, no one can spend hundreds of years deciphering the witch array of this relic. There's not that much time. The pioneer squad from Surlandir is probably working tirelessly to decipher it right now. They sent this footage back hoping to gather everyone's strength to decipher it together, quicker than doing it alone. If they can't decipher it in a while, they'll probably abandon the relic. There are too many uncertainties in the contamination zone. They can't stay there forever. If they can't decipher it, they can only record the location and return once they figure out a solution. But the situation within the contamination zone is unpredictable. The relic might be gone in a few days. After observing the disk spinning once, Hereg found it indeed extremely difficult to decipher. The 8 rings are 8 witch arrays, each with hundreds of runes, and the interactions between the rings must be considered. With the normal deciphering method, one has to observe the operational patterns to get some data first. Then perform rigorous and precise calculations based on the data. The amount of calculations involved can't be done quickly. Hereg quickly thought of conventional deciphering methods and realized it's impossible to decipher it in a short time. One must think of some clever methods to decipher this witch array, testing the mind's flexibility. It's no wonder the witch array master in the pioneer squad can't decipher it. That master must not be a newbie and certainly has high attainments. But this thing has nothing to do with experience. You can't decipher it if you can't think of a way. Either know the correct solution or calculate the answer by brute force. The wizards have high spiritual power, they still can't calculate such complexities quickly. Herag observed everyone else, finding most people engrossed in thought. All attending this conference are elite witch array masters, naturally noticing the deciphering difficulty of this witch array. Some were already leaning beside the table, sketching on parchment paper with a quill, apparently starting calculations. Herag glanced at them, knowing calculating on paper wouldn't work, at least not in a short time. While others were deep in thought, Herag furrowed his brow pretending to think. Shenlin, start calculating and analyzing the solution for this disk. Task archival completed, analyzing and calculating, estimate 23 minutes. Shenlin gave the estimated time. Herag pondered, 23 minutes not too slow. For Shenlin, simply going through each possibility suffices. At its speed, 23 minutes is already quite long. Herag silently waited for Shenlin to complete the calculation, occasionally glancing at others, just hoping Shenlin finishes before anyone else provides the answer. Herag won't underestimate these wizards. Each witch array master is a genuine genius. Anyone may find a way to solve it. It's entirely possible. The entire Avila restaurant became tranquil. Only the soft writing sounds on parchment were audible. Some started writing. Others, like Herag, believed calculation wouldn't work, thus kept observing the disk. 10 minutes later, a raspy voice broke the silence. I think I know how to solve it. Old Man Muir emerged from the crowd, approaching Goodwin. Goodwin turned with a smile. Oh, it's Mr. Muir, you already have the answer. Old Man Muir backed his hands, scornfully glanced around and said sternly, I naturally have an idea, you all lack insight. It's merely a series of which arrays there's a fixed solution. 8 rings, view every 2 as a whole. Then reverse backwards with the same thought. Saying so, he produced a rolled parchment, handing it to Goodwin. Try my solution. Goodwin accepted, unrolling and inspecting it carefully. After watching, Israel took it to look and passed it to 3 others. What do you think? Goodwin asked Israel. Israel furrowed his brow tightly. This is mostly speculation without specific data support, not necessarily feasible. Upon hearing this, Muir immediately shouted hoarsely, What do you know? My method will work for sure. Israel shrugged indifferently. I don't think it works, see what others think. With 5 reviewers, only needing 3 to think it feasible to test it in the contamination zone. Goodwin considered, without data support is a problem indeed, but I think the idea is worth a try, what do you think? The other 3 agreed similarly, thinking it's worth trying. Herag observed silently, Shenlin still calculating, without a specific result yet. Only hoping Old Man Muir's method fails, otherwise the reward won't be his. Goodwin took the parchment to the back, probably passing it to the contamination zone. During the wait for Goodwin's reply, Old Man Muir glimpsed around disdainfully. Seeing Herag still furrowing and thinking, recalling Herag's prior rudeness, he mocked. What's wrong, kiddo? Can't think of it. Go read more books, but with your brain, books won't solve this problem. Muir didn't know Herag or understand him, only thought him to be somewhat related to Israel as a young man. Whether I can solve it is unknown, but your solution certainly can't, Herag smiled. When Muir handed Goodwin, the parchment was rolled. Others, out of respect, wouldn't use magic sense to probe the contents. But Herag had Shenlin's environment detection, and already saw what Muir wrote. Can only say the idea is viable, but doesn't match this disk's actual condition. Even if treated with a holistic method, the relationships are still too complex, and Muir's parchment didn't address this. Hence, Israel immediately dismissed it. Goodwin and others noticed the issue, but thought the idea worth a try. Maybe like hitting a dead mouse blindly. Old Man Muir's face was cold. How could my thought process be understood by a young lad like you? Just wait and see. Herag smiled and said, then let's see. After looking at Old Man Muir's solution, he was almost certain that it was impossible to solve. In his vision, Shenlin's analysis and calculations was still ongoing and needed 10 more minutes to yield results. Goodwin came out with the sheepskin scroll of Old Man Muir, with a smile still hanging on his face. Old Man Muir knew Goodwin always wore this expression and couldn't be sure if his method worked, so he could only ask, Mr. Goodwin, has it been solved? Goodwin smiled and said, it's truly a pity. But those people over there still couldn't crack this wheel of fortune, which array after trying. How is that possible? It must be that his method has a problem. Old man Muir still firmly believed he was right, thinking the issue was in their practical operation. I'm sorry, Mr. Muir, those over there confirmed that the operational process was flawless, but your method is still not perfect, considering things too one-sidedly, Goodwin explained gently. Old man Muir didn't continue to argue, his face changing uncertainly as if contemplating something. Seeing Muir silent, Goodwin looked around. Does anyone else have any good methods? There was no response from those around. Clearly, no one had found an effective method yet. Several people had already sat down at the table, writing furiously, calculating something intensely. Harag glanced at the progress in his vision. It was almost done. After waiting about 2 minutes, Shenlin gave the results. The wheel of fortune which array has been cracked. The solution is as follows. Harag quickly checked it, and Shenlin directly provided specific steps. Shenlin had numbered the 8 rings inside the disc, from outside to inside, as wheel 1 to wheel 8. The first step was to embed a designated rune in a specific position on the 3rd wheel, followed by embedding another rune on the specified position of the 7th wheel. The steps were extremely complicated. Harag found there were a total of 98 steps. The operation volume was substantial, but after reading it all, it indeed seemed very feasible. Harag ran the steps in his mind according to the given instructions and felt that the success rate was extremely high, with every step being reasonable and justified. Shenlin provided the calculation process for each step, which was exceptionally complex, with a massive set of formulas. But the process was very convincing because the data was extremely clear. As long as there's data backing it, every step of the process could be justified. Harag took out his quill pen and a stack of sheepskin parchment from the space ring and began writing in a corner. He didn't attract much attention, as many others were also engrossed in writing and calculating, just like Harag. Old man Muir, however, was the first to notice Harag's actions and sneered disdainfully. He didn't believe Harag could come up with anything noteworthy. If he couldn't solve the problem, how could this young lad? Impossible. Israel glanced at Harag, and seeing Harag's serious expression, nodded slightly. Harag picked up the quill pen and began to transcribe Shenlin's given steps onto the parchment. Due to the complexity of the steps, one sheet of parchment was far from enough. The stack of parchment Harag brought out was quickly used up, leaving a pile of densely written sheepskin on the table. He immediately took out another stack of parchment from the space ring and continued writing furiously. As time passed, the sheepskin parchment on Harag's table had piled up thickly. Israel had already come over, observing Harag's writing process. He was initially just curious and didn't think Harag could come up with an effective solution so quickly. But after watching for a while, Israel was shocked. He himself was a level 2 witch array master, naturally possessing high proficiency in witch arrays, also being an expert. Just after watching for a moment, Israel understood what Harag was doing and also recognized what Harag was writing. As Harag continued to write, Israel silently deduced in his mind based on Harag's content. Finding all of it correct, Israel only regretted coming late and missing the earlier parts. When he got there, there was already a thick pile of sheepskin parchment on Harag's table. Judging from the current content, there were no issues. Harag wrote for over 40 minutes before laying out the complete process of cracking on the parchment. The stack of parchment was so high that it couldn't be held with one hand. Phew, Harag exhaled, feeling somewhat tired after writing for so long. Israel asked, finished writing. President Goodwin, come have a look at Harag's method. Israel said towards Goodwin on the other side. During this period, several people had already submitted their methods to Goodwin, but none had passed the review. Goodwin turned his head to glance at Harag and Israel, then walked over. Harag handed over the thick stack of parchment. President Goodwin, take a look and see if it works. Goodwin nodded, took the parchment, and began reading from the very top. As soon as he started reading, Goodwin sensed that this solution was different from everyone's. This was a solution with comprehensive data. Calculations, where each step could be independently deduced and verified by the reader. Goodwin quickly immersed himself in the solution, silently reading, while calculating in his mind. his actions drew the attention of others, with many looking over. Upon seeing the thick stack of parchment in Goodwin's hands, many people were surprised. It hadn't been long. How did this young man named Herag write so much? Of course, writing a lot was of no use unless it could solve problems. Old Man Muir thought the same way, looking at the stack of parchment with an expression of surprise and uncertainty. He was also doubtful whether this youngster had really managed to come up with a solution, but upon further thought, he believed he was overthinking it. Through this period of reflection, Muir had discovered the shortcomings and loopholes in his method, and realized even more the troublesome nature of this Wheel of Fortune witch array. He did not believe this was a problem that could be solved in a short time. After reading, Goodwin still wore a smile and handed the stack of parchment to Israel. Israel waved his hand. "I've already looked over part of it, and I think it's worth a try." Goodwin nodded without speaking, then looked at Herag before turning to hand the parchment to the other 3 reviewers. Israel watched as Goodwin left with the stack of parchment and sighed. "It's hard to imagine that you came up with these in such a short time." If he hadn't witnessed the latter half of Herag's writing process himself, he would have found it hard to believe. One can only sigh that sometimes the gap between people is larger than between people and dogs. Herag put away the quill and leftover parchment, and poured himself a glass of red wine on the nearby dining table. After writing for so long, he was feeling a bit thirsty. Many people were watching him, and everyone here saw the thick stack of parchment that Goodwin was holding. This was the second solution to pass review after almost an hour had passed. The previous one was from Old Man Muir, whom many people were familiar with. Level 2 Witch Array Master, with deep qualifications and rich experience, so nobody found it strange. Old Man Muir's solution opened up many people's minds, prompting them to attempt cracking it according to that approach. Thus, when Old Man Muir provided his solution, it didn't surprise anyone. However, Herag was an unfamiliar face. Among those present, only a few knew Herag, while most had no idea who he was. Seeing Herag's solution was in such a thick stack, it seemed quite impressive. Herag ignored the observing gazes and approached Israel, saying, "I also don't know if it will work, just giving it a try. I think there's a good chance it will succeed. I looked at the latter half of your calculation, and it seems to have no major issues." Israel wasn't entirely sure because Herag's writing speed was too quick for him to fully calculate, only roughly browsing through it. "Hopefully," Herag replied. This time Goodwin was gone for a long time, unlike last time when he returned in just a few minutes. Many people waited for Goodwin's results this time. The longer they waited, the more they felt hopeful about Herag's solution working. Some continued to furiously write, still buried in calculations, unaffected by external influence. The wizard community has extremely high focus, with spiritual power highly concentrated when focused on tasks. In truth, Herag was quite confident, with a high degree of certainty. But outwardly, he couldn't appear overly confident and had to show some uncertainty. Old Man Muir stood among the crowd. Due to his height, he was surrounded by legs as he peeked at Herag through the gaps. By now, even he was unsure, as Goodwin had been gone for an unusually long time. Normally, a quick test would reveal the result, with no need for further testing. Goodwin being gone for so long meant the initial attempts were successful, but the cracking process hadn't been fully completed. The longer it took, the higher the likelihood Herag's solution would succeed. If the first half was problem-free, the latter half would presumably be fine as well. In other words, there was now a high probability that Herag's solution was workable and might have reached the final validation stage. A while later, Goodwin returned, with a smile on his face, and the stack of parchment was nowhere to be seen. He had been gone for half an hour. Everyone turned to look at him, waiting for Goodwin to announce the result. Goodwin walked over to Herag and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Herag, your solution successfully cracked the witch array at the relic entrance. 10,000 magic stones and 500 contribution points will be issued to your account shortly." For a moment there was silence at the scene, followed by many exclamations as they all turned their attention to Herag, looking at this unfamiliar young man. They had thought the Wheel of Fortune witch array would take quite some time to solve, perhaps even proving unsolvable. But unexpectedly, it was deciphered in just around 2 hours. The person who cracked it was so young and unknown. Had a famous witch array master solved it, they would have remained unfazed as they were familiar with them. Upon Herag providing the solution, many began to truly regard this young man seriously and started whispering, inquiring about Herag. Goodwin exclaimed, "You're indeed a remarkable young man. Keep up the good work. I believe, as long as you advance to level 2 wizard, passing the level 2 witch array master assessment will be no problem for you." "Thank you for the praise, President," Herag replied with a humble smile, showing no arrogance or pride, maintaining a very modest demeanor. Many took notice of this, raising their opinion of Herag substantially. If it were an average young person with Herag's intellect and achievement, a bit of pride would be expected. It's normal for youth to be somewhat arrogant, but Herag displayed remarkable composure. For wizards, steadiness is a highly esteemed quality. The wizard community is never short of talent, but the number who reach far is few. Elders like Goodwin and Israel had seen countless such cases, which made them very fond of Herag's character. At this point, Old Man Muir walked over, eyed Herag, and croaked, "Boy, add me as a talisman stone friend. You can ask me questions if you're confused. Also, tell me about your solution today." Herag hadn't expected Old Man Muir to be this gracious, not caring about past slight annoyances. Seeing Herag's expression, Old Man Muir said, "I just don't like Israel. I wouldn't stoop to bickering with a junior like you. You show some talent in witch arrays, so I'm willing to guide you a bit." As Old Man Muir said this, Herag naturally wouldn't needlessly make enemies. He and Old Man Muir actually had no real conflict, so it was best to turn hostility into friendship. After adding Old Man Muir as a talisman stone friend, Herag began explaining his cracking process. Old Man Muir listened intently without interrupting Herag, just focused on listening. As Herag explained, several other witch array masters also gravitated nearby to listen attentively. Herag held nothing back. There was no need to keep secrets about this. Once Herag completely explained his cracking method, the people around him were left with only admiration in their eyes. Herag's thought process was so clear that once heard, it was evident there were no issues with it. That's not the focus. The point is Herag completed the cracking in a very short time. Herag then added a few more people as talisman stone friends, remaining humble and not arrogant. Since the primary purpose of this exchange meeting had been achieved, it proceeded to the regular exchange meeting and dance segments. The exchange event was initially scheduled for 3 days at the Avila restaurant, but unexpectedly, it was resolved in one night. It was quite surprising. Israel joked that Herag was saving money for the Witch Array Master Association. On the second day, the 10,000 magic stones and 500 contribution points were credited in full. Herag looked at these numbers and felt a bit more secure. This trip to the exchange event was definitely worth it. Not only did he earn 10,000 magic stones, but also 500 contribution points. Additionally, he expanded his network a bit. Networking seems useless when you don't need it, but it always plays a role at crucial moments. Herag's subsequent plans was simple. Now that he had enough magic stones, he decided to continue his meditation practice at the Wizard Tower, aiming to quickly reach the crystallization stage. In the Mozambique slums, France stayed in his family's hall. The lighting here was dim, with only a few oil lamps lit. A high table akin to an altar was placed in the deepest part of the hall, and France stood before it, eyes closed, muttering something. Strangely, the altar was empty. There was nothing on it. Brown, standing behind France, knew why. Lord France had once said that placing things on the altar could easily leave evidence. As long as one has the great gods in their heart, whether there is a statue on the altar is actually irrelevant. France was chanting prayers, and Brown followed behind, bowing his head in prayer too. After a long while, France opened his eyes and calmly said, "Is there any recent situation?" Brown lowered his head and said, "Nothing particularly noteworthy, but there is one person who might need attention. His name is Herag. Recently, he resolved a witch array at the exchange event of the Witch Array Master Association. He is a very promising witch array master." They had always paid attention to talents in Silver Moon City, recording anyone who was excellent. The records were not for recruitment or alliance. They were to find opportunities to eliminate them. Their goal was to bring forth the descent of the evil god from the Abyss Plane, and these talents in Silver Moon City might become obstacles. Therefore, those recorded on the list were all targets that needed to be removed. Recorded. France wasn't too concerned. Their list often added rising stars like Herag. Brown continued, another thing worth noting about Herag is, according to internal information, Doron, Max, and Digran, who were caught previously, all had connections with him. These events were triggered because Herag discovered some clues leading to subsequent capture actions. France, who was originally wiping the table, paused and asked, "Really?" They had informants embedded within the city hall of Silver Moon City, ensuring they could learn about any actions over there. Brown said yes, although those instances seemed coincidental. I have a feeling that Herag might have some issues. It's unreasonable for such coincidences to happen every time. France continued wiping the table with a handkerchief and said, "Then use him to test it." "Test on him?" Brown asked, somewhat surprised. "Yes, I recall this person's strength is merely that of a level 1 liquidation wizard, not very strong but not weak either, and he lacks background. Plus, he has caused us damage several times. Use him for experimentation," France said solemnly. Brown nodded, "All right. The holy artifact this time is the first gift from the gods. To ensure things go smoothly, you will handle it personally. It's also a chance for you to enter the Abyss Plane," France said. Brown nodded excitedly. "Thank you, Lord, for giving me this opportunity." "Take it. Once Herag's usual habits are clear, pick a suitable place to make your move." France took out a red stone, crystal clear like a piece of jade. Brown received the stone with both hands, gazing at it in his palm with slightly heavy breathing. This holy artifact, recently gifted by the gods from the Abyss Plane, could temporarily drag both the bearer and the target into the Abyss Plane. These abyssal cultists possess powers bestowed by the evil gods from the Abyss Plane, powers heavily suppressed in the Wizard Plane. However, once in the Abyss Plane, these powers can be fully unleashed. In contrast, wizards from the Wizard Plane would find their powers suppressed in the Abyss Plane. This one increase and one decrease would form a massive disparity in power. This holy artifact, given by the evil gods of the Abyss Plane, is meant to deal with specific target individuals. Since the process involves a temporary shift into the Abyss Plane, if the target dies there, the corpse remains in the Abyss Plane permanently. To those in the Wizard Plane, the person would seem to have vanished without a trace, without any evidence left behind. Through these means, abyssal cultists can accomplish targeted killings. As long as the general strength of the target is known beforehand, one stronger than the target can be chosen for the task. In one-on-one duels in the Abyss Plane, these abyssal cultists have absolute crushing superiority. The only issue is that this has never been used before, so its effects must be tested. Herag perfectly suited as a test subject, not very strong, not very weak, and lacking background, avoiding relentless pursuit from those extremely powerful. Silver Moon City is full of talented young individuals, but they generally hail from wizard families or are direct descendants of Serlandir's upper echelon. Targeting these individuals is highly troublesome, as there would certainly be powerful wizards tracking relentlessly. France and the abyssal cultists prefer not to confront wizards directly, thus they've never targeted those with deep backgrounds. However, Herag, who suddenly appeared and perfectly matched the criteria, naturally became a target after entering France's view. Brown put the red stone away and said, "I will handle this beautifully, ensuring the holy artifact bestowed by the gods is not wasted." He took a deep breath to calm himself. Brown had believed in the gods from the Abyss Plane since childhood, yearning for the Abyss Plane, considering it a holy land. Now, with a method to enter the Abyss Plane, how could he not be thrilled? Brown almost wished to use the red stone immediately, just to see the Abyss Plane. But this is an important holy artifact given by the gods, and it cannot be wasted recklessly. Its value must be maximized. After respectfully bowing, Brown turned to leave the hall. Upon reaching the courtyard, he glanced at the sky, his gaze firm. For half a month, Herag had been unable to fully realize his idea of stealth at the Wizard Tower. Herag underestimated the influence he caused at that exchange meeting. During this period, he occasionally received invitations for meals from various people. The people inviting him were not ordinary, making it difficult to refuse. While dining with Israel, Muir, and Goodwin, Harag learned some news. It was about the pioneer squad from Surlandir. They were very grateful to Harag and planned to personally thank him upon their return. Harag was quite curious about the pioneers and was ready to chat with them. Despite the many social engagements, Harag's focus remained on his meditation practice, never neglected. Whenever he had time, Harag would go to the wizard tower for meditation practice. As usual, after completing his meditation, Harag left the wizard tower and walked home. Since learning about the internal and external issues within the Land of Dawn, Harag had developed the habit of keeping his environmental detection active. He walked down King Street, his expression calm, but inside he was extremely alert. Harag discovered, in a hotel outside King Street, a young man was sitting on the hotel bed, his right hand open with an eyeball in his palm. Although Harag didn't know where the young man was looking, with the eyeball, he was certain that the young man was likely an abyssal cultist. The eyeball resembled the smaller version of the one that appeared above Israel's house. Harag suspected the other party might be monitoring him, but he didn't feel observed. Harag couldn't be entirely sure, because if the eyeball was from the Abyss Plane's evil god's power, it could go unnoticed by him. Once promoted to an official wizard, one's senses become very acute. If it were a regular surveillance method, the wizard being watched would surely notice. So usually special means are required to make the monitored unaware. If not for Shenlin's environmental detection, Harag wouldn't have noticed the young man's actions. He wasn't sure whom the young man was monitoring. People living on King Street were mainly from Surlandir, so it was normal for abyssal cultists to monitor the area. Harag carefully watched the young man's actions and noticed he just stared at the eyeball in his palm without doing anything else. The other party showed no unusual behavior, so Harag didn't act rashly. He couldn't possibly tell Prize there was an abyssal cultist and ask him to quickly arrest him. Because normally, Harag had no reason to discover a cultist staying at a hotel across the street. That would seem too strange. Harag returned home as usual without mentioning it to Reese. Everything remained normal. He kept an eye on the young man, who continued staring at the eyeball in his palm. Doesn't his eye get dry from staring constantly? Harag wondered. If it weren't for the man's breathing, Harag would have thought he was dead. In the hotel, Brown stared at the eyeball in his palm. He appeared to be staring at his palm, but his vision was already focused on Harag a street away. This was a power bestowed by the gods, allowing the monitored to be completely unaware. Unless the other party was a level 3 wizard, they couldn't possibly detect being watched. Brown always acted with great caution. Although Harag was just a liquid stage wizard, Brown didn't act recklessly. Upon reaching the vicinity of King Street, Brown's first action was to begin monitoring Harag. He first needed to understand Harag's routine and then find the right timing to strike. Brown had arrived at the hotel in the afternoon, waiting until Harag entered the wizard tower for practice. The protective witch array at the wizard tower was unique, and his eye of the evil god couldn't see inside. Brown waited patiently for Harag to emerge. Once Harag came out, Brown silently noted the time he exited. He was a patient hunter, in no rush to strike. When he did, it would be a decisive strike. King Street had many members of Surlandir, so he needed to find a fitting moment. In Brown's eyes, Harag was already prey within his grasp. Over the next 5 days, Harag's life was monotonous and simple. Wizard Tower meditation practice, going home to sleep at night, waking up to continue practice. His routine was very regular. Brown stayed in the hotel, except for meals and occasional naps, constantly surveilling Harag. After several days, Brown felt he had grasped enough. It was time to make a move. According to his observations, Harag left the wizard tower almost at dusk, near nightfall every day. The route from the wizard tower had few passers-by, making it ideal for action. Today, Harag left the wizard tower later than usual. It was already dark. Through his observations over this time, he could almost confirm the young man in the hotel was watching him. Because on King Street, very few people stayed continuously in the area over the past 5 days. Most would go out occasionally. But the young man remained in the hotel, suggesting he was watching someone who was also staying put. Connecting this with his recent experiences, Herag guessed he had been targeted by abyssal cultists. He had directly or indirectly dealt with several abyssal cultists, likely attracting too much hatred. Every time Herag was on the road, he appeared relaxed outwardly, but in reality he was fully alert, ready for combat. His talisman was prepared to quickly notify prize. If abyssal cultists dared to attack, Herag was at least prepared to react. Over several days, he observed that the other party seemed to be the only one from the hotel. The young man acted alone, without any accomplices. His strength seemed ordinary, just a third-class wizard apprentice. But Herag didn't believe that was his only strength. There were likely hidden tricks. Upon exiting the wizard tower, Herag unexpectedly discovered the young man was no longer in the hotel. He was along Herag's route home, casually leaning by the roadside, holding a bottle of wine. The area had sparse traffic, and occasional passers-by merely glanced at him without much notice. Because on King Street, nobody dared to cause trouble lightly. Normally, even if someone wants to make a move against the members of Surlandir, it's impossible to do so in this place. Behind lies King Street, where the members of Surlandir reside. If someone makes a move here and fails to kill in one strike, the disturbance from the fight will surely draw others. In that case, even if you kill the person, it would be very difficult to escape yourself. Herag passed a corner, already ready to enter combat mode at any time. He saw the young man, and the young man saw him, turning his head to meet his gaze. Brown's hands were stuck in the pockets of his robe, a strange smile on his lips. He extended his left hand from the robe, holding a fiery red stone. Herag was curious about what he was preparing to do when he suddenly felt the space around him ripple. He immediately realized what the other was doing. It was space transmission. He just didn't know where he would be transported. Herag took a deep breath, ready to charge forward, hoping to interrupt the transmission by killing Brown. Once transported away, he would be in great danger. The opponent daring to transport him to a specified place must have made thorough preparations. Herag didn't expect the opponent would use this method to target him. He had imagined that this person might launch an attack against him. Unexpectedly, it was directly taking him away to deal with. Herag's forward movement suddenly paused because he felt the transmission was complete. The aura around him was very familiar. He glanced around. The surroundings was still that empty street, and 100 meters away were houses. But at this moment, the street was already covered with dust. The distant houses were also dilapidated, as if many years had passed. Herag's gaze turned to the horizon. There was a completely different scene from Silver Moon City. On the desolate land, not even a single weed could be seen. In the distant skyline, faint shadows of mountains could be seen. Herag felt the familiar aura around him, took a deep breath, and felt comfortable all over. He immediately realized where he was. The bloodline mark on Herag's chest was slowly pulsating, seemingly sensing the aura of the abyss plane. Herag withdrew his gaze, looking at the young man in front of him, wondering what he planned to do by bringing him to the abyss plane. Brown was now ecstatic, crazily looking at the surrounding scene, extremely excited. He directly knelt to the ground, madly worshipping the surroundings, even kissing the earth, not caring about the thick dust covering the ground. "Are you sick?" Herag's words broke the atmosphere here. Brown heard the voice and realized there was another person here. He was so excited that he almost forgot his main purpose for coming here. Brown stood up, looked at Herag, a cruel smile on his lips, and asked, "Didn't expect you to be so calm. Do you know where this is?" His expression was extremely arrogant, looking at Herag with contempt. In Brown's view, Herag's calmness was entirely because he didn't understand where he had come. What an ignorant wizard! He didn't know he was already at death's door. Herag said, "Of course I know Abyss Plain, so what? You haven't been here." Brown was dumbfounded. "How do you know? Have you been here?" "I visit occasionally." Herag dug his ear and blew the earwax on his hand. Brown looked skeptical, not believing Herag's words at all. Even among abyssal cultists, few have been here. How could these wizards possibly reach the Abyss Plane? Those who can reach the Abyss Plane are existences from many years ago. There has long been no passage between the two planes. Brown had completely reviewed Herag's information. There was absolutely no possibility of having an opportunity to come to the Abyss Plane. So Herag must be lying. Although he didn't know how Herag determined this was the abyss plane, it didn't change the fact that Herag was going to die at his hands. Brown suddenly spread his hands, using magic power to shatter his clothes, revealing a huge horizontal scar on his chest. He looked at Herag as if he saw an ignorant ant and said, "Here, I can fully exert my power. This power comes from the great gods. And you will have the honor to witness my true power, dying. At my hands is your fortune." The scar on Brown's chest suddenly split open, and a giant black tongue stretched out. This scar, when fully opened, was just like a mouth, with a black tongue continuously protruding. At the same time, Brown's body began to enlarge, rapidly swelling. His limbs began to bulge into large and small bumps, constantly growing longer and thicker like tentacles. In just a moment, Brown had turned into a four-legged creature with a large mouth, spewing black stones. His head hung limply behind his back, his eyes already turned gray-white. Brown's aura had become extremely strong, entirely beyond what a third-class wizard apprentice should possess. His 4 feet lightly stepped on the ground and immediately created 4 large pits, spiderwebs spread out from the points of contact. "This is my real power. Now my power rivals that of a level 2 wizard. Crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant." A voice came from the large mouth on Brown's chest. "This is the feeling of power. This is the power granted by the gods. When he descends upon the wizard plane, he will surely rule it. Wizards, prepare to die." Brown was extremely excited. The gigantic power made him ecstatic. He had never experienced such power. Brown now felt invincible, as if he could crush anything directly. "This is Reese's newly bought robe. I'd better not ruin it." Brown's excitement was once again disrupted by Herag's calm tone. He glanced at Herag and found Herag looking at his robe. Muttering a sentence, he took it off and stored it in his space ring. Then Herag looked up, smiling at Brown. "Thank you for bringing me here, giving me an opportunity to experiment. If it were on my own, I wouldn't dare come here." "What do you mean?" Brown looked at Herag's smiling face and forever calm expression and tone, feeling uneasy. But then he thought he was overthinking it. Herag's strength was clear. He was just a liquid stage wizard. A liquidation wizard couldn't possibly overturn things. Brown's power now rivaled that of a level 2 wizard. Dealing with Herag was no problem at all. Herag had actually long wanted to come to the abyss, plain to experiment and see to what extent his strength could reach after fully activating the bloodline mark. Unfortunately, the abyss plane is too dangerous, and he couldn't go there recklessly. He originally planned to wait until he ascended to a level 2 wizard to consider taking this risk. But now this abyssal cultist in front of him used special means to forcibly drag him into the abyss plane. There was nothing he could do. Since he was already here, it was just as well to take this opportunity to try. Herag immediately used the environment scanning of Shenlin to probe the surroundings and found no suspicious presence for the time being. In the scanning range of Shenlin's environment, there were only 2 living beings, himself and Brown. However, the abyss plane cannot be viewed with common sense. Perhaps an insignificant-looking deadwood could be a demon. This abyssal cultist in front of him may already possess the power comparable to a level 2 wizard, but to Herag, he felt weak, very weak. Even without activating the bloodline mark, Herag could intuitively feel the strength of this abyssal cultist posed no threat whatsoever to him. So, he wasn't in a hurry to kill this abyssal cultist, but instead carefully observed the differences. After arriving here, Herag immersed his mind and focused his attention on the bloodline mark on his chest, then activated it. A mutation abruptly occurred. A layer of dark golden skin instantly covered Herag's body surface, and his entire body rapidly swelled and changed. Brown looked at Herag's transformation and was dumbfounded. He couldn't quite understand the scene before him. Is he also an abyssal cultist? Herag's current appearance was exactly that of an abyssal cultist. Brown was a bit bewildered, if that's the case. Then to kill or not to kill? While different abyssal cultists may have different gods of worship, they generally do not attack each other. If he had known earlier that Herag was also an abyssal cultist, he wouldn't have targeted him, feeling a bit like a flood rushed into the Dragon King's temple. But now it wasn't about whether he wanted to attack Herag, but rather whether he could survive. Because just a moment ago, Brown clearly felt a terrifying aura emanating from Herag. was a feeling of a completely different life level, making Brown feel a deep-seated awe and fear. Hereg looked down at Brown and noticed that Brown and the surrounding scenery had become very small. He quickly realized that it wasn't Brown who had become smaller, but himself who had become larger. Hereg had now undergone a drastic transformation, standing 18 meters tall, with a body as massive as an ancient giant. His entire form had changed significantly. His body was covered with golden skin, possessing a metallic sheen. A pair of gigantic golden wings spread out behind him, lacking feathers but gleaming with a metallic luster. With a gentle tap of his toes, Hereg floated up, suspending directly in mid-air, without the need to flap the wings on his back. With a thought, Hereg's wings gave a slight flap, and he shot upwards into the sky like an arrow. Hereg felt the wild wind brushing over his face and body, and due to his speed, the wind was extremely fierce as it rushed past him in the high-altitude flight. If it were the previous Hereg, he would have been blown away by this gust of wind, but now he bathed in it with no discomfort. He glanced at the ground below, seeing the scenery further away. In the distance, there was green vegetation and some black dots moving around. With his extraordinarily sharp vision, Hereg could see at a glance that those dots were actually various forms of demons. At this moment, those demons seemed to be frightened and were fleeing towards the horizon in panic. What are they afraid of? Could it be some powerful demon has appeared? Hereg's vigilance was strong, and he immediately began checking whether any dangerous presence had appeared around. But after looking around, he found no presence that seemed threatening. He then realized that these demons seemed to be in fear of him. No, this is too conspicuous, too large a target. Though Hereg felt that he probably had become quite strong. He thought it was too conspicuous now, easily drawing attention. The abyss plane had too many powerful existences. He couldn't afford to be arrogant or negligent. Hereg thought it over, controlling his body to slowly shrink and dampen the wildly intimidating aura. In a moment, Hereg had transformed into a 2-meter-tall humanoid being, with wings reduced in proportion. Brown dumbly watched the sky, where the once gigantic form had reduced to just a dot. The momentum Hereg exuded just now had directly shocked him, rendering him afraid to even flee. Or rather, his legs were so weak he couldn't move. Brown thought he might have guessed wrong. Hereg was not an abyssal cultist at all. He didn't need to worship anyone, he was a god himself. Brown, now on all fours, wanted to escape as soon as he reacted. He had discovered Hereg's secret. Hereg certainly could not let him return alive to the wizard plane. The time of the red stone was limited, allowing only a short stay in the abyss plane. He just needed to stall long enough to escape and return to the wizard plane. As long as he returned to the wizard plane, Hereg's power would be suppressed. Moreover, in Silver Moon City, Hereg wouldn't dare reveal his true form, increasing Brown's chance of survival. The only problem now was whether he could survive until his return to the wizard plane. Brown didn't think much, he just wanted to escape now. He longed to return immediately to the wizard plane, a place he had always loathed. Brown scrambled on all fours, his chest-mouth drooling, leaving a trail on the ground. Now he was completely like a demon, acting on demon instincts, just wanting to flee and leave this place at once. Brown hadn't expected that within such a short time. The roles of hunter and prey would reverse. "Where do you think you're going?" A cold voice came from ahead. Brown lifted his chest and saw Hereg floating just a few meters in front of him. He clearly remembered that Hereg was just in the high sky. Brown knelt on all fours, kowtowing. "Great God, I truly did not mean to offend you. If I had known your true identity earlier, I would never have been disrespectful, nor would I have disturbed you." Hereg no longer had any intimidating aura, but Brown dared not move rashly. The overwhelming, intimidating aura just now was something he would never forget. Now Hereg had no aura at all, which only meant he had an extremely precise control over his aura and power. Brown lay on the ground, trembling. He already felt that Hereg had locked onto him, with no escape. Brown had once felt the aura of a god when communicating with his deity. Now standing before Hereg, this aura was far stronger and more terrifying than ever before. Brown couldn't muster even a thought of resistance. Hereg looked at the trembling demon before him, initially considering using this person. But he quickly dismissed the idea, because the risk was too high and the reward too little. Even if he controlled this person, there would be little gain, full of uncertainty. If Serlandir's people caught this person and interrogated his soul, everything would be exposed. No information about Herag could be leaked, so Brown had to be killed. And he had to be killed quickly, because space here was unstable and could teleport back at any moment. Once they returned, too many variables would arise. Herag looked at Brown kneeling on the ground, clenched his right fist, feeling the explosive power inside. He floated into the air, gathering all his power, then suddenly plummeted, punching towards Brown. Loud noise echoed between heaven and earth, waves of air spreading from Herag as the center. Herag's punch kicked up a storm of yellow sand, obstructing vision and making visibility extremely low, akin to a sandstorm. Midst the howling wind and sand, Herag floated in mid-air, looking at the crater on the ground. The yellow sand struck against his eyes, but Herag didn't blink unaffected. The power of this punch exceeded Herag's expectations. The ground had a massive crater, resembling the mark left by a small meteorite impact. Brown had completely vanished, his entire being evaporated. This was in line with Herag's intentions, as he planned to completely obliterate the person, leaving no trace. It was just that the commotion was a bit too much. Herag felt he might have overexerted. Such a big commotion could attract troublesome entities. Herag glanced around. Aside from some panic-stricken fleeing demons, no demons approached here. He was hoping to encounter a toad, needing to ask it many questions. But until now, the toad was nowhere in sight, likely far from here, unable to arrive quickly. Shenlin checked the current body data. Herag seized the moment to have Shenlin check his body data. He could only feel that he had grown stronger, but didn't know how much stronger. Herag Merlin. Power 312, Agility 296. Constitution 301, Spirit 176. Herag was stunned seeing these figures. If he remembered correctly, his normal body's data was only around 30 points. The highest being spiritual power at 62 points. But unexpectedly, after arriving at the Abyss Plane and activating the bloodline mark, his body data reached such terrifying levels. When body data reaches this level, power can't simply be calculated by multiples. Herag had long felt that the greater the power, the slower its growth. Normally, 300 points of power is beyond what an ordinary human body can withstand. At this level of power, with human body strength, it's likely a slight movement could tear oneself apart. Herag now moved freely and controlled his body with ease because the bloodline mark had been activated, fully unleashing the Thunder God ancestor's bloodline power. He raised his hand, looking at the dark golden skin. This wasn't the effect of Titan power. Herag was not using any beneficial magic, but purely the result after activating the bloodline mark. Herag noticed that spiritual power had also risen to 176 points. He suspected that if spiritual power hadn't increased significantly, he might have been overwhelmed. Because after activating the bloodline mark, Herag sensed many things he couldn't feel before. He wasn't clear on what these things were, just an instinctual feeling after activating the bloodline mark. It's like a child opening their eyes for the first time seeing the world, unable to understand what they're seeing or why these things exist because they haven't learned yet. Many pieces of knowledge filled Herag's mind, but they were temporarily sealed, inaccessible. He instinctively felt these should be knowledge from the bloodline. The reason for inaccessibility was his current realm was too low, making it impossible to comprehend this knowledge. So the body, out of self-preservation, automatically sealed this knowledge, a self-protective mechanism of the body. Just accepting and storing this knowledge made Herag feel tired and struggling. If not for the considerable increase in spiritual power, he surely couldn't bear such a flood of information. He wasn't Shenlin, just a wizard in the liquid stage, his power realm still too low. Herag initially wanted to try using Titan power in this form, to see what level his body data could reach. But after considering, he decided against it. If something went wrong, he might explode from overwhelming power. Herag couldn't know how much power this form could bear. If Titan power exceeded the limit, it would be disastrous, equivalent to committing suicide. Herag excellently restrained his desire for power. He certainly wanted to grow stronger, Once experienced, the feeling of becoming stronger is unforgettable, prompting continual pursuit of strength. But Herag maintained his rationality, well aware that all of this was temporary. When returning to the wizard plane, he would still be just a wizard in the liquid stage, an insignificant existence. He couldn't get lost in current power continuously. Upgrading his realm and strength was the most fundamental. Herag sensed that the power within the bloodline mark wasn't wholly manifested. Because his original strength was too weak, he could only unleash so much. The sealed knowledge in his mind further confirmed this issue. Herag recalled Chadia, similar to the elf race. The elf race's bloodline also contained knowledge inheritance, which gradually unlocks as elves age and their strength grows, not all inherited at birth. Herag's current situation was very similar to this. If he wanted to unlock more abilities, he needed to continue enhancing his strength. Shenlin, what level of wizard does my current strength equate to? Herag asked. Herag had never faced a level 2 wizard or anyone stronger, so he didn't have a clear understanding of his current strength. He didn't know what level he was roughly at now. But the man who was said to have power comparable to a level 2 wizard was killed by him with a single punch, indicating that he was at least at the strong level among level 2 wizards, and possibly even reached the strength level of a level 3 wizard. However, after reaching level 2 wizard, strength alone cannot be simply used to estimate power. Because the biggest difference between a level 2 wizard and a level 1 wizard is that they start to touch upon rule power. Under rule power, the advantage of physical strength is not that significant. After all, no matter how strong you are, if you can't exert or hit, it's meaningless. Unless the strength is so extreme that it can break all rules. Herag felt he was still far from that level. Lack of relevant data, unable to evaluate specific strength, Shenlin said after calculating for a while. Herag pondered, unable to evaluate indeed. He really hadn't fought a very strong wizard yet, so it was natural that Shenlin also didn't have corresponding data. This matter could only be set aside for now and revisited later. The yellow sand around them had gradually calmed down, leaving only a shocking giant pit. Herag looked up at the sky, operating the starry sky meditation technique, letting Shenlin record the current distribution and position of the stars. The stars are positioning coordinates. As long as enough star positions are collected, a lot of things can be analyzed. However, he still hadn't visited the abyss plane enough times, so the collected star map information didn't provide any valuable clues yet. A gust of wind blew by, and Herag glanced around, finding no movement. He had now completely withdrawn his aura. Didn't make any big disturbances, and didn't run around. The demons originally present had all been scared away by him. Herag felt this was quite fortunate, that he hadn't stumbled upon particularly strong demons. While he was very strong now and confident that even if he couldn't fight, he could run away. The tricky part about demons isn't just their strength, but also the variety of strange abilities they often have, making dealing with them troublesome. For example, the polluted areas outside the Land of Dawn, all left behind by entities from the abyss plane, are polluted. The entire continent was polluted if someone encountered these things alone. The consequences could be imagined. Perhaps death would be a relief, a luxury. The surrounding space began to ripple, a familiar situation to Herag. He seized the last opportunity to look around, but still didn't see the toad, indicating it was indeed far away this time. But it was also related to the time spent here, which was too brief, about to end soon. Just as Herag was about to dissolve his current form, he suddenly felt an enormous pressure coming from all directions. He immediately let out a muffled groan, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This tremendous pressure seemed to want to crush him. Herag immediately understood what it was: the rejection force, exerted by the world will, of the wizard plane on him. The different planes are such that the stronger one's power, the stronger the suppression when entering other planes. Herag's power in his current form was too strong, directly triggering severe suppression and rejection from the wizard plane. He quickly dissolved the form of Thunder God Ancestor, returning to his human form. The dark golden skin on his body immediately faded, revealing his original human skin. Herag let out a sigh of relief. The pressure from his body suddenly vanished, and his chest heaved violently as he gasped for air. It was Herag's first time clearly feeling the suppression of the world will. The terrifying oppressive force made it difficult to breathe. He originally thought that form was already very powerful, but under the pressure of the world will, he was as fragile as a bug. Herag felt that if he hadn't dissolved the form in time, he might have been crushed alive in another second. By this time, the surrounding scenery had completely changed, and Herag was back on the road leading to King Street. Nightfall had already descended, and still no one was in sight. Some buildings in the nearby courtyard had lights on, and Herag could hear the sounds of conversation and laughter inside, thanks to his keen hearing. Breathing the air here and feeling the atmosphere, Herag understood he had indeed returned. He touched his nose and found he was already having a nosebleed. At the same time, when Herag raised his hand, he discovered that the skin on both arms was already cracked, with blood seeping from the cracked wounds. He took a sharp breath, realizing that his injuries were more severe than he had imagined. The pressure of the world will was too powerful, far from what ordinary strength could resist. Recalling, Herag understood why he was subjected to such strong suppression. At that time, he was in a state of activating the bloodline mark, and the space around him had just reached a critical point and was about to end. Herag was also about to return to the wizard plane. At that moment, he was essentially trying to forcefully enter the wizard plane in the form of an evil god from the abyss plane, attempting to forcefully penetrate with his physical body. The world will of the wizard plane naturally produced tremendous rejection and suppression force, autonomously attempting to crush this bug trying to drill in. Herag covered his mouth and nose, quickly walking back to the courtyard. He was glad no one was around, and no one noticed his abnormality. Herag just stepped into the backyard and collapsed into the courtyard. Herag, Rhys, hearing the commotion, opened the door and immediately exclaimed upon seeing the blood-soaked Herag, rushing over to help him up. Herag hadn't lost consciousness yet, and with difficulty, he said into the house, "Activate Nightfall." He could feel the pain from all over his body. Now, he was like a man made of cracked glass, with wounds everywhere and blood everywhere. His entire body was a blood man. This form absolutely couldn't be known by others. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain when investigated, so the Nightfall in the courtyard had to be activated to prevent others from prying. Rhys helped Herag into the house, carefully laying him on the bed, then hurriedly took out several bottles of Tier 1 potion-level healing potion. Using both internal and external applications, the bleeding on Herag slowly stopped. After finishing the emergency treatment, Rhys quickly went to activate the Nightfall. She knew Herag had encountered something he couldn't tell outsiders. Otherwise, he would have asked her to contact Prize and others by now. Lately, Rhys had been immersed in studying magic potion. Naturally understood how to heal and save people. Flowing wave touch. Rhys gathered magic power in her hands, molding it into a bluish-green gel-like fluid that looked much like jelly. This gel-like fluid covered Herag's entire body, leaving only the mouth and nose exposed for breathing. Rhys, specialized in water element, was a wizard skilled in various healing and restorative magic. The flowing wave touch is a Tier 1 water magic that has excellent recuperative and healing effects for various injuries. Herag endured excruciating pain throughout his body, but kept his composure. He could feel Rhys applying treatments and other healing to him. When the flowing wave touch enveloped his body, Herag felt far more at ease, the pain rapidly diminishing. His body was riddled with wounds, resembling glass-like cracks everywhere. Seeing these alarming injuries made Rhys's heart quiver with fear. She dared not imagine what kind of danger Herag must have encountered. With wounds this severe, he must have faced an extremely perilous situation. Surviving and returning alive was certainly no small feat. After covering Herag's body with the flowing wave touch, Rhys began to carefully examine his injuries. Upon inspection, she found that the skin was cracked all over, as if the entire person was about to shatter. However, after applying the flowing wave touch, the immediate danger passed, and the injuries would heal before long. The ribs were almost entirely fractured. The leg and arm bones showed signs of cracks, with the femur being more severely damaged. Rhys took out a magic potion specifically for treating bones, sitting beside Herag, helping him drink it slowly. This magic potion was formulated specifically for bone injuries, allowing bones to heal rapidly. Even bones shattered into powder could gradually recover to their original state. For wizards, physical injuries like these were actually the easiest to heal. As long as you are alive, they can mostly be treated, though time is needed. Take my talisman stone. If anyone asks, just say I'm secluded in training. Don't mention my injury, Herag instructed. Speak less, rest well, have a good sleep, Rhys nodded and said. Since Herag didn't want others to know about his injury, it was likely to avoid informing official forces like Surlandir. She didn't ask why, trusting Herag unconditionally, unconcerned about the reason for his injury. In any case, Rhys would always stand by Herag's side. Herag knew that sleep was the best way to heal, and as he had finished today's meditation, he could drift into a deep slumber. He closed his eyes and within seconds fell into a deep sleep. Rhys stayed by the bedside, quietly watching the sleeping Herag, ready to attend to him at any moment. Still no news from Brown, France asked with a serious expression. No, after he went to King Street, there was news back for the first few days. But after he said he was ready to act, we never heard from him again. We also checked the intel, and there seemed to be no talk of a conflict on King Street. It's as if Brown vanished from the face of the earth. Young man of similar age to Brown, named Asir, answered. France remained silent after hearing this, realizing that Brown was likely doomed. Originally, Brown was assigned to make Herag disappear, but instead, it was Brown who vanished. What about Herag? France continued to ask. Asir bowed and said, he's been staying at home, not going out, but I saw him sunbathing in the yard when I went to investigate, and he seemed fine. France paced back and forth in the yard, contemplating the issue. He knew that Brown must have fallen into a trap set by Herag. Because Brown was always careful, he would only make a move after thoroughly understanding Herag's situation. Brown would only activate the red stone when alone with Herag. This level of holy artifact wouldn't be used lightly or wasted. This indicated that Brown was likely done in by Herag in the Abyss Plane. This left France puzzled. The records on Herag were clear. He was just a wizard at the liquid stage. Even if he had hidden strength, he couldn't possibly be a level 2 wizard. More importantly, even if Herag were a level 2 wizard, he wouldn't be able to eliminate Brown in the Abyss Plane so swiftly. France knew more about Brown than anyone else, and was aware of Brown's potential strength in the Abyss Plane. Brown had power from the gods, which he could fully unleash in the Abyss Plane, reaching a level comparable to a level 2 wizard. And Herag was just a wizard at the liquid stage. With such a stark disparity in power, how could Herag so decisively eliminate Brown? France sensed a complication, as this was the first time something had slipped out of his control. He originally wanted Brown to test the holy artifact's effect so that he could report it back to the gods. France didn't regard Herag as significant, as, under his arrangements, Brown should have an overwhelming advantage with no suspense. He didn't expect that precisely this inconspicuous liquidation wizard would cause an unexpected setback. France paced in the yard for a long time, unable to fathom the situation. He couldn't understand how Herag achieved all this while appearing unscathed. Another aspect was that France had informants inside Surlandir. Normally, if Herag encountered an incident involving being dragged into the Abyss Plane, he'd be bound to report it to Surlandir. However, he didn't, or at least France hadn't heard of it through his channels. So this situation had two possibilities. Herag intentionally didn't report it, or Herag wasn't pulled into the Abyss Plane by Brown, perhaps not even meeting Brown, meaning a third party might have killed Brown. France was quite certain that Brown wasn't captured or killed by Surlandir's people. Otherwise, such high-level information wouldn't be unknown to him. With narrowed eyes, France began to seriously regard this young man from the barren land for the first time. His many years of experience and intuition told him the issue lay with Herag. France felt he was missing some crucial information, leading to misjudgment. And the answer lay with Herag.